Welcome back to this amateur reading of Reverend Insanity. This is chapters 25 to 50. So, yeah, I think I'm getting a bit better. Trying to position the mic properly. It's starting to pop more often. I don't know. Sorry. The voice quality actually just dips after a while simply because it just shreds your voice doing so many of these chapters back to back. But thanks for tuning in if you are. And without further ado, let's get into it. Reverend Insanity, Chapter 26. The Nature of All Organizations. As it neared nightfall, the sun on the edge of the horizon looked like blood. The afterglow rays poured onto the school, where about 50 students sat upright. On the stage above, the Academy Elder was reading out names, one by one, distributing allowance to them. This was the Academy's weekly subsidy, where every 7 days allowance would be distributed. One could say it was financial aid for the young teens. After all, with their capabilities to feed and raise their own Gu was a lot of financial pressure. Gu Yue Feng Yuan, the elder read aloud. Feng Yuan got up from the seat by the window, at the last row. Walking up to the stage, he received 2 money bags. In one bag was 3 primeval stones, the clan's allowance. The other bag held the reward of 10 primeval stones. Work hard, the elder said, giving Feng Yuan a deep look. Feng Yuan had continuously achieved number 1, and this had let those elders who were originally disappointed in him start paying attention once more. Feng Yuan nodded his head and took the purse into his arms, returning to his seat. Damn it, he actually got number 1 again. Gu Yue Mo Bei fixed his gaze onto Feng Yuan firmly, his heart furious. Those 2 moonblades consecutively hit the neck of the puppet. Is this because of sheer luck or real skill? Gu Yue Chi Cheng narrowed his eyes. Since the end of the assessment until now, the question had been hovering in his mind. It wasn't just him. Many of the students unconsciously drifted their sights towards Feng Yuan, this question haunting them as well. Although they'd lost, their hearts were unsatisfied and wanted to question what actually happened. When the day was about to end, the Academy Elder announced a matter. You have all been to the Academy for an amount of time now, and you're familiar with how to use your vital goo as well. In the next few days, I will teach you all how to warm and nourish your aperture, advancing a Goo Master's cultivation realm. The higher the realm of a Goo Master, the more concise his primeval essence becomes. A rank 1 Goo Master has green copper primeval essence. A rank 2 Goo Master has red iron primeval essence. And a rank 3 Goo Master possesses white silver primeval essence. A portion of red iron essence is comparable to 10 portions of green copper essence. Similarly, a portion of white silver essence equals 10 portions of red iron essence. You must all remember that Goo are just tools that we use. Cultivation is the foundation of us Goo Masters. The higher your rank, the stronger the Goo you will be able to wield. In the next 3 months, whoever can take the lead and promote to rank 1 middle stage first will receive 30 primeval stones. At the same time, he will be able to choose his second Goo first. After these 3 months, we will elect a class monitor and 2 vice class monitors based on the results. The class monitor will enjoy a subsidy of 10 primeval stones, whereas the vice class monitors will have an allowance of 5 pieces. Alright, that's all for today. You may all leave. Time to elect a class monitor and a vice class monitor. Someone clenched their fists in excitement. The class monitor receives 10 primeval stones every 7 days, and the vice class monitor gets 5 pieces? If I'm able to be the first to reach rank 1 middle stage, I'll definitely be able to become the class monitor. Another had lights in his eyes. The primeval stones are not the important focus. What matters here is the position of class monitor and vice class monitor. It represents glory and places one's identity above others. When normal students see the class monitor, they must all bow and greet him. Gu Yue Mo Bei and Gu Yue Chi Cheng did not lack primeval stones, but they deemed the glory of the position very important. To become the class monitor, without mistake, it's the first person who promotes to rank 1 middle stage. That means when Big Brother sees me in the future, he would have to bow and automatically greet me. Hold up. Where is Big Brother? Gu Feng Zhen subconsciously looked back, but Feng Yuan's seat was empty. The students walked out of the academy. Where's Gu Feng Yuan? Gu Mo Bei wanted to look for Feng Yuan and ask him face to face. However, Feng Yuan was one step ahead and had long left. Sure looks like he ran away fast. Is he afraid? Looks like he just got lucky again in today's test. Gu Chi Cheng sneered. Whatever, it's just 10 primeval stones. I don't need to care about that small matter right now. What's important is to advance to the middle stage and get to be the class monitor. Gu Mo Bei narrowed his eyes, looking at the side where Gu Chi Cheng and Gu Feng Zhen were. These two figures were his real enemies, whereas Feng Yuan was just a small C-grade talent. He was not on par. In the first two times, Feng Yuan got lucky and got number one. However, this time, it's a cultivation test, and the focus is on talent of cultivation. When the talent is higher by a grade, the advantage becomes much greater. Gu Chi Cheng thought, depressed in his heart. His real grade was only C grade. It was only because of cheating that it let him gain the illusion of having a B grade. Just a mere class monitor and two vice class monitor positions got them itching their fists this much? Ha! How hot-blooded and naive they are at this age. Feng Yuan sneered as he leaned against the gateway of the academy. This so-called glory was just a valuable tool the upper levels used to motivate those below them. In the end, it was just a layer of illusionary glory. It was useless. His 500 years of experience had long allowed Feng Yuan to understand some of the secrets in life. Whether it came to a clan, a sect, or a demonic group, whether it was this world or Earth, all organizations were alike. The high and low positions were established, making the law of promotion clear, letting those in the organization climb up non-stop from the bottom, because chasing after profit is the nature of humanity. And positions of authority often make people feel superior, creating the illusion that oneself is living a more valuable life than others. Power is the carrot dangling in front of the donkey, the desires of humans stimulated by it, each of them securing their personal gains with someone with authority for it. Climbing up one level, there will always be a higher level. While they're busy curing favor for personal gain, their hard work will be squeezed out of them, and their value exploited by the upper position. In every organization with a chain of command, it is only there to give and serve to the upper ranks. The so-called class monitor and vice class monitor positions are like the smallest carrot, luring everyone else into the structure of the clan and to stop those below from realizing the truth. Those at the higher positions integrate shared values, clear-cutting the idea of glory, meritorious deeds, etc. The establishment of high and low positions are made along with unequal benefits. Sometimes the use of religion is done to dominate people's hearts. This is the real truth, yet it's a pity that too many people in this world don't understand that they foolishly work hard for others. And for every organization in this world, the most fundamental of its essence is just one thing: the redistribution of resources, where the higher the position, the more resources they can enjoy. In his previous life, Feng Yuan had founded the Bloodwing Demon Sect in the Middle Kingdom, where he taught up to tens of thousands of people. He erected the positions of demon soldiers, demon generals, demon sages, etc. Each position gave their corresponding benefits, letting countless people flock over like ducks. Letting Feng Yuan order them around, this kind of experience allowed Feng Yuan to understand clearly the way of thinking in this principle. Thus, any organization is just a representation, while the real basis is just one word: resources. Without food resources, one will die of starvation. Without water resources, one will die of thirst. Without cultivation resources, one will become weak and sooner or later be bullied to death. And for a Gu Master, primeval stones are the most important resource. Feng Yuan's two orbs were deep like an ancient pond, and as his mind reached this point, the corners of his lips curled up slightly, creating the outline of a sneer. He'd long left the academy, and right now he stood at the gate entrance of the school. He saw the first batch of students coming out, gradually walking closer towards him. It's Feng Yuan. What's he doing in the middle of the gate entrance? Every time I see his dead, dysfunctional state, I feel so pissed off. Don't worry about him. He's probably waiting for someone. The young teens paid no attention to him. Just as they were about to walk over, Feng Yuan strode across and blocked them. I'm plundering. Everyone must surrender a piece of primeval stone before they can leave. Reverend Insanity, Chapter 27. Outright extortion. The young teens were instantly shocked and angry. What? I didn't hear wrongly, did I? Feng Yuan, your head must have overheated and gone confused. You'd actually stand at the gates of the academy and blackmail us? Have you gone mad? Who gave you the guts to put your ideas on us? Scram, you petty C-grade. How dare you block my way? If you don't scram, I'll send you flying with my— Ugh! Feng Yuan suddenly lashed out, his right palm furiously cut forward, his movement quick and precise. The slice of his palm hit the left side of someone's neck. This unlucky teenager was totally not expecting Feng Yuan to suddenly attack him. While he was still cursing at Feng Yuan, he suddenly suffered a heavy blow, his two eyes instantly rolled up, and he fainted on the spot. Fuck, you actually dared to strike? The crowd jumped, the young teens subconsciously retreating backwards. Gu Beiju fainted. What do we do? Some of them were terrified and scared, shouting around in horror. What else can be done? There's so many of us and Feng Yuan is alone. We should all rush him together and beat him up. Some people were shouting, their rage erupting. That's right, he sure doesn't know his place. How he dares to provoke us by himself. He's definitely digging his own grave with his overambitiousness. Everyone, get on him together! Yet, before they could do anything, Feng Yuan had already struck. Striding forward a few steps, rushing into the group of teenagers, he slashed his palm, and the edge of his hand cut into a youth's neck. The young man rolled his eyes upward and fell. Ah! Another teen yelled loudly, swinging his fist at Feng Yuan, sweeping through the air. Feng Yuan lowered his body and dodged, then, lifting his leg, kicked the boy's crotch area. Ow! The youngster's loud roar was originally synonymous and indignant, but after he took the blow, his voice instantly rose higher and became a sharp shrill, filled with a kind of misery and pain. He covered his crotch area with his two hands, his knees giving way as he dropped to the ground. He rolled around on the floor, screaming loudly, the pain so great his entire body was covered in sweat. Feng Yuan swung his two fists around, like a tiger that had entered a flock of sheep. He'd 500 years of battle experience, and these youngsters were just a bunch of soft green kids. They'd only just started to cultivate not long ago. How could they possibly be his opponents? In the blink of an eye, Feng Yuan had already put down the entire group of young students. If they had not fainted, then they'd be lying on the ground, their pain making them drained, their bodies hurting all over. What's going on here? Gu Mo Bei arrived and exclaimed, seeing Feng Yuan standing at the entrance of the academy gates. He was surrounded by 5 to 6 students on the floor. This Feng Yuan, he wants to extort our primeval stones. One of them, lying on the floor, shouted angrily while clutching at his belly. Wow, you're still full of energy, huh? Feng Yuan's expression was flat as he kicked fiercely at the abdomen of the boy who had just yelled, Ow, ow, ow! The youngster immediately cried out in pain, his body curling up like a shrimp. Fear emerged from his face, his tears streaming down. He dared not speak again. As they saw this scene, the students that came over all felt Feng Yuan's fierce savageness and cruelty. Their hearts were throbbing. Alright, all of you. Be good and hand out 1 piece of primeval stone, then I'll let you go. Or else, these people on the ground here will be your fate. Feng Yuan made a big step forward, his tone callous. In your mother's face, you petty C-grade! You wouldn't even dare to win against me, a B-grade! Gu Mo Bei flew into a rage, swinging his fist as he rushed towards Feng Yuan. Before they knew it, with a slight turn of his ankle, Feng Yuan swerved gently sideways and let Mo Bei's fist fly past him. Then, stretching out his left hand, lifting the index and middle finger towards the center of Mo Bei's clavicle, accurately jabbing at the area below the throat. Mo Bei immediately blacked out, falling onto the ground with a thump, fainting on the spot. As they saw what had just happened, the young students that planned to rush forward quickly stopped, each of them releasing a mouthful of cold air. In the eyes of these youngsters, Feng Yuan's attacks were sudden and too profound to be understood. They hadn't paid attention to the basic martial arts, but in reality, it was vaguely mentioned during that class that the human body had many vulnerable parts, and several parts that Feng Yuan had struck were one of these vulnerable places. When these parts had been struck, it would easily make a person faint on the spot. A heavy blow would induce a life-threatening crisis. However, Feng Yuan had proper restraint when he attacked. Those he'd tackled down were either knocked down or suffering an immense pain, losing the ability for combat in a short amount of time. There was no one who was really seriously injured. This was the terror of 500 years' worth of combat experience. Are you going to give me your stones or not? Feng Yuan did a step forward, forcing the other youths. They looked at each other for a moment, then half of them gritted their teeth, while the other half roared angrily, all of them swarming towards Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan danced about while striking at the same time. His cultivation base was lowly, but his realm was still there. His heart was cold as ice, his movements quick and precise. After a few breaths, bodies fell down on the ground again and again. It's too vicious, too terrible. They're not all gonna die, are they? There were still a few young girls left behind. Not rushing forward, their eyes were open wide, and after seeing what had happened so far, their bodies trembled more and more. Feng Yuan swept his gaze over to them, their faces turning pale, as they quickly waved their hands and retreated. No, don't come over. We surrender. We surrender. We surrender the stones. After Feng Yuan received a few pieces of primeval stones, he let them go without struggle. They stumbled out of the academy gateway, while in succession several students came over. To leave the academy, this gateway was the only route. With Feng Yuan blocking this path, he'd be able to block out all of the students. Damn, what's going on? A new wave of students stared in amazement. Isn't that Guyue Mo Bei? Guyue Chi Cheng stared at the unconscious Mo Bei on the floor, his eyes wide, his mouth agape. When Feng Yuan opened his mouth and spoke, the youngsters were instantly angered and they attacked him. Then, they all fell. Sir Elder, we're just going to keep watching all of this and not stop them? What if someone loses their life? How are we going to salvage the matter? The guards were worried. Some of the guards were indignant, saying, This Feng Yuan has too much guts. He'd actually dare to extort his classmates at the academy school grounds under our eyelids? This is acting with utter disregard of the law and discipline. As long as Sir gives the command, we subordinates will take away this kid. The violent matter of Feng Yuan blocking the gateway and openly extorting his classmates had long attracted attention since the beginning. But mortal guards had no right to punish the students, so they could only go first to the Academy Elder and report. When the Academy Elder heard the news, he didn't immediately command them to stop it. Instead, he went up to the pavilion and observed from afar. Looks like this child has fighting talent. The longer the Academy Elder watched, the more interested he felt. Feng Yuan's use of the Moonblade today had already caused some uncertainty in the Elder. Right now, as he watched Feng Yuan with his strength alone, making an enemy out of the entire batch of students, bearing a sort of unstoppable fighting style of graceful demeanor, with this, the doubts in his heart were cleared. In this world, there were always those who were particularly keen and sharp towards battling. These were hidden gifts. They were always good at fighting. They loved a good battle. In battles, they were often inspired, often creating surprising and even unbelievable accomplishments. Ah, he's a natural battle Gu master. Pity, though. His talent's only C grade. In the end, he just lacks one step of a grade. The Academy Elder heaved a sigh. Sir, are you not going to stop this farce? Letting him go on with this nonsense? I'm afraid the consequences wouldn't be too good. The guards beside him had worried expressions on their faces. Reverend Insanity, Chapter 28. Capital Free Business. Why, stop it! The Academy Elder lifted his eyebrows and laughed. Lifting a finger, he pointed at Feng Yuan, who was far away, and said, This young man's already taken control of the entire situation. His attacks are fully restrained. Look at the way he cuts at the neck. He only acts on the left or right side, but never cutting at the nape. This is because he knows that striking the neck at the sides can make a person faint on the spot. Meanwhile, attacking the area on the back of the head would cause death. So he automatically abandoned that way of attacking. Look at all those U's on the ground there. Which one of them's actually heavily injured? None. Even if they were badly hurt, so what? You say in our academy's treatment Gu masters wouldn't be able to cure this sort of traumatic wound? But, Sir Elder, that child's just too arrogant. He blocked the entrance. This is obviously not acknowledging our existence as guards. Being ignored isn't the main problem, though. The important matter is how the clan will think of our academy. To actually allow a small, petty C-grade student to make a fuss in the academy and not stop it? If word goes out, we're afraid this might affect your reputation, Sir Elder. The guard squinted as he said this. In reality, it's because you were all disregarded by the boy, so your own dignity feels challenged, huh? The Academy Elder was not too happy. He sneered and shot a gaze as sharp as a sword edge at the guards. They all lowered their heads, all of them disagreeing. What's wrong with fighting? As long as their lives are not lost, it'll stir up the competitive side of the students and temper their will to fight. To stop this kind of fight is to stifle the students' fighting passion. Was there no fighting in the past batches? Every batch had their own battles, and it happened very often. The only difference was it usually happened in the latter half of the year, when the students had already mastered some means of fighting. With strength, they itched to fight, and at the same time, it was an aggressive age. Why didn't you stop those people back then? The Academy Elder questioned in a cold voice. Maybe it's because the fights in the previous years were all single battles. There were rarely huge-scale fights like this one, and this Fang Yuan is really good at creating a disturbance, the chief of the guards replied. No, the Academy Elder shook his head. That was because you all didn't dare to stop it. Because after half a year, a Gu Master will have the ability to fight beyond a mortal's strength. And with your petty mortal bodies, how are you supposed to stop it? Right now, you all want to stop Feng Yuan. Perhaps it's because he just started cultivating, so he doesn't have enough power. It's also because you feel he ignored your existence and offended your dignity. But you all must remember, these students all bear the surname Gu Yue. They are my Gu Yue clan members, your masters. Even if they're still of young age, no matter how weak they are, they're still your masters. The elder's tone had turned sharply. Your surnames are not Gu Yue, so what's your worth? Because of your loyalty, you were all given position of guards, rewarding you with some sweet benefits, but in reality, you're all just slaves. Just slaves! A slave dare give preposterous opinions about their masters, caring about the matters of their masters? The elder's face was like dark water. This was not your subordinate's idea, not my meaning. I wouldn't dare. The guards were all ashen-faced as they knelt on the ground, spouting non-stop. The Academy Elder gave a cold snort and pointed at the chief guard, who'd just called Feng Yuan a person good at creating disturbances. You gave an outrageous comment on your master. You're relieved of your position. After a while, the elder said to the others, after half a month, there'll be a re-examination to determine the new chief. The other guards immediately had eyes that shone, their hearts pumping with enthusiasm. The position of chief of the guard. Every month they'll be able to receive half a primeval stone more. To be able to become the chief is to become a man above men. Aside from the masters, I dare to see who else would show displeasure at me. If I become the chief, how cool would that be? Alright, what are you all pestling here for? Get downstairs and wait for the battle to end, then sweep up the field, the Academy Elder roared. Yes. Your subordinate takes his leave. The guards left in reverence and awe. As they went down, one of the guards on the stairs lost his footing and fell down. Immediately there was a series of sounds implicating a chain of people falling and knocking down. However, under the Academy Elder's power and influence, the guards reddened their faces and endured the suffering, not letting out a single noise. Those minions are just like dogs. Every once in a while they get this itch to misbehave and you have to smack them so they know fear and respect. Then just throw them some small victories and bones and let them fight amongst themselves like the dogs they are, letting them compete amongst themselves to serve my clan with their life. To hold a stick in one hand and a carrot in the other. This is the unique way of the upper echelons. As the Academy Elder heard the quiet movement below, he sneered in his heart and turned his head. Looking through the window at the school gates, a fresh group of 10 or so students were on the ground at the entrance. Feng Yuan stood proudly, and there were 3 young girls back to back huddling at the side opposite him. You better not come over. If you come over, we'll shoot you with the moonblade. In their hands was a layer of blue radiance. It seemed like they were compelled to the point that they would actually mobilize their primeval essence and use the moonlight goo. Feng Yuan's body was still that of a normal 15-year-old boy, and if they attacked him with the Moonblade, it wouldn't do him any good. Yet, he wasn't afraid. Instead, he sneered at them and walked step by step towards the girls. You girls have pretty big guts, huh? Have you forgotten the rules of this school? Inside the academy, fighting using Gu is forbidden, or else the penalty will be expulsion. If you girls want to be expelled, then just do it. This... The young girls hesitated. Indeed, there was such a rule. The blue light in their hands faded away. Feng Yuan's eyes flashed as he caught this opening. Dashing forward, his palms waved in the air, cutting down two of them without a shadow of a doubt. Being the last one, her morale dropped. Her knees turned weak, she collapsed to the ground, crying heavily, begging Feng Yuan. Don't come over, Feng Yuan. Please let me go. Feng Yuan stared down at the young girl with a condescending look, his cold voice sounding in her ears. A piece of primeval stone, please. The girl's body fluttered, and she quickly opened her money pouch. Realization taking hold of her, she took out 3 to 4 pieces of primeval stones and held them in her palm, stretching out her hand to Feng Yuan. Don't hit me, please. I'll give them all to you. I'll give you all my stones. Feng Yuan was expressionless. As he slowly reached out with his right hand, he lifted his forefinger and thumb, gently pinching a piece of primeval stone from the girl's hand. The young maiden could not stop trembling. Feng Yuan's hand had a youth's pale and slender form, but in her eyes, his hand was horrifying, like a ferocious claw of terror. I've said it earlier, I will only take 1 piece of primeval stone. Feng Yuan paused for a moment, then he said plainly, You may leave. The girl stared at Feng Yuan for a good while. Then, she finally got up. Her limbs were still weak, and she couldn't properly stand. Her heart was already full of fear towards Feng Yuan, and she was afraid to the point that she could not muster a single breath of energy. When the Academy Elder saw this, he couldn't help but shake his head. One of the reasons he remained an observer was to borrow the chance to see each of the students' respective fighting talents. This girl who collapsed on the ground was only a C-grade talent, but with this kind of mentality, she could only become a logistics Gu master. She'd be able to be productive to the clan, but there was no expectation for her to be on the battlefield. As for this Feng Yuan, the Academy Elder rubbed his chin together, his eyes squinting with a flash of light. He felt that Feng Yuan was very interesting. Not only did Feng Yuan possess fighting talent, he even had a sense of propriety. To just extort a piece of primeval stone was not beyond the bounds in the Elder's heart. But if Feng Yuan wanted to blackmail 2 pieces, that would be too much, and he'd need to intervene. The Academy's allowance was originally 3 pieces. To have a piece taken away would still be considered harmless, but if he extorted away 2 stones, then what was the point of giving out subsidy? He might as well just give everything to Feng Yuan. Then the last group of students arrived. There were only 5 people, and among them was Feng Yuan's twin younger brother. Big brother, how could you be like this? You're just too bold to actually beat up your classmates at the gates and take away their primeval stones? Guyue Feng Zhen was wide-eyed as he looked at the scene. He couldn't believe that he was actually seeing us before him. I advise you to quickly go to the Academy Elder and take the initiative to admit your mistake. Or else, with you making such a huge matter, it's not a joke. You might actually just get expelled. Feng Yuan laughed and said, You're right. Feng Zhen heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing that his older brother hadn't gone insane and could still be persuaded, that was good. But quickly after, he heard Feng Yuan say again, Every one of you, a piece of primeval stone. What? Feng Zhen opened his mouth wide with surprise. Even I need to pay up? My dearest little brother, of course, you can choose not to. Feng Yuan's tone was very gentle. But you will end up just like them, he said, pointing to those fallen on the ground. Some of them had fainted and some were moaning in pain. Even his younger brother isn't spared? This Feng Yuan is crazy, too vicious. We can't defeat him. A wise man doesn't fight when the odds are against him. We better hand it over and overcome the trouble. That's right, we'll just pass up the primeval stones first. It's just 1 piece anyway. When we go back and report this to the teachers, he'll be getting it. With the lesson drawn from their classmates' mistakes, The remaining youngsters obediently accepted Feng Yuan's blackmail with gazes of defiance. Hold up! Just as they were about to leave, Feng Yuan shouted at them to halt. Feng Yuan, are you actually going back on your word? The youth started to become nervous. Feng Yuan faced the teenagers on the ground gently, sighing. Do you guys really think that I would squat down and search through your bodies one by one? The youth stared blankly, then they were hit by the realization one by one, each of them turning red in the face. They stood at the spot hesitantly. Feng Yuan stared at them, narrowing his eyes. There was a flash of cold light in his gaze. Immediately, the 5 youngsters felt their heart beating fast, their scalps going numb at the same time. All right, Feng Yuan, we understand your meaning. We'll help you just this once. Under Feng Yuan's despotic aura, they could only lower their heads and search through each of the young teens' money pouches on the ground, taking out a piece of primeval stone from each bag. Then, they brought it together and passed it to Feng Yuan. The entire class had a total of 57 people. By extorting a piece of primeval stone from every single one of them, Feng Yuan held 56 pieces. He originally had 20 pieces, but he spent 10 to buy a few jars of green bamboo wine. Adding the total number of primeval stones from his own allowance, the reward, and the extortion, the total number of primeval stones he had in his possession amounted up to 79 pieces. This sort of capital-free business that consists of extortion and plundering is really most profitable. Feng Yuan pocketed his money pouch that had suddenly expanded greatly in his bosom, then strutted away, leaving behind a floor of teenagers lying like corpses on the ground. And a few teenagers, Feng Zhen among them, blankly stared after Feng Yuan's gradually disappearing shadow. Get out there, fast! All of you, faster, faster! Arrange the little master's property. The treatment Gu master, where's he at? Ask him to come over immediately. The guards were yelling as they rushed forward, falling over each other in the eagerness to present themselves. They willingly gave their all for the small position of being the chief guard. Reverend Insanity, Chapter 29. Unscrupulous. Put all the wine jars under the bed. Feng Yuan pointed and directed 4 workers from the inn. In each man's hands were jars of green bamboo wine. Right after Feng Yuan successfully extorted his peers, he went to the inn, buying 20 jars in one go. Each jar of green bamboo wine cost 2 primeval stones, and Feng Yuan pumped in 40 primeval stones for the sake of the liquor worm. The money pouch that had just bulged out not too long ago deflated by half in an instant, leaving 39 pieces of primeval stones behind. However, it was well worth the money. With this wine, he would be able to support the liquor worm for a long time. All right, the workers immediately replied. They would not dare to show a hint of disrespect to a Gu master. Add on to the fact that Feng Yuan had bought so much wine, he could be said as the inn's biggest customer. With just a casual word before the innkeeper, the workers had easily been able to put down their current activities and workload. After the inn servants left, Feng Yuan closed the dormitory door and sat cross-legged on his bed. It was already nighttime. The stars and moon in the sky were bright, and the night breeze flowed with a hint of scented fragrance. There was no light in the room. Feng Yuan calmed his state of mind, letting his focus slip into his primeval sea. The waves of the primeval sea rose and fell, the seawater giving out a green copper-colored light. Every drop of seawater was the green copper primeval essence that a rank 1 Gu master specially had. The primeval sea took up 44% of the entire aperture. This was Feng Yuan's sea-grade talent's limitation. The 4 walls of the aperture were a thin layer of white light, supporting and encasing the aperture. In the sky above the primeval sea there was nothing. The spring-autumn cicada had already hidden itself away under Feng Yuan's command, restoring itself under a deep sleep. Floating on the primeval sea was a cute and chubby white liquor worm. It frisked about, its heart content on the seawater, sometimes diving into the sea, other times shaking its head and tail, splashing and splattering water droplets all around. Feng Yuan sent a thought through his mind, and the liquor worm immediately responded. It stopped playing and curled up into the shape of a rice dumpling. Leisurely floating through the air, it rose up to the middle of the aperture and out of the green copper sea. Go. Feng Yuan mobilized a tenth of his primeval essence, transforming it into a narrow flow, thrusting it all into the liquor worm. The liquor worm was already refined by him, so this time it didn't resist. It took in the entire jet of primeval essence and absorbed it all into its body. Immediately, the sea surface dropped by a small cut. The curled up liquor worm turned the primeval essence into a driving force and began to radiate out white light. Inside, the soft light and enshrouding mist of wine fumes were gradually produced, finally converging into a pale white wine mist. The wine mist was marvelous. It wasn't drifting apart, instead, it enveloped around the liquor worm. Rise. Feng Yuan gave a thought, transferring another 10% of his primeval essence. The green copper seawater dove into the wine mist. As the mist melted into the water, it gradually lessened, and eventually there was no trace of it left. As for that 10% of green copper primeval essence, it also lost a general volume and was left with around 5%. However, this 5% of primeval essence was even more condensed than before. The original primeval essence was a jade green giving out a copper luster. Right now, although this new primeval essence had the same copper luster, the green was a darker shade. It was a pale green. Pale green colored primeval essence was the essence that only a rank 1 middle stage Gu Master would have. The liquor worm's use was to condense the primeval essence and increase it by a small realm's rank. A Gu Master had 9 great realms, from the bottom, rank 1, rank 2, all the way to the top, rank 9. Every great realm was split into 4 smaller realms, which were initial stage, middle stage, upper stage, and peak stage. Right now, Feng Yuan was only rank 1 initial stage, but with the liquor worm's help, he had 5% of a rank 1 middle stage Gu Master's primeval essence. If I want to condense 5% of middle stage primeval essence, I need to use 20% of initial stage primeval essence, and considering the fact that I want to convert all 44% of my primeval C into middle stage essence, I'd need to use around 180% of initial stage essence. To reach this target as soon as possible, I'm going to need to borrow the help of primeval stones. As he thought of this, Feng Yuan opened his eyes and took out a complete primeval stone the size of a duck egg from his bag. The stone was a sort of ellipsoid shape, translucent gray. As the natural essence inside it was consumed, its size would continue shrinking. His right hand slowly closed around the stone. He tightly clenched it in his palm, absorbing the natural essence inside the stone. Continuously replenishing his own aperture, the level of the sea surface that had fallen slowly began to rise. The primeval stone was meant to be used. Feng Yuan wasn't stingy one bit, and he would not save it up. I don't have someone backing me up, and I don't have the support from my friends and family. Thus, I can only rely on extortion and plundering. Today was just the first time, but after this, every 7 days when the academy gives out the school allowance, I must continue blocking the academy gates. Robbing and blackmailing only once would not satisfy Feng Yuan's appetite. In a Gu Master's cultivation, the primeval stone was the most scarce thing. As for the consequences of his plundering actions, Feng Yuan was not the least worried. This world wasn't the same as Earth. On Earth, schools would always prohibit fights to mainly stabilize harmony, but in this world, fighting was the main theme. No matter a Gu Master or common mortal, they would fight for survival. Sometimes it would be a fight against a scary wild beast, sometimes a battle against the raging weather, and other times it could be a fight against other Gu Masters for resources. As a result, moderate fighting was instead encouraged and advocated by the people. From young to old, from simple brawls to battles determining life and death, this was the portrayal of most of the human lives here. The surface of this world was boundless. Just the southern border alone that Feng Yuan was in now was bigger than 7 to 8 times the entire surface of Earth itself. The living environment here was hostile and cruel, so humans would often construct mountain villages and form clans, holding up together. Every now and again there might be waves of beasts or perhaps extremely bad weather assaulting a village. The Gu Master would become the core force of the village's protection, and every year the situation of attrition would become more and more serious. Surviving required men of strong fighting will. A clan needed battle Gu Masters, there were never too many. Moreover, Feng Yuan's attacks were within the proper limit. He never attacked the lower jaw. This would easily cause the skull to fracture and cause the loss of human life. He also never struck the back of the head. When fighting, he didn't use his fists or elbows or even jabbed with his fingers, instead, using his palms. The number of kicks he used could also be numbered. The students that fell were not heavily injured, at most, they were lightly wounded. Feng Yuan was not bloodthirsty. He just treated killing as a type of means. Every time he acted, he would have a clear goal. Whatever the type of method, whichever would let him reach his goal the fastest, he would use it. In other words, he was unscrupulous in doing things. The clouds floated over, covering the moonlight, a shadow enveloping the Guyue village. The watchman banged his clappers, prompting people to know that it was already deep in the night. Be careful of fires, be on guard of beast assaults, as well as the possibility of foreign Gu Masters sneaking into the village. There were still a lot of lights in the village. In the Qi family branch, Guyue Qilian stayed in his study, the lights radiantly bright. This high authority old man spoke with a gentle tone, expressing sympathy as he asked his own grandson Guyue Qicheng, "I heard you were beaten up by that Feng Yuan today." Guyue Qicheng had a black right eye, and he angrily said, "Yes, Grandpa, that Feng Yuan is just a petty Seagrade, yet he dared to act so arrogant. He blocked all of us at the entrance, not caring about the friendly sentiments of his classmates. He robbed us of our primeval stones. What's more, the academy just opened one eye and closed one other over the incident. It was only when Feng Yuan strode away that the guards hurried over. Grandpa, this time you have to help me expel this angry resentment of mine." Instead, Guyue Qilian shook his head. "This is between you and your juniors. You were blackmailed to lose a piece of primeval stone, and you did not suffer any heavy injuries. Grandpa cannot act without any justifiable excuse, and even if you were heavily wounded, I would not stand up for you. Do you understand why?" Guyue Qicheng was stunned. He struggled to think, and after a long while he hesitantly said, "Grandpa, I think I understand your meaning. You're hoping that I will rely on my own strength to find a way, right?" "You only understood one aspect." Guyue Qilian nodded his head and added, "You must remember you are not an individual representative, but you are the image on behalf of our Qi family branch. For many years we've confronted the Mo family branch, and your every move will represent the hope of the future of the Qi family. Grandpa may help you in the shadows, but you must stand up and erect a self-reliant and strong image. Otherwise, the elders who are supporting our family will not see the hope for our future, and they will abandon the Qi family." As he said this, Guyue Qilian heaved a sigh. "This is also why your grandpa helped you to cheat, and let you impersonate a B-grade talent. Our Qi family needs a strong successor to hold on to those who are supporting us." Guyue Qicheng was then enlightened. "Grandpa, I understand now." Guyue Qilian shook his head. "Just understanding won't do you any good. You must work hard. Feng Yuan is just a small trouble. Next, you must study hard and train diligently on your basic martial arts, and get your dignity back. At the same time, don't forget to work hard on cultivation, promoting to middle stage as soon as possible. The best you can do now is win the position of class monitor. This will be a great honor and kind of help to our Qi family." "All right, Grandpa," Guyue Qicheng replied loudly. "Haha, that's the spirit. That's how the heir of our Qi branch should be like. Grandson, work hard and work well. I will do my best to help you." Reverend Insanity, Chapter 30. "Feng Yuan, you're robbing again?" almost at the same moment in another place. Honorary father and mother, that's pretty much how things went. Feng Zhen stood straight, his tone respectful and cautious. In the hall, Feng Yuan's uncle, Gu Dong too, as well as his aunt, sat in their wide-back huge chairs, frowning. Aunt gnawed her teeth. While feeling injustice for Feng Zhen and at the same time gloating over the matter, she said, Feng Yuan, that bastard son! Him extorting others is one thing, but to think he wouldn't even spare his own younger brother? How heartless and unfeeling! However, this time, with such a huge crime, I'd expect he'd be expelled from the academy soon after this. That's enough. You should talk less. Uncle heaved a deep sigh and told Feng Zhen, You only lost a piece of primeval stone. Don't worry. Go to the treasury and pick up a new stone. There is no business for you here now. You must go and work hard on cultivating. With your A-grade talent, becoming the first middle stage Gu Master is a huge possibility. Do not waste the talent that heaven has blessed you with. For your mother and I look forward to seeing you become number one. Yes, father and mother. Your son takes his leave. Feng Zhen left with a heart full of trepidation. He secretly thought, Big Brother robbed all those students when he blocked the academy gates today. He created such a terrible aftermath, I'm afraid he might really be expelled. If that happens, should I plead his case for him? Two voices appeared in his head. One voice said, No need to plead for him. He even robbed your own primeval stone away from you, even though you were his own younger brother. Even if he was expelled, that was his own fault. If heaven commits a sin, it can be forgiven, but if one commits a sin himself, he deserves to die. The other voice said, But he is your very own older brother. He shares a similar face, his blood thicker than water. All right, even if you don't acknowledge him, you must still plead his case. If you don't do so, how will the outsiders look at you? I'm afraid they might think of you as a heartless, ungrateful person. Seeing Feng Zhen leave the hall, Aunt couldn't help but exclaim happily, Husband, because we cut off Feng Yuan's living expenses, that little bastard finally couldn't stand it and went off and committed such a huge error. To actually dare to block the academy gates and fight in public? Not to mention extortion, this is the equivalent of provoking the academy elder. Dare I say, the time for him getting expelled seems very near. However, Uncle shook his head. You think too simply of things. Feng Yuan won't be expelled. In fact, there may not be any punishment. Why? Aunt was puzzled. Uncle snorted. Brawls and fights are encouraged, as long as there's no heavy consequences. Did any of these students actually die in the fight? No. Aunt refused to comply. Husband, how would you know there weren't any casualties? There are always accidents happening from fighting. Uncle closed his eyes, leaning against the back of his chair. Woman, you are really naive. Do you think the Academy Elder is just for show? When did the guards start acting? They came out at the last moment. This means that the entire scene was under control. If someone was heavily injured, they would have rushed out a long time ago, not at the last moment. You are not a Gu Master, so you wouldn't understand. The Academy does not forbid brawls among the students, but in fact they maintain and encourage it. The more brawls there are, the more helpful it will be for battles. Some students can even create strong bonds through fighting. The elders will not pressure this. It's already a routine. If anyone wants to take action on behalf of their offspring, it would break the rules. Aunt was dumbfounded as she heard this, and she replied in an unsatisfied manner, Then nothing's going to happen to Feng Yuan, who just robbed away such a huge amount of primeval stones? He's just going to be let go like that, with such a big number of stones. It would bring a lot of help to his cultivation, now wouldn't it? Uncle opened his eyes, his face cloudy. What else do you want me to do? Are you expecting me to go over there by myself and snatch away all his primeval stones? This matter is not something we can't exploit. For Feng Yuan to rob and extort his own younger brother Feng Zhen, this is the key to his fall. Feng Zhen is an A-grade talent. He will definitely be stronger than Feng Yuan one day. We will use this matter to divide and sow discord in Feng Zhen. We will lead Feng Zhen away from his brother for our own use. And with that, 3 days passed. The disturbance that Feng Yuan caused from his robbery and extortion did not spread or grow bigger, but instead gradually died down. No elders broke the rules and came to find trouble for Feng Yuan, and the academy elder naturally closed one eye and opened another, acting like nothing happened. Although in this period of time, there were 2 to 3 youngsters who refused to accept the truth of having their stones taken, and they challenged Feng Yuan. But after Feng Yuan knocked them all down easily, everyone became aware that if they did not train hard in the martial arts, they would never beat Feng Yuan. And among the teenagers, a burst of mass fervor towards training hard in the martial arts erupted. The martial arts instructor was overjoyed. He'd never seen a batch of students so enthusiastic and dedicated towards the martial arts. Before this, when he taught, the students would all lack interest, yawning all day, but right now, they would constantly seek advice, eyes brimming with radiating vigor. The academy elder specifically came over to inquire about this situation. The martial arts instructor had an excited tone as he reported, "The students have all been showing unexpected enthusiasm, and this change, it's just too great. Only one student among them, called Feng Yuan, remains as lazy as ever." The academy elder laughed and patted his shoulder. He said, "This student you speak of is the cause of the other student's transformation." The martial arts instructor was puzzled, but of course the changes were more than this. After the incident, Feng Yuan had undoubtedly become public enemy number 1 of the entire student batch. Everyone was hostile towards him, and he was isolated. No longer did anyone speak to him, and no one greeted him. The youths exerted full force, training their basic techniques even in private. With their parents' and elders' encouragement and inspirations, they had all decided that they must reclaim their honor by their own hands. Under the calm surface, an undercurrent was surging. After 4 days passed, the academy elder passed out the primeval stone allowance once more, and the time for Feng Yuan to act came again. "Feng Yuan, once wasn't enough for you? You still want to rob away our primeval stones? Again?" The students were shocked and angry as Feng Yuan blocked them at the gates once more. Feng Yuan stood in the middle of the entrance, his hands behind his back, his expression cold and tone flat. "1 piece of primeval stone per person, and you'll be spared physical pain." "Feng Yuan, your bullying is excessive. I want to challenge you." Gu Mo Bei roared angrily, coming out first. "Oh." Feng Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Mo Bei raised his fist, rushing forward. After a few rounds, he fainted onto the ground. "Mo Bei, you're too useless! Watch me!" Gu Chi Cheng yelled loudly, dashing towards Feng Yuan. After a transition of attack and defense, he joined after Mo Bei's footsteps. Feng Yuan's battle experience was 10,000 times more than theirs. Although he'd only started cultivating, every force he inflicted was properly used. Meanwhile, this bunch of students had only just started their journey. If they came at him together, they might still be able to bring him a little trouble, but with each of them coming up to challenge him one by one, it was more relaxing than the first time of extortion. After 15 minutes, Feng Yuan leisurely walked away with a bulging money bag, leaving behind a floor full of youths. Some of them were lying motionless, some holding their bellies or clutching their crotch as they moaned and howled. "Brothers, time to come and sweep the field! Fast!" the guards shouted as they all rushed over. Reverend Insanity, Chapter 31. "Feng Yuan, you're in huge trouble. I've trained hard in the basic martial arts for 7 consecutive days. But to think I only managed to endure 2 strikes from Feng Yuan until I lost consciousness? Shame, unforgivable shame!" Gu Mo Bei exclaimed, full of anguish and regret. In the family garden, he faced the wooden puppet, unleashing punches and kicks that resulted in resounding echoes. Suddenly, he heard a laughing voice. "Little brother, do you have such a deep hatred for the puppet? Why the great resentment?" Upon hearing this familiar voice, Gu Mo Bei relaxed and stopped his attacks. He turned his head Sister, you're back. Uh-huh. The family council sent me out for an investigation mission, which lasted more than 10 days. Guyue Mo Yan laughingly replied she was Mo Bei's blood-related sister, a rank 2 middle-stage Gu master. But soon her face turned grim, her eyes sharply gazing at Mo Bei. Brother, what's the matter with those bruises on their face? Who bullied you? Oh, it's nothing. I accidentally tripped and fell. A hint of panic flashed across Mo Bei's face as he came up with an excuse. He didn't wish for his sister to know of such an embarrassing event, the truth of the Mo family's future heir, and the family head. Guyue Mo Chen's beloved grandson, consecutively knocked out twice in combat. But the fortunate thing was that he wasn't the only unlucky one. The others had suffered as well. Oh, if that's the case, then you have to be more careful. And as for your combat training, this simply won't do. You do not have a goo that enhances your defense right now. Use thick towels to cover yourself. This will protect your limbs from getting hurt. Guyue Mo Yan instructed before leaving. Hello, young miss. Good morning, young miss. Young miss is back. Your servant greets you, miss. Guyue Mo Yan hastily walked with a cold demeanor, and the servants she met on the way bowed and paid respects to her without fail. She walked straight to the study room. Without any warning, Mo Yan pushed open the door and entered through. Inside the room, Guyue Mo Chen was practicing his calligraphy art, his back facing her. You're back, Guyue Mo Chen asked directly without turning his body. After investigating for half a month, what is the situation with the wolves' den? How'd you know it was me, grandfather? Mo Yan gasped, slightly taken aback. The entire family, you're the only person that dares enter my room without knocking on the door. Who else would it be besides you, my beloved granddaughter? Guyue Mo Chen reprimanded, although his face showed traces of concern and warmth. He looked at Mo Yan with a smile. Mo Yan pouted. When it comes to doting, you actually adore little brother more. However, since he's the future family head, you're more strict on him so others can't sense your concern for him. After a while, she asked, Grandfather, little brother was beaten up. I asked him and he lied about the situation, so I had no other choice but to ask you. Guyue Mo Chen's face turned serious. You've not answered my question. He put down his brush and sat down. Mo Yan reluctantly reported, The wolves' den is almost full, so according to the current rate of breeding speed, although there won't be an outbreak this year, there will definitely be a wolf tide next year at our mountain village. Guyue Mo Chen inquired again. Genuinely, there's an outbreak every 3 years, so this is no surprise. However, within that horde, how many Thundercrown wolves were there? Around 3. Guyue Mo Chen nodded, feeling assured. The Thundercrown wolves were the head of the pack, and they were the most troublesome to deal with during an outbreak. 3 wasn't a large number, since Qingma Mountain had 3 clan villages, each village could handle 1 wolf, and the pressure of the outbreak would be greatly reduced. Grandfather, you haven't told me about my little brother's matter yet, Mo Yan pursued again. Oh, I suppose there's no matter telling you, but he was beaten up. First time 7 days ago, and the second time today. It happened in front of the school gates. He was beaten until he sprawled on the ground and fainted on both occasions. Guyue Mo Chen laughingly replied. Who has the guts to knock out my little brother? Mo Yan stared wide-eyed. He's a classmate of Mo Bei, called Feng Yuan. He fights really well. Guyue Mo Chen snickered. Guyue Mo Yan's eyes grew larger. She was perplexed as she replied, Grandfather, what are you saying? He's your own blood-related grandson. Guyue Mo Chen stared deeply at his granddaughter and spoke meaningfully. Mo Yan, my dear, you're a girl, so you might not understand. Defeat and humiliation only serve as fuel for improvement. Without failure, one can never develop and grow into a true, mature man. Mo Bei was defeated, and that's his own failure. Once he wakes up, he will ask fighting techniques from the teachers. This is a sort of improvement, and this improvement comes from Feng Yuan, who beat him into the dirt. And as his sister, if you really care and want to protect your brother, you shouldn't interfere with his growth. Feng Yuan is just a boy with a C-grade talent, while Mo Bei has B-grade. With us supporting him, he will step over Feng Yuan and drive him into the ground eventually. Leave this opponent to Mo Bei. In a woman's life, she needs a family and a lover, but for a man, a family is not a necessity. Yet what he cannot lack is a rival. Don't find trouble with Feng Yuan, you hear me? This is a matter between the youths. If you get involved, it will be perceived as bullying. Breaking the rules like that will cause our Mo family to be looked down upon. Mo Yan gasped wordlessly, but under Guyue Mo Chen's gaze, she finally lowered her head. Yes, grandfather, your granddaughter understands. She staggered out of the study room, but even Guyue Mo Chen didn't notice her eyes shining ominously. Grandfather, this might be your way of loving your grandson, but I, Mo Yan, have my own methods. Mo Yan's heart had already developed different plans. In the inn's dining room, several tables were occupied and people were having dinner. Thus, the environment was actually rather lively. One or two waiters served dishes rapidly, traversing between the tables. Feng Yuan sat at the table near the windows. He ordered a few dishes while gazing out at the sunset. The sunset looked like fire, slowly burning away. Half the sun already set, it longingly gazed over the lands, its afterglow being the sun's reluctance. Far up the mountain, it was already veiled by the sleeping nightfall. The streets nearby gathered full of people going home. Some of them were barefoot, some muddy farmers, some of them herb pickers, some hunters holding mountain pheasants, wild boars and other animals, and some were Gu masters, wearing blue robes, looking clean and spirited, a headband and waist belt complementing their appearance. The belts had a specific function. For a rank 1 Gu master, it was a blue belt, with a bronze plate on the front showing the number 1. For a rank 2 Gu master, their belt was red, the plate on the front steel, and the middle showing the number 2. Sitting at the side of the window, Feng Yuan observed that there were 6 to 7 rank 1 Gu masters, and they were mostly young men. There was also a rank 2 Gu master, a middle-aged man. As for rank 3 Gu masters, they were the family elders, and 4th rank would be the clan head, the lord of the village. Rank 5 Gu masters were hardly ever seen. In the entire history of the Guyue clan, there was only the 1st generation clan head and the 4th generation clan head who had reached such a level. Actually, finding out a clan's strength is very simple. Just find a spot in the village, settle down, and observe the people for a few hours. See how many rank 1 and rank 2 Gu masters there are, and you'll be able to see the clan's strength and wealth. Feng Yuan came to a conclusion with his accumulated knowledge of 500 years. Using the Guyue village as an example, there's around 20 people walking in the streets. 6 are Gu masters, and in these 6, there's about a 50% chance of one being a rank 2. With this strength and capital, the Guyue clan managed to monopolize one of the best resource locations in Qingmao Mountain. But the mountain itself was just a small corner in the entire area of the southern border. The Guyue clan could only be considered a middle low-tier clan. I've just started my cultivation, and with rank 1 initial stage, I don't have the qualification to roam the southern border. I'd need at least rank 3 cultivation to be able to further roam the world. Feng Yuan sighed as he consumed his dinner. Qingmao Mountain was just too small. It couldn't contain his ambitions, and he was determined to leave. Ah, Guyue Feng Yuan, I've finally found you. At this moment, a middle-aged man laughed deviously as he approached. Feng Yuan turned slightly to see a man with yellowish skin and hanging brows. He had a huge body size and developed muscles. He strode several steps to Feng Yuan, his arms folded, proudly staring at the youth, who was still consuming his dinner, with a hint of hostility. Feng Yuan, you've gotten yourself into huge trouble, don't you know that? Ha ha ha! You dared to hit our young master of the Mo family, and now our young miss is here to settle the score with you. The middle-aged man snickered continuously. He constantly stared and sized up Feng Yuan, faintly emitting a threatening aura. Reverend Insanity Chapter 32. Making Fun. If a normal person was stared at by this middle-aged man, they'd probably develop fear in their hearts. However, Feng Yuan lost interest immediately after looking at him for a second and continued focusing on his meal, treating the man as if he were invisible. Who's that guy? He wears the clothing of a family servant, and he's not a Gu master. Why would he dare to question young Master Feng Yuan? An employee wondered, as he hid in the corner of the inn, sensing that the situation may turn ugly. He's like a fox assuming a tiger's ferocity. By using the Mo family as his backing, this servant man dares to clamor at a Gu master? If it were any other mortal man, they wouldn't have the guts to do this. Someone beside the employee replied in disdain. Even so, as a mere mortal, he has the guts to cause a ruckus towards a Gu Master. This kind of experience must feel really great. You shouldn't think that. A Gu Master is always high and mighty, yes, but young Master Feng Yuan is merely a rank 1 initial stage Gu Master. He's just managed to refine his vital Gu. If they were to fight now, he may not be the opponent of this muscular and strong mortal. Oh, let's just hope when they fight later, they'll spare the inn and the furniture. The employees chattered back and forth, but none dared to take a step forward, only staring from a distance. Huh? You still have the mood to continue eating? Seeing how he didn't manage to intimidate or scare Feng Yuan, this muscular middle-aged man had a hint of doubt in his eyes. Do you think I'm lying to you? There are already people reporting to young miss, and she'll be here shortly. Don't attempt to run away, because you won't be able to get away. My job here is to make sure you stay put. There will be much suffering for you later. Feng Yuan paid no heed to the man and continued eating his meal. The middle-aged servant frowned as he didn't see a hint of panic or shock from Feng Yuan. This made him feel ignored, and his pride was severely offended. He'd been a servant of the Mo family for over a decade, and he'd acquired the trust of his master over a long period. He'd naturally come to learn about the details of Gu Masters. A rank 1 Gu Master mostly relied on their physical combat skills in battle. A Gu Worm's worth to them was more attributed to its deterrence factor than as a fighting force. He knew especially that for a young Gu Master like Feng Yuan who just started cultivating, his physical strength was far inferior when compared to a grown man. If it came down to close combat, he, who had trained for many years, would gain the upper advantage. At the same time, Feng Yuan had supposedly only refined the Moonlight Gu, so at max, he'd only be able to shoot out several Moonblades. The middle-aged man had been used as a sparring partner a long time ago, so he knew deeply that if a rank 1 initial stage Gu Master were to use his primeval essence to unleash a Moonblade, the most it could do would be to cut several palm-sized wounds and only cause limited damage if it even managed to hit the human body. Additionally, the man had the backing of the Mo family, so when he confronted Feng Yuan, he had no fear. He was wholeheartedly trying to show off his worth to his masters, so he could be rewarded and deemed more useful to the family. Young lad, you sure are courageous, huh? The middle-aged man's tone was turning unfriendly as he folded up his sleeves, revealing his well-toned and muscular forearms. His 2 arms were large and full of scars. The forearms' thick protruding veins were even thicker than Feng Yuan's legs. The inn employees watched in fear, and several customers were already getting up, paying the bills, and leaving this land of conflict. Feng Yuan's been found! Suddenly the door emitted a proud, loud female voice. Mo Yan strode forward in big steps and entered the inn. Behind her, numerous family servants. Her body figure was decent, slightly tall, proper curvature, but a long face like a horse's, an inherited gene from the Mo family bloodline, caused her looks to be greatly affected, and thus she was only an upper middle tier beauty. However, she wore a dark blue uniform, a red belt affixed with a square plate tied around her waistline, the steel plate engraved with the number 2. Additionally, she'd just returned from a clan mission. There were still lingering traces of the hardship she'd faced and just gone through. These added up to create a field of pressure and threat that emitted to her surroundings. Thus, when she stepped into the inn, the entire place went silent under her aura. Your servant greets the young miss. The middle-aged man changed his attitude completely. Upon seeing Mo Yan, he tried to smile charmingly, and he bent his body as he walked a few steps, kneeling on the floor, greeting Mo Yan. Upon seeing this change in behavior, the workers in the inn only stood in shock, their mouths agape. The tall, muscular figure, as opposed to his humble, groveling attitude, was a great mismatch, and it was seemingly amusing, but the employees of the inn didn't laugh, as his behavior greatly showed off Mo Yan's imposing pressure and status. Some of the inn workers couldn't help but worry for Feng Yuan. He was their major customer. If something were to happen to him that made him unable to patronize the inn any further, it would be a huge loss. They were all secretly praying for Feng Yuan to surrender. If a fight really broke out and destroyed the inn's property, that would be way worse. Mo Yan didn't even take a look at the groveling Gao Wan. Her eyes were fixed on Feng Yuan. She took a few steps forward and demanded in a fierce tone, So you're Feng Yuan? You seem to be having a good meal. Haha, you ever had a knuckle sandwich? I'll give you a taste of it. May even be more delicious. Even though she said that, Mo Yan didn't make a move. Feng Yuan's actions were too calm. It was strange. Did he have a secret backer that was protecting him? But it shouldn't be so. I've checked before coming. This Feng Yuan only has his aunt and uncle, and they dislike him, and both his parents are deceased. He even got chased out of his own house. In addition, he only has C-rank talent, so how could such a weak young man have any sort of background? Mo Yan thought in her mind. Regardless of this, the situation was still too peculiar. She had to test and probe further. Feng Yuan laughed and squinted at Mo Yan, saying, "Who told you I was Gu Yue Feng Yuan?" Mo Yan was momentarily stunned. She took a look at Gao Wan. He just stood up, but upon seeing this, he immediately knelt back down, with sweat pouring out of his forehead. He stammered and couldn't give a coherent reply. "Master, your servant, they had a drawing of Feng Yuan, but I didn't know that Feng Yuan and Feng Zhen were twins, that they almost looked identical." No wonder this young man looked like he had no fear. He's actually Feng Zhen and not Feng Yuan, Mo Yan's servants guessed in their minds. Feng Yuan can't be compared to Feng Zhen. The former is merely a C-ranked loner with no background. The latter is an A-grade talent who was pulled into the clan head's faction at the awakening ceremony. As long as he grows smoothly, he has a bright future ahead. Mo Yan didn't get a proper reply from Gao Wan, causing her to be even more hesitant. At this point, the only ones who knew Feng Yuan's identity were the inn employees. However, they couldn't afford to offend either party, so they only kept their mouths shut. Feng Yuan, satiated from his meal, stood up and glanced lightly at Mo Yan. "You want to find Feng Yuan? Come with me. I'll bring you to the school hostel to look for him." If the person in front of me is Feng Zhen, I would not want to offend him. However, if it's Feng Yuan, I would follow him closely on this trip, so I have no fear of him impersonating Feng Zhen. In an instant, Mo Yan made up her mind. "All right, I will go together with you to the school hostel. After you." Mo Yan turned her body to make space for Feng Yuan, stretching out her arm and indicating for Feng Yuan to take the lead. Feng Yuan laughed nonchalantly and strode forth. Mo Yan followed closely behind, her servants in tow. "Whew, that was close. They're finally gone. Even if they start fighting, it's none of our inn's business anymore." The employees that were left behind all sighed in relief as they patted their chest. A group of people approached the school hostel. "Halt! Stop right there. The school hostel only allows our Gu masters to enter and leave." The two guards at the door stopped Feng Yuan and Mo Yan and her gang. "Insolent! Don't you recognize who I am? How dare you stop me?" Mo Yan stared at the two guards and screamed. "We dare not." The two guards hurriedly gestured. "Young Miss Mo Yan, this guard holds you in high regards. However, the clan rules are absolute. So how about this? You can bring one servant in. This is the most we can do for you," an elderly guard politely responded. Mo Yan clicked her tongue, her heart full of dissatisfaction, yet in the presence of the clan rules, she didn't dare break them. The Mo family was prosperous, and thus they had many enemies. Don't forget, aside from the Mo family branch, there was also the Qi family to contend with, and apart from the Qi family, the clan head's faction also wanted to get a hold of the Mo family. "All of you stay behind. Gao Wan will follow me." Thinking about it, Mo Yan gave her orders. Gao Wan immediately held his chest up high with a look of joy on his face. "Thank you, young miss, for the opportunity." "Let's go, Junior." Mo Yan smiled at Feng Yuan with a questioning look. Feng Yuan remained unfazed as he led them in. He reached the dormitory door, opened the lock, and pushed the door open. He then took a step inside the room and stopped. Within the room, there was nothing extra. It was all simple furniture, nothing else. Mo Yan stood at the doorstep, took a look inside, and her face turned grim. "Junior, you better explain yourself well. There's no one in the room." Feng Yuan smiled faintly. "Aren't I someone?" Mo Yan stared at Feng Yuan, a glint flashing in her eye. She suddenly seemed to have understood. "I am looking for Gu Yue Feng Yuan." Feng Yuan snickered. "You know, I never said that I wasn't Gu Yue Feng Yuan." Reverend Insanity Chapter 33. Go ahead and scold away. Mo Yan frowned. Then her rage burst forth almost instantly, as she suddenly understood that she'd been fooled by Feng Yuan. "You're tremendously brave to even consider lying to me." While speaking, she stretched out her right hand to grab hold of Feng Yuan. "Feng Yuan, stood firmly on the spot. He raised his head and laughed. Mo Yan, you better think this through. Mo Yan stopped her actions. She stood right outside the door, her outstretched hand paused in midair. Her face showed a sign of hesitation and resentment. Within the family, there were relevant rules. Students in the dormitories were protected, and any other person would not be allowed to intrude upon the hostel to capture the students. Mo Yan only wished to teach Feng Yuan a lesson and let him bear a taste of suffering. She definitely didn't want to risk getting punished for breaking the rules. If it were only me who broke the rules, this would still be fine. However, if this would affect the family, even grandfather's honor... Thinking of this, Mo Yan reluctantly withdrew her arm. She looked at Feng Yuan, who was inside the house with her bloodshot eyes. A death stare that, if converted into fire, would burn Feng Yuan to ashes in a second. I never lied to you. I said I'd bring you to Feng Yuan, and now you've already found him. It seems you've something else to say to me? Feng Yuan smiled faintly, his arms behind his back, ignoring the pressure of a rank 2 Gu master, fearlessly making eye contact with Mo Yan's furious gaze. He was just a step apart from Mo Yan, one within the house and one outside, but this distance had also become as far as the east was from the west. Feng Yuan, you sure have studied the clan rules well and thoroughly. Mo Yan, suppressing her anger, said with a sinister smile. She added, Unfortunately for you, even while relying on the rules, all it will do for you is stall for time. There's no way you're staying in those dormitories forever. I'll see how long you can stand hiding in there. Feng Yuan laughed refreshingly and looked at Mo Yan with disdain. Then all the more I want to see how long you can disturb me. It's already late, isn't it? I seem to have a bed, don't I? But what about you? And if I don't show up for class tomorrow and the elders come to investigate, what do you think I will say? You! Mo Yan flew into a rage, her fingers pointing at Feng Yuan, barely restraining herself. Do you really think I wouldn't dare come in and take you down? Feng Yuan opened the doors to the hostel wide open, his lips breaking into a grin, his eyes dark like the abyss, his tone full of confidence as if the entire situation was within his grasp. He challenged Mo Yan. Then show me. Mo Yan calmed down. Instead, upon seeing this, her eyes squinted as she looked at Feng Yuan. She said, Do you think I'd fall for your goading? Feng Yuan shrugged. He had already seen through Mo Yan's personality. If he'd closed the door or even half shut it, Mo Yan had at least a 50% probability of breaking straight into the house. But when he purposefully opened it, it had instead made her more wary and calm as a result. Thus now, there was barely any chance of her forcing her way in anymore. 500 years of experience had already made him fully aware of the human nature and their weaknesses. Gradually turning around, he exposed his back completely to Mo Yan. If Mo Yan struck now, she'd definitely be able to capture him in one swift action. However, Mo Yan stayed outside the door, as if an invisible mountain blocked her path. Even after Feng Yuan sat in his bed, Mo Yan only stared at him in anger, gritting her teeth. But regardless of this, she did not make one move. This is the pathetic side of humans. Feng Yuan sat up, staring at Mo Yan, who was outside, looking like a fool, thinking to himself, At times, the things preventing people from taking action is not physical difficulty, but instead, the restrictions they've placed on themselves subconsciously. When comparing cultivation levels, Feng Yuan was definitely not her match at this point in time, but even with a rank 2 cultivation level, she could only stare at Feng Yuan, and had no courage to make a move. Her distance from him was only a few steps away, and the door was wide open with no hindrance. The only thing that was truly restricting her was herself. Humanity sought for knowledge, relentlessly, to understand the world and comprehend its rules, ultimately to use them. If one is constantly bound by the rules, thus, being restricted by the very knowledge they sought. That is the ultimate tragedy. Feng Yuan took a final look at Mo Yan before closing his eyes and letting his consciousness sink into the primeval sea. This Feng Yuan dares to cultivate in front of me? He's simply doing as he pleases. Looking at this sight, Mo Yan felt a sense of frustration erupting from her chest, making her almost want to vomit. She badly wanted to go ahead and give him a few punches, but she knew she couldn't. Mo Yan suddenly felt a hint of regret. Standing outside the door, she felt the awkwardness of not being able to back down. She was indignant to give up now, but she would be devastatingly humiliated. She mobilized her servants with the intention to come and teach Feng Yuan a lesson, yet in the end, she was the one who ended up becoming the laughingstock, especially when there was a servant looking at her now. Damn it, Feng Yuan is way too uncooperative. He's too sly. Mo Yan furiously thought and started to provoke him with all sorts of insults, hoping to force him out of the room. Feng Yuan, you brat! Come out if you're a man! Feng Yuan, as a man, you must own up to your own doings. You're being a coward hiding in that room. Don't you feel ashamed of yourself? Stop pretending to ignore me. Get out here if you know what's good for you. You cowardly, spineless trash! Feng Yuan shut his ears and didn't give a single response. After scolding for a while, instead of venting all her anger, she felt even more irritated. She was beginning to feel like a clown or shrew. Blocking the door was just too embarrassing. Oh, this is getting to the death of me! Mo Yan was about to go crazy, and she finally gave up, provoking Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan, you can hide now, but you can't hide from me forever. She furiously stomped the ground and left indignantly. Before leaving, she gave a final order. Gao Wan, stand there and watch him. I do not believe he will leave the house. Yes, master. The muscular servant Gao Wan rapidly replied and sent Mo Yan off. Within his heart, he was feeling bitter. The mountain was chilly and breezy at night. He would have to stand guard the entire time, catching a cold easily. It was not an easy task. Within the primeval sea, ebb and flow of the tides raged on. The green copper essence gathered like water, forcing a tidal wave rolling about. Under Feng Yuan's mental guidance, the waves endlessly crashed towards the surrounding aperture walls. A rank 1 initial stage Gu Master's aperture walls resembled a white barrier. At this time, with the green copper primeval essence crashing towards them, it produced shadows of light, creating an indescribable feeling. Time passed gradually, and the level of the green copper primeval sea slowly declined. From the original 44%, it dropped to 12%. When a Gu Master wants to raise their cultivation level, they need to expend their primeval essence to nurture the aperture. Initial stage Gu Masters have light barriers as their aperture walls, while middle stage Gu Masters have water barriers as their aperture walls, and for upper stage they have stone barriers. For me to cultivate from initial stage to middle stage, I'll need to nurture the light barrier walls into water barrier walls. From his 500 years of memories, Feng Yuan had complete familiarity with the current stages of cultivation, and the methods were clear as day to him. He slowly opened his eyes, only to see that it was already late into the night. The crescent moon hung high in the night sky, the moonlight shining pure as water. The door was wide open, the moonlight shining in. Feng Yuan thought of a famous poem from Earth. On a quiet night, I saw the moonlight before my couch, and wondered if it were not the frost on the ground. The night winds blew with a hint of chilliness. Feng Yuan didn't have any warmth-type goo, and with just the body of a 15-year-old, he couldn't help but shiver slightly. The night in the mountain was very cold. Scoundrel, you finally opened your eyes. How long you planning to be cultivating there? Get out, you'll be punished regardless. You beat up our young master Mo Bei, so it's only a matter of time before the young miss teaches you a lesson. Seeing that Feng Yuan had woken up, Gao Wan, who was standing at the door, got his spirits up. Feng Yuan squinted. It seemed that the rank 2 female Gu Master had left. Scoundrel, did you hear me? Hurry up and come out here. You have a room to stay in and a bed to sleep, but I had to stand here all night. If you don't come out anytime soon, I might just barge in there." Seeing no reaction from Feng Yuan, Gao Wan threatened. Feng Yuan remained unfazed. "Scumbag! Come out here and surrender yourself. You've offended the Mo family, and will not have any good days from now on. Hurry up and apologize to young miss, and maybe she might just forgive you." Gao Wan continued to chide. Feng Yuan didn't listen to a single word. He took out a primeval stone from his storage bag and held it in his hands, finally closing his eyes again. Seeing that he was going to continue cultivating, Gao Wan was anxious and broke into a fit. "You mere C-grade talent! The most you can ever achieve in life is rank 2 Gu Master! What's there to cultivate? You're no match for the entire Mo family by yourself, kid! Are you deaf? Did you even listen to a single word I said?" Reverend Insanity, Chapter 34. Suppressive Beating. Feng Yuan paid no heed to the man and started to multitask. He simultaneously absorbed the natural essence of the primeval stone and observed his aperture. The primeval sea, which had originally fallen drastically within the aperture, with help from the constant stream of natural essence, began to slowly rise again. This form of recovery speed was inevitably slow, but Feng Yuan wasn't in any hurry. Cultivation was meant to be accumulative. It could not be rushed. The urgent matter at hand was in fact the middle-aged servant outside the house. After half an hour, Feng Yuan's green copper primeval sea reached 44%, the maximum capacity it could hold, but this was not the end. At this point, the primeval sea showed a jade green color. This was only a rank 1 initial stage green copper essence. The primeval essence that Feng Yuan had previously used to nurture the aperture wall was no longer initial stage. It had been turned into middle stage primeval essence, refined by the liquor worm. Liquor worm. With a thought from Feng Yuan, the liquor worm within the primeval sea instantly flew out and hovered midair. Its body curled up, resembling a white rice ball. 10% of his initial stage primeval essence was deployed and sent into the liquor worm's body, and soon the essence was fully absorbed by it. Soon after, a surge of liquor mist emerged from the liquor worm's body and congregated into a lump. Once more, Feng Yuan deployed 10% of his primeval essence and invested it into this liquor mist. Once the mist had been fully expended, the original 10% of the initial stage essence shrunk by half physically, and at the same time the color changed from jade green to pale green. This was middle stage primeval essence. In order to advance their cultivation, ordinary students all use initial stage essence. However, all be using middle stage essence, and the efficiency is at least twice that of theirs. Similarly, when using middle stage essence to activate the moonlight goo and throw out a moonblade, it will be far stronger than activating it using initial stage essence. Only when all the primeval essence in the primeval sea had been converted to middle stage did Feng Yuan open his eyes. Time passes in the blink of an eye when cultivating, and at this point it was already midnight. The sky was no longer pure black, but instead had turned a deep dark blue, the moon no longer visible, and only a few lingering stars remained. The door had been open throughout the entire night, and a corner of the wooden door was already wet, showing a dark color as the water tainted it. The school hostel had this disadvantage. It wasn't as comfortable as ordinary wooden lodgings that were built above ground. It was instead directly built on the ground and thus had high humidity. Coming back to reality, Feng Yuan felt a chill down his spine, and after sitting cross-legged for such a long time, both his legs were numb. Opening his clenched right fist, he scattered a handful of white stone powder. This was the primeval stone after its essence had been fully absorbed, and what remained was only this leftover powder. After a night of cultivation, I'd expended 3 primeval stones. Feng Yuan calculated in his mind. He'd C-grade talent, but in order to pursue faster cultivation speed, he used primeval stones to replenish his primeval essence. What was more crucial was the liquor worm. It had been used to refine his middle stage essence. This had greatly increased the expenditure of his primeval stones. Although I plundered another sum of primeval stones yesterday, a night of cultivation cost me 3 whole stones. In this case, although it may seem like I have a lot of resources, it will be unable to sustain me for a long time with the cultivation speed I have currently. But this is the price I have to pay for pursuing cultivation speed and efficiency. Feng Yuan looked outside the room again, only to see Gao Wan, the muscular servant, squatting at the corner, his body curled up, seemingly fallen asleep. Looks like that rank 2 female Gu Master left a long time ago, leaving this Gao Wan here to keep watch on me. Feng Yuan revealed a cold smile as he got off the bed and began to exercise his limbs. Once his body had warmed up, he left the hostel. Lad, you finally decided to come out. So how about it? Obediently surrender and leave with me to kowtow and apologize to our young miss. Gao Wan's ears caught Feng Yuan's footsteps. He stood up immediately. His muscular body was almost twice the size of Feng Yuan. The muscles in his body tightened, his brows knit together, a pair of cruel eyes shining with evil light resembling a starved hyena. Feng Yuan expressionlessly walked towards him. Lad, you should have come out earlier. By coming out now, do you know how much the great me had to suffer by watching you? The man snickered while approaching Feng Yuan, evidently planning something sinister. At this very moment, Feng Yuan lightly cried out. With a ferocious leap, he aimed both his fists towards Gao Wan. Bastard, you're courting death! Gao Wan's face distorted with rising anger. Raising his brick-sized fist, he punched towards Feng Yuan. The fist was extremely powerful, slicing through the air. The swooshing sound of wind could be heard around it. Feng Yuan's eyes shone clear as crystal. Seeing the fist was approaching close, he sidestepped and turned towards Gao Wan's rear. Stretching out a finger, he struck towards his waist. Gao Wan blocked with his retracting arm. Feng Yuan didn't get a clear hit, ending up hitting onto Gao Wan's left forearm. Feng Yuan's finger felt like it had hit a steel plate. It was painful and numb. This Gao Wan's already approached the limits of a mortal's physical prowess. Right now, I can only use the Moonlight Gu to fight, and without any other Gu worms to assist me, I'm not his match at basic close combat. Feng Yuan's eyes shone as he decided to quickly give up attacking. Instead, he retracted a few steps and pulled some distance away from Gao Wan. In the Guyue village, only the Guyue clansmen had the rights to cultivate as a Gu master. The outsiders, regardless of whether they had cultivation talent or not, had no rights to attend the awakening ceremony. But these mortals could train in physical combat, just like this Gao Wan here. Although he was not a Gu master, he had trained vigorously, and his punches and kicks and basic skill were steadfast. Additionally, he was a middle-aged man, and this meant being at the physical prime in a mortal's lifetime. Feng Yuan, other than having the Moonlight Gu to fight, only had the body of a 15-year-old teenager. Be it strength, agility, or endurance, he was not Gao Wan's match. Martial artists like Gao Wan were sufficient enough to kill a rank 1 initial stage Gu master. Even towards a rank 1 middle stage master, they still possessed a certain threat. This lad's too sneaky. Seeing that Feng Yuan had drawn some distance between them, Gao Wan felt anxiety in his heart. The waist was a vital point of the body, and if it was damaged by someone through brute force, the harm wasn't negligible. If the force was exerted beyond a point, it would also be deadly. Gao Wan had waited outside the hostel for the entire night, and thus his body was enshrouded by the moist atmosphere. His reaction speed had slowed slightly, hence the strike earlier had almost succeeded. Fortunately, although he was a bootlicker, he'd trained hard in his physical ability, so at the crucial moment his body's reflex instinctively reacted, allowing him to narrowly block Feng Yuan's attack. I can't be careless anymore. This lad behaves like a wolf, striking harsh and deviously, getting his way whenever I'm a little bit careless. No wonder young master was knocked out by him twice. Gao Wan wiped the sweat off his forehead and swept away all hints of contempt. He started to take his opponents seriously. If I can capture this lad, it'll be a great accomplishment, and young miss is sure to reward me. A rank 1 initial stage's Moonblade is only maxed like a small dagger, so as long as it doesn't hit my vital points, it'll merely be a light external injury. Thinking of this, Gao Wan's heart started to beat faster. Stretching out his shovel-like hands, he grabbed at Feng Yuan. Bang, bang, bang! Feng Yuan showed no fear and approached Gao Wan to engage in close combat, exchanging punches and kicks, taking turns attacking and defending, loud impacts, sounding echoes throughout the area. When plundering the students, he'd only used his palm, his objective being to control the crowd, but now, when engaging with Gao Wan, Feng Yuan had gone all out. At times, he used his fingers to jab at the eyes, sometimes strangling the throat, hitting the jaw with the base of his palm, chopping at the back of the opponent's head. Using the knee to strike the pelvic area, or using his hands to grab at the waist, Gao Wan's sweat poured out like a river. Feng Yuan's moves were all aimed at vital points, each strike devious and deadly, as he wanted to end Gao Wan's life right there. Gao Wan was a mere mortal, and unlike the Gu Masters, although he trained well in his physical combat, his vital points remained vital. Mortals were unable to train their eyelids to become steel-like. This was the limit of mortal martial arts. In addition, Gao Wan didn't dare to unleash any deadly moves on Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan was a Guyue clansman, so killing him would incur public rage, and he would immediately be executed. In fact, the Mo family would be the first to carry out his punishment. Thus, his only thought was to capture Feng Yuan alive, and it would be good if he could make Feng Yuan suffer in the process of capture. One side, apprehension, the other side, killing intent. The situation thus became Feng Yuan suppressing Gao Wan in the fight. Reverend Insanity, Chapter 35. Go ahead and scream. Feng Yuan had the upper hand for now, but it couldn't sustain him for much longer. Exchanging blows back and forth, he was already panting in exhaustion. In contrast, Gao Wan's breathing was still smooth and in sync, reflecting the huge difference in stamina between the two. At the same time, as Gao Wan exercised his limbs, his body gradually heated up, while his punching speed became faster and faster. The effect of the cold that caused him to be slow and numb had worn off, displaying the true skills honed by his training for decades. Haha, lad, you're unable to beat me. There are clan rules stating that within the school hostel you're forbidden from using the moonlight goo. You're dead meat, doomed to be my captive. Gao Wan laughed maniacally. His fighting experience was rich, so he attempted to use words to cause Feng Yuan's fighting spirit to waver. In the end, I'm only a teenager. My body hasn't fully developed and can't be compared to this servant. Feng Yuan's state of mind was calm as ice. Having sharpened his will for 500 years, there was no way his fighting spirit would waver. Moonlight Goo. He called out in his mind, activating his primeval essence and at the same time leaping backwards to pull away from Gao Wan. Gao Wan wanted to chase after him, but he suddenly saw a watery blue light emit from Feng Yuan's palm. His face darkened and he shouted, Lad, you're using the goo worm to fight in the school hostel? That's against the clan rules. So what if I break the rules? Feng Yuan sneered. He'd learnt the class rules and memorized them to heart, but it was not for the sake of obeying them. Immediately, his palm slashed an arc towards Gao Wan. With a ching sound, the blue moonblade flew at Gao Wan's face. Gao Wan gritted his teeth. He raised both his arms to cover his face, forming a protective shield. At the same time, he rushed towards Feng Yuan without pause, planning to endure the attack while ending the battle as quickly as he could. The moonblade struck his arm. With a popping sound, his flesh and blood poured out under the moonlight, a wave of extreme pain hitting Gao Wan's nerves. The unguarded man nearly fainted from the pain. Oh, how could this be? His rush towards Feng Yuan stopped, suddenly finding out that both his limbs had been cut open with a deep wound. Fresh blood oozed out from the wound, and from the side, his bloody muscles could be observed hanging around the flesh. Even the broken white bones of the forearm could be seen bare. Gao Wan was shocked beyond the words. This is impossible! A rank 1 initial stage moonblade? The most it could do would lightly injure my flesh. How could it cut through my bones? Only a rank 1 middle stage could do this. He'd no idea. While Feng Yuan was a rank 1 initial stage Gu Master, due to the liquor worm's refining, he possessed rank 1 middle stage primeval essence. The Moonlight Goo had been activated using that middle stage essence, emitting a moonblade far superior to the initial stage that he originally predicted. This is bad. This boy is weird. Gao Wan, who was caught off guard, had already suffered a great injury, his fighting spirit gone. He decisively decided to retreat. Are you able to escape? Feng Yuan smiled coldly as he started to give chase, the moon blades in his hand shooting out consecutively. Save me! Gao Wan shouted in horror as he fled, his voice traveling far out beyond the school hostel. What's going on? Someone's asking for help. The voice alerted the school hostel guards who were nearby. It's the Mo family's young miss, Mo Yun's servant. The guards who arrived stopped in their tracks upon seeing the chasing scene. This is only a servant. There's no need for us to risk protecting him. Letting him stay here was already a favor towards the Mo family. We still have to be careful, just in case he hurts Feng Yuan in desperation. The anxious guards all gathered around, but no one lent a hand to Gao Wan. They only observed from the sidelines. This servant Gao Wan, even if he died, it had nothing to do with them. However, if Feng Yuan died or got hurt, it would be their responsibility. Seeing such a sight, Gao Wan despaired. He tragically screamed, "We're all outsiders! You can't leave me to die!" His blood loss was getting more severe, and his speed decreased. Feng Yuan caught up to him, his voice cold as ice, announcing Gao Wan's death sentence. "Go ahead and scream. Doesn't matter how loud you do so." While saying that, the moonblade in his arm rotated. He fired 2 blades towards Gao Wan. The blades flew towards Gao Wan's neck. The servant lost all hope, seemingly 1 step away from the abyss. The next moment he felt his world spinning. He actually saw his own feet, his chest, his back, and that severed neck. Afterwards, total darkness awaited him. Gao Wan had died, beheaded by 2 moonblades. His head flew far from the impact, his body pushed back 10 meters before falling to the ground. The neck area spewing out a fountain of fresh blood, dyeing the surrounding grass a blood red. Murder! Feng Yuan killed someone! The guards couldn't help but scream out. They'd witnessed the entire process. They felt a sense of extreme trepidation and terror rushing all over their bodies. Feng Yuan was only a 15-year-old teenager, but he'd expressionlessly murdered a strong adult. This was the power of a Gu master. With the victory scent, Feng Yuan slowed in his footsteps, gradually moving towards the corpse. His face calm, as if he'd done nothing out of the ordinary. This expression further sent a shiver down the guards' spines. Gao Wan's head lay on the ground, both his eyes wide open, turning in his grave. Feng Yuan stared coldly. Then he raised his leg and sent the head flying. The guard's eyelids twitched. Feng Yuan approached the corpse and found that it was still vibrating. The blood spread through the ground, forming a small bloody puddle. He looked at Gao Wan's injuries with a grim expression. These injuries were deep enough to expose the secret to the fact that he had middle-stage primeval essence. Once this was exposed, I'd be quickly deduced to have had the liquor worm. And with that, the family would naturally think of the flower wine monk. Thus, Feng Yuan had to keep this secret hidden. But there are too many onlookers. Feng Yuan's gaze swept through the nearby guards. There were more than 10 of them. He'd less than 10% of primeval essence left, so there was no way to kill all of them. After pondering for a while, Feng Yuan bent down and raised Gao Wan's ankle, dragging the corpse away. "Young Master Feng Yuan, you can leave this to us." The guards controlled their fear and approached Feng Yuan, politely speaking. The respect and politeness held a tint of obvious fear. Feng Yuan silently looked at the guards, and they all held their breaths, looking down. "Give me the saber." He stretched out his hand and lightly said. With the authority in his speech, he emitted undeniable pressure. The guard closest to him uncontrollably handed him the saber at his waist. Feng Yuan took the saber over and continued walking, leaving behind a dozen stunned guards staring after his back. The sun rose from the east, and the first ray of light shone over the mountain peak, lighting up the school hostel. 15-year-old Feng Yuan, with a scrawny body of a teenager, a pale look upon his skin. Under the sunrise, he casually walked, in his left hand a shiny saber, in his right a headless corpse. In his path, he left behind a trail of red blood, dragging out on the road. The guards were flabbergasted, their bodies stiff due to the frightening scene. Even as the sunrise shone on them, they couldn't feel a sense of warmth or light. Someone among them swallowed their saliva loudly. Reverend Insanity, Chapter 36. Gifting a Disseminated Corpse. "Did you guys hear? Feng Yuan killed someone," a student whispered to his classmate beside him. "I heard it too. He really killed someone." The classmate clenched his chest with a pale face. There were many guards who saw him do it. Feng Yuan was chasing after the man that tried to beg for mercy, but Feng Yuan paid him no heed and decapitated him immediately. And that's not all. After killing him, Feng Yuan didn't even spare his headless corpse. He dragged it back to the hostel and chopped it into meat paste. Are you for real? I'm serious beyond belief. I came early this morning. I could see all the bloodstains left between the cracks of the green rock. Why would I lie to you? Earlier, the Academy Elder called Feng Yuan over for the matter. The youths in the academy didn't pay attention to the class. They all held their little conversations. To this group of 15-year-olds, the concept of killing was too foreign, too scary. They'd all been under the protection of the clan since a young age and had only experienced organized sparring or simply killing chickens and dogs. As for killing a person, that was still beyond them. Who did Feng Yuan kill? I heard it was a family servant of the Mo family. Yeah, I'm the clearest about this matter. Yesterday, I personally saw the Mo family's Mo Yan bring a bunch of servants to find trouble with Feng Yuan. The Mo family? That's not good. Mo Bei is in trouble now. A number of youths turned to look at Guyue Mo Bei. Mo Bei sat on his seat, his face pale. He'd only heard about the news of Feng Yuan killing someone this morning. Additionally, it was the Gao Wan that Mo Bei was most familiar with. As one of the most energetic family servants, Gao Wan was a good bootlicker, and had always put effort into his fighting skills. He was an able lackey. A long while back, Gao Wan had even sparred with Mo Bei for a bit. To think he was simply killed by Feng Yuan? It was precisely because of that Mo Bei felt astonished. He was full of disbelief and felt twice the shock compared to the others. However, compared to his shock, he felt a greater sense of worry and fear. Facing a murderer like Feng Yuan, it would be a lie if Mo Bei said he wasn't afraid. Actually, it wasn't just him. The other youngsters were afraid too. When Feng Yuan had robbed them twice, all of them had gotten physical with him. I actually fought such a ruthless murderer. To think that I'm still alive? Many of them patted their chest, feeling a lingering fear. Feng Yuan killing someone was still somewhat acceptable, but the crux was that he dissected the corpse and chopped the body into meat paste. That was too cruel. The truth of such a horrifying crime had a strong impact on all the youth's pure and innocent minds. Within the room, there was only the Academy Elder and Feng Yuan. The Elder sat, while Feng Yuan stood, neither of them speaking a word. The atmosphere was extremely tense. The Academy Elder silently looked at Feng Yuan, a hint of complication flashing in his eyes. In the morning, the guards had reported to him about Feng Yuan's murder. The news had made him both feel shocked and suspicious. He was a rank 3 Gu Master, was in charge of the academy. He obviously knew the fighting strength of a rank 1 initial stage Gu Master. Feng Yuan being able to kill Gao Wan was like the weak defeating the strong. In truth, some guards had already reported to him that Mo Yan trapped Feng Yuan within the academy, barging in the previous night. Back then, he'd paid no attention to the matter and hadn't stopped them. He was the Academy Elder. His objective was to nurture future Gu Masters, not protect them. As long as there were no deaths among the students, he encouraged hidden conflicts. Mo Yan coming in to find trouble with Feng Yuan was something that he was happy to see. For one, he knew that regardless of whether the fight was won or lost, it would be beneficial to Feng Yuan's growth. Secondly, he wanted to suppress Feng Yuan's influence. Feng Yuan had consecutively blocked the academy gates and robbed the other students. His influence was too great, it had to be suppressed. However, he hadn't expected that Mo Yan would return fruitlessly, and that the family servant she had left behind would be unable to beat Feng Yuan. Gao Wan was even killed by him. In this world, strength was above all else. Killing someone was not something peculiar. Especially to a Gu Master, it was something very common. But it wasn't so simple when it was a 15-year-old's first kill. The Academy Elder vividly remembered his first killing scene. Back then, he was already a rank 2 Gu Master. At the age of 19, he'd killed a Gu Master from the Bai clan's village in a conflict. After killing the person, he vomited profusely and panicked in his heart. For a few days, he'd no mood to eat, no appetite, he couldn't even find peace in his sleep. The moment he shut his eyes, he would see the dead person staring angrily at him. But looking at Feng Yuan now, his face was calm as ice. Where was the fluster? Not to mention that he had no uneasy feelings. It was almost like he'd slept perfectly well last night. as if the person who'd killed a man was not him at all. Especially when the Academy Elder heard more about the matter. After Feng Yuan had killed the servant, he'd not spared his corpse. He dragged it back to the dormitory and chopped it into meat paste in his rage. Such vicious methods, even hearing about it was a kind of terror. Thus, at this point, the Academy Elder looked at Feng Yuan with complicated emotions. On the one hand, he was amazed at Feng Yuan's indifference towards life, his attitude steady, cold as ice. And on the other hand, he was appreciative of the fact that Feng Yuan was a born battle freak. Only after familiarizing himself with the Moonlight Goo for a few days, he'd managed to kill someone with it. An ordinary teenager, even those with A-grade talents, may not have been able to achieve this. This was a talent for battle. If he was well nurtured and fought for the clan, it would be all their enemies' nightmare. Lastly, however, he felt worried and distressed. Worried because after this incident, Feng Yuan's reputation was sure to rise. It would be impossible to suppress him. This Feng Yuan was way too daring. Not only did he disobey the clan rules by using his goo in the academy, he'd even killed someone with it. There was a need to suppress his influence, otherwise, how would the Elder be able to manage the academy anymore? And he felt distressed because he didn't know how to perfectly resolve this issue. After all, it involved the Mo family. Feng Yuan, do you know why I called you here to meet me? The Academy Elder used a solemn and deep voice to break the silence in the room. I know, Feng Yuan nodded and replied. I used the Moonlight Goo in the Academy, breaking the clan's rules, and according to the rules, as it's my first offense, I should compensate 30 pieces of primeval stones as punishment. He'd evaded the crucial point, and not mentioned Gao Wan's death. The Academy Elder was stunned for a second. He'd not expected that Feng Yuan would answer like this. His expression darkened as he coldly snapped, Don't try and blur things in front of me. I'll ask you, what was the matter with Gao Wan's death? Feng Yuan squinted his eyes and said, This Gao Wan went against his superiors. His intentions were vicious. Last night, not only did he block my room door, he even tried to kill me. In self-defense, I was forced to use the Moonlight Goo. Fortunately, I managed to kill the traitor. I suspect there's a high probability of him being a spy of the other mountain villages. I implore the elders to investigate this thoroughly. Upon hearing this, the Academy Elder frowned and became a loss for words. Now that Gao Wan was dead, Feng Yuan could just say whatever he wanted. After all, Gao Wan was just an outsider, not a member of the clan. Even if he was dead, it wouldn't matter to the Academy Elder. However, he was worried about the Mo family's reaction. Gao Wan was their servant, and he died within the Academy. The Academy Elder was in charge of the Academy, and had to give the Mo family an explanation. Thinking for a bit, the Academy Elder stared at Feng Yuan and questioned, Then let me ask you, Gao Wan's corpse, how did you deal with it? Feng Yuan's lips curled, revealing a cruel smile. I diced Gao Wan's corpse, put it inside a wooden box, and when morning came, I put it at the Mo family's back door. What? The Academy Elder was stunned beyond words. He almost jumped from his seat. Not only did Feng Yuan kill their family servant, he even chopped up the corpse and placed it at the Mo family's back door? This was blatant provocation. To the Academy Elder who was trying to resolve this peacefully, it was a true nightmare. Feng Yuan was just a small rank 1 Gu Master. How would the large Mo family react? Thinking of this, the Academy Elder felt a headache, as the matter had already developed out of his control. This Feng Yuan was a true troublemaker. Oh, since it's already happened, there's no point in saying anymore. Leave first! Your punishment will come within these next few days. You should get mentally prepared. The Academy Elder was terribly upset. He waved his hand and signaled for Feng Yuan to leave. He needed to think about this calmly and come up with a solution. Reverend Insanity Chapter 37. Both a compromise and a threat. What were my instructions to you? Do you see what you did? Inside the study room, Guyue Mo Chen slammed the table, exploding with rage. Mo Yan stood opposite from this old man, her head lowered, her eyes full of shock and rage. She'd also just gotten the news that Gao Wan had been killed by Feng Yuan. That 15-year-old teenager, to think he'd had such methods and determination. Gao Wan was the proud servant of her Mo family, and Feng Yuan's act of killing him was a blatant showing of disrespect towards them all. Grandpa, you don't have to be so angry. This Gao Wan was only a servant, his death of no concern. He isn't a Guyue clansman anyway, but that Feng Yuan, he's too daring. You have to look at the owner before you beat the dog. Not only did he beat our dog, he even beat it to death, Mo Yan said indignantly. Guyue Mo Chen furiously scowled. You still have the cheeks to say that? Have your wings grown so tough now that you don't even put my words to heart? Huh. What I told you before, you've forgotten all about it, haven't you? Your granddaughter dares not! Mo Yan jumped in shock. She knew that her grandfather was really angry, and she quickly kneeled down. Guyue Mo Chen pointed his finger out the window and scolded. Ha! So what if that servant died? But now, you're still showing hostility towards Feng Yuan? This is really a matter of you being short-sighted and unclear of your implications. Do you know the significance of your actions? The fight among juniors is their own business. As elders, we do not interfere. That's the rules. Now that you went and found trouble with Feng Yuan, that means you're breaking the rules. I can't tell you how many people out there now are looking at this disgrace of our Mo family. Grandpa, please calm down. Anger will harm your body. It's Mo Yan's fault. I burden the Mo family. Whatever Grandpa tells Mo Yan to do, Mo Yan will do it. But your granddaughter really cannot take this lying down. That Feng Yuan is just too despicable, too shameless. First he lied to me, and then entered the academy. Next, he hid in that dormitory. And no matter how much I scolded him, he wouldn't come out. Once I left, he went ahead and killed Gao Wan. He's extremely sinister and despicable, Mo Yan reported. Oh, is that so? Guyue Mo Chen frowned. This was the first time he'd heard this information, and a bright light shone across his eyes. He took in a deep breath, suppressing his rage, and he stroked his beard while saying, I've heard stories about this Feng Yuan. In his early years, he was able to make poems and songs, showing early intelligence. But to think he only had a C-grade talent, it was difficult for him to have a good future. Thus, I had given up on recruiting him, but now, it seems like this is slightly interesting. Pausing for a second, Guyue Mo Chen knocked on the table and ordered, Someone bring that box over here. The servant outside the door quickly obeyed. Soon he brought in a box. Neither too big nor too small, but it was slightly heavy. The servant used both hands to carry it and stood beside the study table. Grandpa, what is this? Mo Yan stared at the wooden box and asked doubtfully. Why don't you open it and take a look? Guyue Mo Chen squinted his eyes and said in a complicated tone. Mo Yan stood up, flipped over the wooden lid and looked inside. Immediately, her facial expression changed and her pupils shrunk to needle-like sizes. She couldn't help but take a step back and loose an unsuppressed scream. The wooden lid in her hands also fell to the ground. Without the wooden lid, the thing inside the wooden box was shown to everyone present. It was a pile of flesh and blood. The bloody flesh had obviously been sliced off piece by piece and placed into the box. Bright scarlet red blood had accumulated inside. Pale skin and flesh, along with some long strands of intestines, were mixed in with a few pieces of bones, either leg bones or ribs, and in the pool of blood at the corner there were also 2 fingers and half a toe floating inside. What? Mo Yan's beautiful face changed colors as she took another step backwards, her stomach turning as she almost vomited on the spot. Despite being a rank 2 Gu Master and having gone out to gain experience before, this was her first time seeing such a disgusting and twisted scene, even though she'd killed people before. The flesh and blood in this box were obviously the corpse of a person after being minced into pieces and stuffed in. The scent of blood burst into the air and rapidly permeated the air, immediately filling the entire study room. The family's servant's hands shook as he carried the box, his complexion pale. Although he had seen the box earlier and vomited, he could still feel waves of palpitation and disgust as he held it now. Among the 3 people in the study room, only the family elder, Guyue Mo Chen, was unfazed. He lightly looked at the contents of the box for a moment and said to Mo Yan slowly, This box is what Feng Yuan had placed at our family's back door this morning. What? It's really him? Mo Yan was extremely shocked as images of Feng Yuan showed up in her mind. The first time she'd saw Feng Yuan, it was at the inn. At the time, he sat near the window, quietly eating his meal. His facial features were bland, and both his eyes were dark and gloomy. His body was thin, and his skin had the special paleness of a teenager. He looked like such a normal and quiet youth. To think that he'd done such a twisted and insane act. After her initial shock came a furious rage. Mo Yan yelled, "This Feng Yuan is too outrageous! Who gave him the guts to do so? To dare to do such a thing? This is provocation towards our Mo family. I'll go ahead now and bring him here to question him for his crimes." After she said this, she headed towards the exit. "You scoundrel! Stop right there!" Guyue Mo Chen was angrier than she was. He grabbed an ink slab on his study desk and threw it over. The hard and heavy slab hit Mo Yan's shoulder, and with a bang it fell to the ground. "Grandpa!" Mo Yan held her shoulder as she called out in alarm. Guyue Mo Chen stood up, his finger pointing at his granddaughter as he spoke with an extremely agitated tone. "It seems like all those years of training were in vain. You've disappointed me greatly. Against a small rank 1 initial stage Gu master, not to mention you involving so many people. But even getting led by your nose by the other party? Now that you let your rage get the better of you, at this point do you still not understand the meaning behind Feng Yuan's actions?" "What meaning?" Mo Yan was puzzled. Guyue Mo Chen snorted. "If Feng Yuan wanted to provoke us, he would have blown up this matter. So why did he place the box at the secluded back door instead of placing it at the front door where there are many people walking around?" "Maybe he wants to reconcile with us? No, if he wanted to reconcile, wouldn't it be better to apologize face to face? Why must he send us this box of minced corpse? This is definitely a provocation," Mo Yan said. Guyue Mo Chen shook his head, then nodded. "He wants to reconcile, but at the same time he's also provoking us. Placing the box at the back door is his intention to reconcile. Placing the corpse inside the box was the provocation. You see now?" The old man pointed at the box and spoke. "This wooden box is not big. It cannot hold a complete corpse. Therefore, there can only be a portion of the corpse inside. He's trying to tell us he doesn't wish to blow this matter up, and wants to settle this amicably. But if our Mo family tries to pursue this matter, he'll place the remainder of the corpse at our main entrance, thoroughly blowing the issue out of the water. By that time, it would be a losing situation for both sides. The entire clan knows that our Mo family broke the rules first, and to our Mo family's future head, this would be seen as him being so weak he actually required his elders' doting and protection." Upon hearing these words, Mo Yan was momentarily dumbfounded. She'd never expected that Feng Yuan's actions would have such profound meaning. "His methods are really wise," Guyue Mo Chen said with admiration. "With just one action, he exercised both toughness and softness, capable of advancing and retreating safely. This is just a simple wooden box, but it not only expresses Feng Yuan's intention to compromise, but also his ability to pose a threat to our family. And it just so happens now that he holds on to the one weakness of our Mo family. If the Mo family's reputation is tarnished, what follows after will be the Qi family's attack, as well as the assault from the clan leader's side." Mo Yan found it unbelievable. "Grandpa, aren't you thinking too highly of him? Are you sure that he's capable of this? He's only 15. "Too highly?" Mo Chen looked at his granddaughter unhappily. "It looks like you've had too smooth of a life these past few years, fostering your arrogant attitudes. You're unable to see clearly the reality of the situation. This Feng Yuan was unfazed towards danger and deceived you to enter the school. Next, he used his wisdom in the face of danger and hid within the dormitory to avoid trouble. No matter what insult you threw at him, he didn't respond. That's his ability to calmly endure. After you left, he killed Gaowan immediately. This is his bravery and courage. Now he sent this box, clearly showing his wisdom and planning ability. Can you still say that I thought of him too highly?" Mo Yan listened with wide eyes. She'd not expected her grandfather to praise this Feng Yuan so highly. She replied indignantly, Grandpa, he only has C-grade talent. Gu Mo Chen sighed deeply. Oh, yes, he only has C-grade. Having such wisdom and yet only C-grade talent, it's really a pity. If his talent was just a little bit higher, even B-grade, he'd certainly become a great influential member of our Gu clan. What a pity he's only C-grade. The old man's sigh was full of emotion. His sigh held both regret and at the same time rejoice. Mo Yan was silent, and in her mind Feng Yuan's image appeared once again. Under her psychological influence, Feng Yuan's frail expression was shrouded by a layer of mysterious and vicious shadow. This problem was created by you, single-handedly. How are you going to settle it? Gu Mo Chen broke the silence as he started to test Mo Yan. Mo Yan pondered for a while before she replied in a cold, aloof tone. Gao Wan was just a servant, so there are no implications even if he dies. Feng Yuan is just a C-grade, so it's of little matter. What's important is maintaining the Mo family's reputation. To appease this matter, we might as well just kill Gao Wan's entire family, to show the entire clan our attitude to protect the rules and regulations. You're able to think of the big picture, setting aside your personal emotions to defend the interests of the family. This is very good. However, your method is still flawed. Gu Mo Chen analyzed her response. Please, enlighten me, Grandpa, Mo Yan implored. Gu Mo Chen said solemnly. This matter was instigated by you, so I shall punish you with 7 days of confinement. From now on, don't find trouble with Feng Yuan again. Gao Wan defied his superiors. A servant who dares to offend his master deserves death, so he should have been executed for his crimes. Because he's a servant of the Mo family, we're responsible for the inability to educate our subordinates, and thus, we shall compensate that Feng Yuan with 30 primeval stones. As for Gao Wan's family members, give them 50 stones as compensation and expel them from the clan. After a short while, he continued, For the next 7 days, rest well at home. Do not go out. At the same time, think about the profound meaning of why Grandpa chose to handle the matter this way. Yes, Grandpa. Reverend Insanity, Chapter 38. Demon Walking in the Light. From the layers of dark clouds in the sky, the spring rain fell. The raindrops, thin like hair, as they fell, they enveloped King Mao Mountain in a layer of fine mist. The dining hall on the first floor of the inn was rather empty. There were only 4 tables of guests. Feng Yuan sat at a seat by the window. A gust of wind blew, bringing with it the poetic atmosphere and the scent of flowers. The light rain from the sky is sleek and crisp. The color of the grass is seen from afar, but disappears when close. Feng Yuan looked outside, through the window, and quoted a poem lightly, before turning his sights back to the inn. Before him was a table filled with good wine and dishes. The color, smell, and taste were all top-notch, especially the green bamboo wine, which oozed the fragrance of alcohol along with a hint of freshness. The dark green-colored liquor sat quietly in the bamboo cup. From his angle. It shone with an amber-like luster. A grandfather and grandson were sitting at the table nearest to him. Being mortal humans, they wore modest clothes. The grandfather sipped his rice wine, while looking enviously at Feng Yuan. He was evidently attracted to the green bamboo wine, but couldn't afford it. The grandson ate his braised beans, a crunching sound emitting from his mouth as he chewed. At the same time, he pestered his grandfather, shaking his arm. Grandpa, tell me the story of Ren Zhu. If you don't tell me, I'll report to Grandma that you secretly came out to drink. Oh, I can't even drink in peace. The grandfather sighed, his face showing a doting expression towards the child. With his twig-like arm, he patted the boy's head. Then let me tell you the story of Ren Zhu, who gave his heart to the Hope Gu, escaping his predicament of being captured. Ren Zhu's story was the most popular and widespread tale of this world, as well as the most ancient legend. The old man's story was something like this. The story mentioned that Ren Zhu was able to escape his predicament because of hope, but eventually he grew old. Without strength and wisdom, he could no longer continue to hunt. Even his teeth fell out, making him unable to chew many wild fruits and vegetables. Ren Zhu felt death slowly approaching. At this time, the Hope Gu said to him, Human, you must not die. If you die, your heart will be lost, and I will lose my only place of residence. Renzu was helpless. Who wishes to die? But if the heavens and earth want me dead, I have no choice. The Hope Gu said, There's always hope in everything. As long as you can catch a longevity Gu, you'll be able to increase your lifespan. Renzu had heard of the existence of the longevity Gu, but he waved his hand hopelessly. When the longevity Gu stays still, no one can detect it. And when it flies, it's faster than light. How can I possibly catch it? It's too hard. The Hope Gu then told Renzu a secret. Human, don't give up hope, no matter what. Let me tell you, on this northwest corner of the continent, there's a huge mountain. On that mountain there's a cave, and in that cave, there's a pair of rounded square Gu worms. As long as you can subdue them, there's no Gu in the world that you can't catch, including the longevity Gu. Renzu had no choice. This was his last remaining hope. He braved all difficulties and finally found the mountain. He then risked his life and ventured through the countless dangers to ascend the mountain. On the mountain's top, near the cave entrance, he used the last remaining strength to slowly make his way in. The inside of the cave was completely dark, and one would only be able to see their own fingers. Renzu walked in the darkness. Sometimes he would bump into things, not knowing what they are. That caused himself to get injured and wounded all over. At times he felt the dark cave was huge beyond words, as if it was a whole world all on its own. He felt as if the only person in this area was him. He spent a long time but couldn't walk out of the darkness, not to mention subduing the two Gu worms. Just when he was at a loss of what to do, two voices spoke to him out of the darkness. One voice said, Human, you're here to catch us. Go back, for even if you had the strength Gu, it would be impossible. The other said, Human, go back. We will not take your life. Even if you had the wisdom Gu to help you, you wouldn't be able to find us. Renzu laid exhausted on the ground, panting, The strength and wisdom Gu have left me long ago, but I don't have much lifespan left. I'm at my wit's end. But as long as there's hope in my heart, I will not give up. Hearing Renzu's words, the two voices went silent. After a while, one of the Gu said, I understand, human. You've already given your heart to hope. You will not give up, no matter what. The other continued, In that case, we shall give you a chance. As long as you can say our name, we will allow you to use us. Renzu was stunned. To find their names among all the words in the world, it was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Furthermore, he didn't even know how many words were in their names. Renzu quickly asked the Hope Gu, but it didn't know either. Renzu had no alternatives and had no choice but to randomly guess their names. He said many names and wasted a lot of time, but the darkness didn't respond to him, so evidently he was wrong. Eventually, Renzu's breath got weaker, and he turned from the old man into a dying man. It was like the scene of the evening setting sun. The sun, slowly descending, had already lowered halfway across the horizon, becoming a sunset. The food he'd brought was gradually reduced. His brain became slower. He barely had energy left to speak. The voice in the darkness urged, Human, you're almost dead, so we'll let you go. Using your remaining time, you can climb out of the cave and take a final look at the world. But you've offended us, and as punishment, the Hope Gu shall stay here as our companion. Renzu clenched his heart and rejected. Even if I die, I won't give up hope. The Hope Gu was very touched and answered Renzu's call enthusiastically, emitting a bright light. At Renzu's chest area, a light began to shine, but the light was too weak. It could not illuminate the darkness. In fact, it could not even cover Renzu's entire body, but it only engulfed his chest area. Yet Renzu felt a renewed surge of energy gushing into his body from the Hope Gu. He continued to speak, shouting out names, but he was already muddled. A lot of the names had been said, but he couldn't remember, and repeated many, wasting a lot of effort in the process. As time continued to flow, Renzu's lifespan was almost over. Finally, when he was on his final day, he set out the word, regulation. A sigh came from the darkness as a voice spoke. Human, I admire your perseverance. You've said my name, so from today onwards I will obey your commands. But only with my brother can I aid you in capturing all the Gu in the world. Otherwise, with my ability alone, it's impossible. Thus, you should give up. You're almost dead. You might as well use this chance to take a final look at the world. Renzu was determined and shook his head. He made use of all his time to continue saying out names. As he tried to guess the other Gu Worm's name, seconds and minutes went by, and soon he only had 1 hour left. But at this time he unknowingly said the word rule. Immediately the darkness dissipated. The two Gus appeared before him. As the Hope Gu had said, one was cubic, called regulations, the other was spherical, called rules. Together they made up the rules and regulations. The two Gu said together, no matter who it is, as long as they know our names, we will listen to them. Human, since you know our names already, we'll be able to be at your service, but you must remember, it's important to not let the others know of our names. The more people that know of our names, the more people we have to obey. Now that you're the first to subdue us, tell us your request. Renzu was overjoyed. Then I order you both to go and catch me a longevity Gu. The rules and regulations Gu worked together and captured an 80-year longevity Gu. Renzu was already 100 years old, but after consuming this Gu, the wrinkles on his face vanished, his frail limbs became muscular once again, a vibrant aura of youth oozed from his body. With a belly flop, he jumped onto his feet. He ecstatically looked at his new body, knowing that he'd regained the body of a 20-year-old. That's all for today. Let's go home, grandson. The old man, having completed the story, finished his wine as well. Grandpa, continue telling me what happens to Renzu after. The grandson was unyielding as he shook his grandfather's arm. Let's go. I'll tell you when there's another chance. The old man wore his straw hat and jacket, then gave his grandson another set that was a smaller size. The two walked out of the inn, stepping into the rain, and slowly vanished from sight. Rules and regulations. Feng Yuan's gaze was dark as he twirled his wine cup. Looking at the liquor inside, his heart was touched. Renzu's legend was widespread throughout this world, and there were almost no people who didn't know of it. Feng Yuan had naturally heard of him too, but no matter if it was a legend or story, it was dependent on the knowledge of the reader. The grandfather and the grandson earlier merely treated it as a story, but Feng Yuan could understand the deeper meaning. Just like that Renzu. When he didn't know the rules and regulations, he explored in the dark, sometimes bumping into things, knocking into others, causing himself to get injured and look like a mess. And at times within the wider area, he got lost and confused, moving without a sense of direction or purpose. This darkness wasn't purely black or the absence of light. Strength and Wisdom Gu couldn't oppose it. Only when Renzu knew the rules and regulations and said their names did the darkness dissipate and invite light into Renzu's life. The darkness was the darkness of the rules and regulations, and the light was also the light of the rules and regulations. Feng Yuan switched his gaze from his cup and looked outside through the window. He saw outside the window that the sky was still dark, the greenery abundant and the pelting rain flying like the mist. Close by, the bamboo tall houses were lined up in a row, extending far out. On the road, several people walked, their feet staining with mud from the rain. Some of them wearing greenish-gray straw coats, others carrying yellow oiled cloth umbrellas. Feng Yuan concluded, this world's heaven and earth is like a huge chessboard. All life forms are chess pieces, acting in accordance with the rules and regulations. The 4 seasons have their own rules and regulations, rotating between spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The flow of the water has its own rules and regulations, flowing from the high ground to the low. Hot air has its own rules and regulations, floating upwards. Humans naturally have their own rules and regulations as well. Everyone has their own standpoints, desires, and principles. For example, in the Guyue village, the servants' lives are cheap, while their masters live as nobles. With this part of rules and regulations, because of this, Sheng Kui, who wants to get close to the rich and affluent, is doing her best to try and escape her servant status. Gao Wan tried all means and methods to please his master, using their authorities for himself. As for uncle and aunt, they gave into greed, wanting to hoard my parents' inheritance. The academy elder wants to nurture Gu masters to maintain his position in the academy. Everyone has their own rules and regulations. Every profession has their own rules and regulations. Even society and groups have their own rules and regulations. Only by understanding the rules and regulations can we see the situation clearly from the side. Gone with the darkness and embracing the light. Moving around the rules, with much to spare. Feng Yuan thought about his own situation, his heart already clear. To the Mo family's head, Guyue Mo Chen, it's to protect his family branch's prosperity and benefits. Mo Yan found trouble with me, and that would be considered spoiling the rules, so, for the sake of his family's honor, he will not do anything to me. In fact, he might even compensate me. With the Mo family's great influence, if they risk their reputation and become bent on punishing me, there's nothing I can do to resist them. However, Guyue Mo Chen is afraid. He's not afraid of himself breaking the rules, but he's afraid that others will follow in his footsteps. In a junior scuffle, if the elders interfere, it would be aggressive. The situation, if it involved the higher-ups, it'd pose a threat to the entire mountain village. Guyue Mo Chen's fear lied here. What if in future conflicts others laid their hands on his grandson Guyue Mo Bei? In his entire family line there was only one male, so what would happen if he died? This kind of fear, maybe he doesn't realize it himself, it's subconsciously protecting the rules. Feng Yuan's eyes were clear as he had the perfect grasp and understanding of the matter from start till the end. Gao Wan's surname was not Gu Yue, instead he was an outsider, a servant. The master executing a servant was nothing to be alarmed about. In this world it was normal. In the case of Feng Yuan killing Gao Wan's death was not crucial. The crucial part was his master, the Mo family behind him. However, Guyue Mo Chen should be able to understand my intention of compromise and threat from the time I sent the box of minced corpse to them. This is also what I want him to think. If I'm not wrong, the Mo family will not pursue Gao Wan's death. Of course, if I had better talent, and was at least B grade, the Mo family would feel threatened. Even with the loss of their reputation, they would still want to suppress a future threat such as myself. Feng Yuan snickered in his heart. Strength can be relied upon, but weakness can also be used as an advantage. Although Feng Yuan was in this game of chess as a pawn, he was clear of the rules and regulations, thus, already had the mentality of a player. An ordinary character would be most like Guyue Mo Chen or the Academy Elder, also knowing of their own rules and regulations, but unsure of their non-expertise. Being like Feng Yuan, who had a clear view of the bigger picture, and was clear of the rules and regulations, was extremely difficult. To understand rules and regulations, one has to be like Ren Zhu, stumbling around in the dark and wandering about aimlessly. At this point, strength and wisdom and hope are useless. One must spend a lot of time going through it themselves and gaining the experience. For Ren Zhu to be able to say out the names of the rules and regulations Gu, this was only after spending time under the threat of death and trying countless times. Feng Yuan was an expert in rules and regulations due to his 500 years of experience from his past life. After his rebirth, he believed that he could create a brilliant future, not because of the spring-autumn cicada, not because he knew many secret troves and treasures, not because he knew what the future held, but because of the 500 years of experience that he'd gained as a person. Just like how Ren Zhu controlled the rules and regulations Gu and was easily able to capture all the Gu in the world, Feng Yuan was so familiar with the rules and regulations, he was able to look down upon the world and see through the truths and the lies, being meticulous and precise and getting right to the heart of the matter. I proudly laugh as I stand atop the world, coldly looking down at the people, who all behave like pawns, obeying their respective rules and regulations, living their lives in a straightforward manner. The rules and regulations of darkness is darkness, and the rules and regulations of light is light. But the reborn demon had stepped foot under the path of light. Reverend Insanity Chapter 39. Toad Caravan Merchant. The month of May was a transition period between spring and summer. The fragrance of the flowers filled the air, the huge mountains evergreen, and the sunlight began to gradually release its ardent side. Under the clear azure sky, the white clouds drifted like cotton. On King Mao Mountain, the bamboo forest was straight like a spear, as it always was, pointing towards the blue sky. Weeds grew widely everywhere, and unknown variants of wildflowers dotted the grass thicket. As the light breeze blew, the wild grass moved to and fro, the heavy fragrance of flower pollen and the smell of the grass assailing the visitors. Halfway up the mountain was a huge number of terraced fields. Layer by layer, step by step, the soft green wheat sprouts were planted down from afar. It looked like a verdant green sea. On the terraced fields, there were numerous farmers busily working away. There were some farmers cleaning the canal of the channeling water to irrigate the fields, while some farmers were rolling up their trousers, standing in the fields and planting the sprouts. These people were naturally all mortal outsiders, as the Guyue clansmen would never have to do these lowly jobs. The sound of camel bells could be faintly heard in the spring breeze. The farmers straightened their bodies as they headed down the mountain, only to see a caravan moving like a colorful worm from the mountainside, slowly showing its head. It's the merchant caravan! Yes, it's already May. It's about time for the caravan to come. The adults caught on to the situation at once, and the children stopped playing with the water and clay in their hands. Together, they energetically approached the caravan. The southern borders had 100,000 mountains. King Mao Mountain was just one of them. On every mountain there were villages after villages. Each were maintained by everyone through their blood relationships and kinships. In between the mountains, the forests were deep and ominous, the cliffs steep and full of dangerous falling rocks. Additionally, in the complex surroundings of the forest dwelled a large number of ferocious beasts and peculiar goo worms. Mortals could not pass through these at all. It was difficult to get past these obstacles alone. One had to be at least a rank 3 Goo Master. Because of the poor economy, trading was difficult. Thus, the most important form of trading was through the caravan merchants. Only by organizing a merchant group in such a large scale could Goo Masters come together with the power to help each other, conquering the difficulties in traveling routes and traversing from one mountain to another. The merchant caravan's arrival was like a bowl of boiling water that poured into the peaceful and serene King Mao Mountain. All these past years they'd come in April, but this year they've only arrived in May. At least they're here now. The owner of the inn let out a deep breath upon hearing the news. The inn's business was poor in the other months, so only when the caravan came could he earn enough profit to last the year. At the same time, there was still some green bamboo wine within his storage that he could sell to the caravan merchants. Besides the inn, the business at the tavern would also boom as a result. The caravan merchants entered the Guyue Mountain village one by one, led by a treasure brass toad. This toad was 2.5 meters tall, its entire body yellow and orange in color. The back of the toad was thick and full of warts and knots. It was like the lumps of bronze nails on ancient city gates. On the treasure brass toad's back, thick ropes were tied around plenty of goods. At a glance, it seemed like the toads were carrying a giant backpack. A middle-aged man with a circular face full of pockmarks sat cross-legged atop the toad. He was fat and had a large belly, both of his eyes formed into slits. He smiled, cupping his fists, and greeting the surrounding Guyue villagers. This man's name was Fu of the Jia clan. His cultivation was rank 4, and he was the leader of the merchant caravan this time. The treasure toad hopped slightly as it moved forward, but Jia Fu, who was sitting on its head, was stable and steady. When the toad hopped, his height would be level with the windows on the second floor of a building. Even when he was back on the ground, he was at a height greater than that of the first level of the bamboo buildings. The originally spacious streets were suddenly rather packed and narrow. The treasure brass toad was like a beast that intruded upon the midst of a great number of bamboo houses. After the treasure toad was a huge fat worm. Its 2 eyes were similar to multicolored glass windows, the colors bright and gorgeous. The worm was 15 meters long, its body shape resembling a silkworm. However, the surface of the worm was covered in a thick layer of black porcelain-like leather armor. On the armor was another abundant pile of goods and merchandise, a hemp rope tied around it. In between the gaps and intervals of the goods, Goo Masters sat one by one, some old and some young. There were also mortals who were robust and sturdy martial warriors, slowly moving on the ground, following after a fat black beetle. And after the fat beetle, there were ostriches with brightly colored feathers, hairy mountain spiders, winged snakes with 2 pairs of feathered wings, and so on. However, these were small in numbers. Most of the creatures were toads. These toads were similar to the treasure brass toad, but they were smaller in size and had the build of cows and horses. The toads were carrying merchandise and people, their bellies bulging as they hopped forward. The merchant caravan wound deep into the village. Children on the road would look out curiously, their eyes wide, calling out in joy or exclaiming in surprise. The windows on the second stories opened one after another, the mountain villagers observing the merchants from a short distance. Some had eyes that flashed with fear, and some others waved their hands to express a warm welcome. Old brother Jia, you came a little late this year. You must have had a hard journey. Approaching with the identity of the clan head, Guyue Bo came out himself to greet the leader of this year's merchant caravan. As Jiafu had status of rank 4 Gu Master, if a rank 3 elder were to be in charge of receiving him, it would be undoubtedly received as a kind of negligence and scorn. Jiafu cupped his fists and sighed. Ah, this year's road was rather unforgivable. On the way, we bumped into a group of secluded bloodbats and lost quite a few good men. Then, on Juebi Mountain, we ran into a fog and didn't dare continue traveling at all. So we were delayed for quite a long time, and caused Brother Gu Yue to wait for quite a while. As they spoke, their tones were very polite. The Gu Yue village needed the merchant caravans every year to come and trade, and the merchant caravans also needed business to make money. Ho ho ho! It's good enough that you were able to come. Please, the clan has prepared food and wine. Let me host a welcoming dinner for you, old brother. Guyue Bo stretched out his hand and said invitingly. Clan head's too polite, too polite. Jiafu was flattered. The merchant caravan arrived at the boundaries of King Mao Mountain in the early morning, and by afternoon they were stationed in the Guyue village. When it was dusk, the surroundings of the village had formed into a widespread area of temporary shops and stores. All kinds of red, blue, yellow, and green lofty tents were built, and every inch between the tents was squeezed with numerous little street stalls. The night was descending, yet it was still brightly lit in the area. An endless stream of pedestrians spilled into the area. From the village there were quite a few mortals, as well as quite a few Gu Masters. The little children hopped around in high spirits, and the adults showed an expression of joy akin to celebrating a festival. Feng Yuan moved among the crowd, walking alone. The crowd was bustling with activity, groups of people either surrounding the stalls or endlessly pouring in and out of the entrance of the tents. The surroundings were filled with the shouts of merchants hawking their wares. Come and take a look! Top-notch blue sea cloud tea! Brick this drinking tea makes one cheerful as a fairy! Even if it's not a person drinking, it can be used for feeding and raising tegu. It's a cheaply priced item for its value. One piece only cost 5 primeval stones. Brute force longhorn beetle goo. A goo master who uses this goo will be able to burst out the strength of a cow. You can walk away, but don't regret it. Intimate grass! High quality intimate grass! Everyone look at this quality. Fresh as if newly picked. 1 caddy for 2 pieces of primeval stones. Very cheap. As Feng Yuan heard this, his footsteps paused slightly. Then he followed the sound and walked over. He was greeted with an ostrich pulling a handcart with 2 wheels. On the handcart was a heap of pastel green herbs. Every blade of grass was a meter in length, slender and long. Their average width was about that of a fingernail. On some of the pointed tips of the grass grew red heart-shaped flower buds. The intimate grass was one of a goo worm's supplementary food types. Its worth was stemmed from the fact that it could be used to pair up with a few other foods to feed a goo. For example, Feng Yuan needed to give 2 pieces of flower petals every meal to the moonlight goo. But when feeding it, if he mixed in a blade of intimate grass, the moonlight goo would be full from just eating 1 petal. The intimate grass only cost 2 pieces of primeval stones per caddy, while the moon orchid petal cost a primeval stone for every 10 pieces. With a simple calculation, one would know that mixing the intimate grass in to feed the goo would be more cost effective. Half a month ago, because I used the moonlight goo in the academy to kill Gao Wan, I was fined 30 stones. However, the Mo family paid me 30 stones later as compensation, so I didn't really take any losses. In recent days, I've robbed twice. My total number of stones amounts to 118. However, recently, I continuously spent essence to refine middle stage primeval essence and nurture the 4 walls of my aperture, and I would use up 3 pieces of stones every day, adding to the cost of feeding my goo, my own daily expenses, and successfully buying green bamboo wine. I have 98 pieces at hand right now. Ever since Feng Yuan killed a person, the cruel and callous image had deeply rooted itself into the hearts of the students, and for a time no one dared challenge him. This led to his plundering becoming much easier, as every time only a small number would dare to resist. Feng Yuan calculated in his heart. Then he moved his line of sight and continued walking deeper into the heart of the setup of temporary stalls. The intimate grass stall was surrounded by a group of people. They were all either Gu masters or students, holding stones in their hands as they shouted and rushed to buy it. It was not that Feng Yuan lacked the money to buy intimate grass, but he didn't have the time. If my memory serves, that mudskin toad should be in that store. In my previous life, there was a Gu master who'd gotten it from gambling on the first night, hence, he earned big time. I gotta hurry, lest I lose a great deal through trying to save a little. Reverend Insanity Chapter 40. The Toad Gu Slumbering Within the Purple Gold Rock. The further one walked, the more flourishing and prosperous it was. Small street vendors lessened while large tents increased in number. There were all sorts of large tents to be seen, red, blue, green, yellow, in all different shapes and sizes. Several being in cylindrical shape, some erected two-door pillars at the entrance, while others hung large red lanterns instead. Inside some of the tents had vibrant lights, whereas others were dim and dark. Feng Yuan observed his surroundings as he walked, finally stopping near a gray-colored tent. It's here, he evaluated while looking at the tent. It had two pillars at the entrance, and there were carvings on the pillars, two lines of authentical couplet. The left side wrote, "Small display of courage, obtain good fortune during the 4 seasons." The right side wrote, "Large display of skills, obtain good prosperity in all 4 directions." In the middle there was another line, "Luck changes with time." This was a gambling den. This gambling den took around 1 mu of land. It was considered a large-sized tent. Feng Yuan walked inside. Inside the tent there were 3 rows of counters. On a side, one of the counters were pieces of amber or fossils, some as big as a palm, others big as a face. There were also others that were even bigger, those that were tall as a person, and obviously couldn't fit on the counter, thus, they were directly placed on the ground. Different from the other tent shops, it was silent in here. Several Gu masters stood before the counters, some meticulously observing rocks on display, others looking at the fossils, taking them and rubbing them in their hands to get a feel of it. There were some masters quietly discussing with their companions, and some were discussing the price with the shop clerks. But no matter what they discussed, they spoke softly, doing their best not to disturb the others. This was a rock gambling den. In the Gu world, there were all types of Gu, coming with different shapes and sizes and all sorts of effects. Gu worms have their respective food to consume. Without food, they can only last a short amount of time before dying. But nature towards life forms was both uncaring and benevolent. If they lacked food, the Gu worms still had a chance of survival. This was to hibernate, undergoing self-sealing. For example, if the moonlight Gu didn't have the moon orchid petals to consume, it may undergo self-sealing to try and maximize the conservation of its strength. Like winter hibernation, falling into a deep slumber, at this time, not only would the blue glow on the body dissipate, it would also turn from transparent crystal into a gray rock, covered in a layer of rock shell. Eventually, the rock crust would get thicker and turn into a boulder. Or, for example, the liquor worm. If it underwent self-sealing, it would form a white cocoon around it, curling its body and falling into a deep sleep within the cocoon. Of course, this situation of sealing and hibernating may not happen to every Gu worm. It only has a small chance of occurrence, and in most cases the Gu worm wouldn't fall into hibernation, but instead just starve to death. Only a small number of Gu worms may under specific circumstances undergo self-sealing. A few Gu masters who accidentally obtained these sealed Gu worms' rocks or cocoons would awaken the Gu worms that were slumbering within, thus they would have a stroke of fortune. Some of these Gu masters became highly successful due to this, it being a turning point in their lives. These situations happened rather frequently in the Gu master world, however they were often fake or rumors, giving people hopes and dreams. The source of the idea behind this rock gambling den originated from these rumors. Of course, these rocks all looked alike from the outside. Only after opening them can one determine if there really was a Gu worm hidden inside. In a small-sized gambling rock den like this, 9 out of 10 rocks are solid core, having no Gu worms inside. Even if there are Gu worms inside the rock, they may not be living worms. Most of them are dead. But once someone hits the jackpot of a live Gu, under most situations, they'd be able to earn a huge fortune. If the Gu worm was a rare species, they'd either become a successful person in life or get murdered and robbed of their fortune. Feng Yuan was clear about this in his heart, being very familiar with the situation beyond these doors. In his past life, he'd participated in a merchant caravan before, being a clerk in the rock gambling den. Sometime later, he'd even opened up his own, larger, medium-sized rock gambling den. He managed to con some gamblers and also misjudged at times, allowing other gamblers to win a precious goo worm. Feng Yuan stood at the door for a while, taking a glance around him before slowly walking to the counter on the left side. Behind the counter, there was a shop assistant every few meters, both males and females. On their waist hung a green copper belt, showing that they were not ordinary people, but rank 1 Gu Masters. Most were initial stages, while a selected few were middle stages. Seeing Feng Yuan before a counter, a female Gu Master who was nearest by walked towards him and smiled softly. Young master, what goo worm do you need? Every rock on this counter is sold at 10 primeval stones each. If this is your first try, just for the sake of it, why don't you go to the right counter? The rocks there are sold at only 5 primeval stones. If you're seeking thrills, you can go to the high-end counter in the middle. The rocks sold there are 20 primeval stones each. This was an experienced female Gu Master, having worked at the rock gambling den for quite some time already. She looked at Feng Yuan, who had just entered, and determined that he was a student from his appearance, age, and height, etc. Those that came to gamble were all Gu Masters. Students were only considered second-rate Gu Masters, just starting their cultivation. Because they're often tight on finance due to feeding their Gu worms, where would they find the money to come and gamble rocks? Students like this, normally they just came to take a look and get an eye-opening experience, satisfying their curiosity. Most were only window shoppers. Though if some had well-to-do families, they may attempt to buy one and try, but most only bought the cheaper fossils. Thus, the female Gu Master had no expectations towards how many rocks Feng Yuan could buy. Let me take a look around first. Feng Yuan nodded at her expressionlessly, then started to look seriously into the pile. In his memory, it should be at this counter in this particular rock gambling den. But it had been 500 years. It's been too long. Many things were vague to him already, especially when 500 years of memory was a huge capacity. So to be honest, Feng Yuan could not remember distinctly. He could only vaguely recall, during this year, on this first night the caravan arrived, a lucky bird spent 10 primeval stones to buy a fossil with a purple gold luster. After opening it on the spot, he obtained a mudskin toad. Afterwards, this toad goo was bought by another person, thus causing him to earn a small fortune of primeval stones. Feng Yuan frowned after observing for a while. On this counter, fossils with a purple gold glow numbered up to 20. In which rock was there a hidden mudskin toad? Every rock here was sold at 10 primeval stones each. Right now, Feng Yuan had 98 stones with him, and he could buy up to a maximum of 9 pieces. But realistically, he couldn't count like this. In any sort of risk and gamble, one had to consider the consequences. Feng Yuan was no longer a greenhorn, like those gamblers who thought they were blessed by heaven. Those who thought they were blessed by fate were usually those who fell under the mischief of fate itself. I am alone with no relatives or friends that can help me. I have to save some stones to survive, as well as buy food for my goo worms. He counted, and under the most basic reservation, he could only buy at most 7 pieces of fossil. Let's see here. This rock's purple gold is dotted like the stars, but it's flat as a pancake. Definitely no mudskin toad inside this one. This piece has striking purple gold color, but it's only fist-sized. If there really was a mudskin toad inside, the rock should be at least 30% larger. It's big, purple gold, but its surface is extremely smooth, while the mudskin toad's skin is supposed to be rough and uneven. This is definitely not the one. Feng Yuan continued to observe and evaluate using the method of cancellation. When goo worms hibernate after self-sealing, they'd form into natural fossils, being undetectable from most of the world's detection methods. The remaining detecting methods were too rough, and once used, would instantly kill the goo worm within that's barely alive. Thus, when Gu Masters chose rocks, they could only rely on their guessing, experience, and luck, sometimes relying on a bit of instinct. Otherwise, this wouldn't be called gambling. Of course, in this wide, wide world, there are countless wonders, and one cannot exclude the fact that a detection method which is extremely gentle exists, allowing a Gu Master to know if the rock contains a Gu worm. Feng Yuan had heard of such rumors in his past life, but after experimenting, found out that it was all lies. Feng Yuan assumed privately If such a method really exists, it has to be a hidden legacy, controlled in the hands of a small number of mysterious people, having no impact on the gambling business. It was still tame around the Kingmao Mountain region, but the more one moved east, the more prosperous gambling dens became. At the Baitao Mountain region, every family village had its own gambling den, and some large-sized forts that were even large-sized gambling dens built. The three villages that were famous for their rock gambling were Panxi, Gumu, and Changjing. Inside these villages were even built mega-sized gambling dens. These three gigantic gambling dens each had 1,000 years of history. Currently, their business was still blooming with an endless number of gamblers. They had never had a situation of clean sweep by anyone. Currently, the tent that Feng Yuan was in could only be qualified as a small-sized gambling den. If it was any other 15-year-old who came in, they would definitely be confused by all the different fossils, and even if they chose it, it would be randomly guessing. But Feng Yuan was different. Firstly, he already knew a portion of the answer from the start, thus, his search range shrunk to less than 30 pieces. Of course, to find that one rock out of these 20-odd pieces was extremely difficult as well, but using his 500 years of experience as backing, with such a rich pool of information, he picked out 6 pieces of purple gold fossils, the best fit for the criteria after observing for a while. He had an 80% chance of confidence that the mudskin toad was hibernating within one of these 6 fossils. Reverend Insanity Chapter 41, Dissecting Rocks. I'd like to purchase some rocks. Having picked his targets, Feng Yuan said this to the female Gu Master. Newbie, the female Gu Master immediately thought. Even the shittiest gamblers would pay very close attention when they wanted to buy the rocks. First, they would look carefully, then place the stones in their palms and rub to feel the surface and its weight. Even after such actions, if they found that the feeling was off, they would give up entirely. No one would just say purchase at the start. And as for such a type like Feng Yuan who said purchase up front, he's undeniably a newbie who's having his first rock gambling experience. Although the female Gu Master thought this, she didn't show any difference in her expression, but continued to smile like a flower, saying softly to Feng Yuan, "Then which piece are you choosing?" Feng Yuan pointed and said, "This piece." She immediately retrieved it. Feng Yuan pointed again and then said, "This piece?" She felt perplexed, not expecting the youngster to buy 2 pieces. It seems like this youngster is the type to gamble heavily, she evaluated mentally. But next, Feng Yuan pointed again and said, "This piece and this piece. I'm buying all of these." The female Gu Master was stunned, feeling extremely surprised. She couldn't help but assess Feng Yuan again. Well, it seems like this ordinary-looking youngster has a really good family background. Otherwise, how would any ordinary Gu Master have the spare cash to spend like this? Thinking of it, the female Gu Master's smile became more gentle and friendly. To think that this youngster in front of her was a real customer, this was an unexpected joy. However, Feng Yuan surprised her once again as he pointed to the furthest purple gold rocks and said, "Oh yeah, those 2 pieces as well." The female Gu Master couldn't help but feel shocked internally. Which young master is this from the Guyue village? Looks like he's the main family branch's inheritor. If I could hook up with him, I might not need to stay here in this slog as a shop clerk anymore. With this thought, the female Gu Master's smile became even more gentle, and she looked towards Feng Yuan seductively. 6 rocks were placed in front of Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan took out 60 primeval stones and passed it to the female Gu Master. His act of payment attracted the attention of all the other Gu Masters in the tent. "Oh, someone's gonna rock gamble. We've been watching for half an hour, but we haven't acted yet. Now that someone's given it a try, we might as well watch." It's a student. He actually took out 60 primeval stones at once. His family must be affluent. He looks like he's a greenhorn. Gambling rocks isn't so easily. He's gonna get hurt real bad. Gu Masters stood on the spot, discussing softly, all directing their gaze towards Feng Yuan. "Young master, do you want to open the rocks on the spot? Our gambling den provides free services to open the rocks," the female Gu Master gently advised, sending seductive glances with her eyes. Feng Yuan used the corner of his eye to take a look at the crowd, his lips curling into a mysterious smile. He waved his hand, rejecting the female Gu Master. "Purple gold's my lucky color, and this is my first time betting. It's very meaningful. I'll open the rocks myself. The female Gu Master's eyes shone brighter, thinking this heroic demeanor as expected of a rich young master. Never in her dreams would she be able to imagine that Feng Yuan could be said to be kinless in the Guyue village, a drifter with no backing, having to rely on himself for everything. So what if you have money? I wonder which rich kid this is, coming here to waste his parents' hard-earned money. Ignorant young lad, how can you choose the rocks based on a lucky color? Oh, this is simply akin to throwing primeval stones into the water and waiting to see the ripples for fun. The Gu masters in the tent lost their excitement at once. After thinking that Feng Yuan was a prodigal son, their already low expectations vanished into thin air. Some Gu masters even retracted their gaze and turned around to continue inspecting the fossils of the corner. However, the changes to his surroundings didn't affect Feng Yuan's state of mind at all. He expressionlessly activated the primeval essence within his primeval sea, pouring it into the moonlight goo. The next moment, the crescent mark on his right palm emitted a faint water-like blue light. Feng Yuan used the right hand to grab a purple gold rock, holding it in his palm. Next, he closed his fingers and slowly rubbed against the surface of the fossil. The blue light continued to shine, the waves of light rippling like water as the purple gold rock shrunk in size, large amounts of powder from rock shavings falling out from the gaps of Feng Yuan's fingers, landing on the carpet of the tent. Young master has good handiwork. The female Gu master took the chance and immediately praised. This youngster, he isn't good for nothing after all. What great skills! Seeing this sight, the Gu master's eyes shone across with a complicated glint. They started to see Feng Yuan in a new light. Feng Yuan used the blue light to rub against the surface of the rock. This was a form of meticulous usage of the moonlight goo. Normally, one would have to use the moonlight goo for 2 to 3 years to be able to reach this level. With Feng Yuan's age and student identity, being able to do this is really remarkable. See, he's using our Guyue clan's specialty, the moonlight goo. Some of the Gu masters found this and instantly felt proud, gaining affection for Feng Yuan. But opening the rocks with this method, it's still too rough. Some of the older and more experienced Gu masters shook their heads. The purple gold rock got smaller and smaller, from being slightly larger than a palm to the size of a fist, being gripped tightly in Feng Yuan's fingers. The blue light intensified as the fossil became pearl-sized until finally, what was left was a pile of rock powder falling apart onto the carpet to form a small hill. This was a solid rock, there was no goo worm inside. As expected, he's unreliable. The Gu masters shook their heads. Young master, there's still 5 pieces left, the female Gu master encouraged. Feng Yuan's expression was calm. Being completely unaffected, he grabbed the second piece of purple gold rock and continued to grind. But the result of this piece was still a solid rock. There was no goo worm inside. The third piece was the same. The Gu masters grew impatient. Stop looking. By relying on color to pick the rocks, there's no point in this gamble. If you can get a good goo from this, I'll eat a pile of rock powder off the floor, someone laughed insultingly. Don't lose heart, young master. Isn't there 3 pieces left? You're only halfway through. The female Gu master continued to edge Feng Yuan on. Feng Yuan grabbed the fourth piece, and when he got to the palm size, he suddenly stopped all action. Oh, there's something. The rock's composition changed. It wasn't purple gold sediment, but a kind of ink black color. Don't tell me he's really gotten super lucky from blindly guessing, the surrounding Gu masters exclaimed lightly. Young master, you have to be careful from here onwards. Don't make sudden movements. Hibernating goo worms are very fragile. If you use too much strength, you'll kill the worm inside. The female Gu master didn't expect such a situation to occur. After getting stunned for a moment, she immediately advised carefully. Feng Yuan's movements slowed, his fingers slowly rubbing as small powder slowly fell away. Continuously repeating the action with many intervals, he was no longer as fluid as earlier. The black-colored rock powder slowly fell off, and as the rock got smaller, Feng Yuan's movements became slower and gentler. On the carpet, the rock powder continued to gather as Feng Yuan's black-colored rock was finally scraped clean. Oh, what a pity. It's a rock in a rock. What a waste of my emotions. I really thought there'd be a goo worm inside. You're all too easy to fool. Is rock betting so easy? 9 out of 10 of the rocks are all empty. How else is the shop gonna make money? Young master, your luck is already not bad. Getting a rock and a rock the first time? Normal people can't do that. The female Gu master tried another way to console Feng Yuan similarly. It was a way to pave the result that awaited him. Getting nothing out of gambling rocks was very common, a 9 out of 10 occurrence. In her opinion, Feng Yuan was just choosing at random. The chance of getting a Gu fossil was close to 0. Feng Yuan smiled but didn't reply. He continued to take out the 5th rock. He carefully grinded, and in 10 breaths' time, the surface of the purple gold rock was all rubbed away, revealing a rough-surfaced yellow mud ball. Reverend Insanity Chapter 42. It's really a Gu? Huh? Don't tell me it's another rock and a rock. By the looks of it, probably it's just a little strange that this mud ball is enclosed by a purple gold rock surface. The mud ball's surface should be compressed smoothly, so why is the surface still uneven? The surrounding Gu masters were perplexed. Looking at the mud ball in his hands, Feng Yuan's expression didn't change, but in his heart he was slightly moved. He continued to grind. Under the blue, watery light, the powdery sand fell off. Among the powder, there were some soil crumbs mixed in, falling onto the pile of rock powder beside his legs. Don't tell me there's really something! Upon seeing this, some of the Gu masters stared, their eyes wide opened. It's hard to say, someone spoke with an uncertain tone. I feel like there is. There's really something, another spoke softly. The yellow mud ball gradually decreased in size due to the friction, and when it was palm-sized, someone suddenly barged into the tent. Young lad, hold up. Jia Jinsheng, will be buying that. Feng Yuan's movement came to a halt at once. The Gu masters in the tent all focused their attention on this person. He looked young on the outside, his appearance around 20 to 25 years old. He wore a golden-colored robe with a lace belt on his waist, and on the belt was a square-shaped jade piece. The word across the jade piece showing the letter 1. Evidently, this was a rank 1 Gu master. To still be a rank 1 Gu master at 20 years old, it seemed that his talent wasn't all that good. But the status of this person was rather unique. Seeing him, the Gu masters in the tent all bowed and greeted him, saying together, Your subordinate greets you, second young master. Second young master? He called himself Jia Jin Shang earlier. Is he the half-brother of that merchant caravan leader, Jia Fu? This means to say that this rock gambling den is opened by him, but now that he's appeared to interfere, it seems that he's breaking the gambling den's rules, the Gu masters softly conversed. That's right, I'm this shop's shopkeeper. Little brother, coming out to gamble at such a young age, aren't you afraid of your family's scolding? I'll offer you 40 primeval stones to buy that mud ball in your hand. What do you think? 40 primeval stones is a lot already. There may not be a Gu inside, but today, I'm in a good mood. Thus, seeing that this is your first time gambling, I don't want you to lose everything, so I'll give you a portion of your capital back. Jia Jin Shang quickly walked in front of Feng Yuan as he spoke. 40 primeval stones? Feng Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly and took a look at Jia Zheng Sheng with the corner of his eye coldly laughing. It seems you want to forcefully buy this mudball fossil in my possession. Forceful purchase is spoiling the gambling den's rules. Furthermore, you're now on King Mao Mountain. You want to bully a Guyue clansman like me in front of everyone? Oh, on hearing Feng Yuan's last sentence, all the other Gu masters couldn't take it, and animosity grew uncontrollably in them. As they looked towards Feng Yuan's direction, their expression towards Jia Jing Sheng also became unfriendly. Jia Jing Shang had thought a 15-year-old like Feng Yuan would be easy to deal with, easily persuaded with a few words, but to think that this Feng Yuan had such capabilities, and with a single sentence he caused Jia Jing Shang to be in quite a predicament. Seeing the Gu masters getting ready to interfere, Jia Jing Shang's expression changed immediately as he changed his tone, quickly waving his hands. Little brother, you're mistaken. I'm the shopkeeper of this gambling den. How could I ruin my own reputation by breaking my own rules? How would I be able to conduct business in the future? I just found your mud ball a little interesting, thus I wanted to buy it from you. If you don't wish to sell it, that's fine. But if there's nothing inside later, don't blame me for not reminding you. Feng Yuan paid no more attention to him. He turned around and continued to focus on grinding the mud ball in his hands. His movements were very, very slow and very meticulous. Often there was only a hint of dry soil powder falling off. After a moment or so, following his movement, a hibernating goo worm gradually appeared in front of everyone's eyes. My god, it's really a goo worm? He really opened a goo! What the hell sort of method of gambling? This can work? This young man's luck is off the charts. He actually managed to forcefully luck out on getting a goo? Immediately, the Goo Master's exasperation filled the tent. The female Goo Master subconsciously covered her mouth, being unable to believe the scene before her. As shop clerk, along the way, she'd been to many mountain villages, seen all sorts of people and all kinds of customers, but she'd never seen such a comedic scene. Oh, there really was a goo. Cold light flashed across Xia Jin Sheng's eyes as he hated and regretted in his heart. The thing he hated most was to be taken advantage of. This gambling den that he'd opened, he'd placed many surveillance methods. Once a customer was about to open a goo, he'd receive the news and would normally forcefully buy it from them. But now this Feng Yuan was inside his gambling den, getting a goo under his very eyes. Jia Jin Sheng could feel his heart bleeding. What he'd obtained was a toad goo. The entire body was yellow from head to foot. The belly was a light yellow, and its back was a brownish yellow, covered with many pimply boils, full of nodules and warts, which were all distinctive characteristics of the toad species. At one glance, it looked slightly horrifying. It wasn't big, being only palm-sized. Holding it in the palm was akin to holding 2 or 3 eggs. Feng Yuan's expression was calm, under all sorts of admiration, envy, and exasperation, carefully deploying its primeval essence and injecting it into the toad's body. At this moment, the goo was being refined by Feng Yuan. Goo worms obtained from within fossils are normally extremely weak. Not only do they have little to no strength left, their consciousness is also lazy, leaving them defenseless and unable to resist. Thus, they can be easily refined by the Goo Masters. Upon being awakened by Feng Yuan, the toad goo opened its eyes slowly, its belly slightly vibrating, softly calling out. Its voice was soft, but it made everyone's expression very interesting. The difference in value between a goo that was alive against one that was dead was huge. It's a live goo? He really opened a live goo? Someone rubbed his eyes, unable to believe this scene. It's the Mudskin Toad! Damn it, it's really the Mudskin Toad! Someone recognized the Toad Goo's identity and screamed agitatedly. This young man's really got luck! Why don't I have such luck on my side? Someone sighed, filled with complicated emotions such as envy, jealousy, and hatred. Young master, congratulations! This to date is my first time seeing such a precious goo worm. The female goo master was shocked beyond words. Her eyes glistened with life. It's actually the Mudskin Toad? Oh, this is a rare rank 2 goo worm. Its value's worth 500 primeval stones. Damn it, damn it, damn it! Someone actually managed to open such a goo worm in my shop! I've lost big time, big time! Jia Jin Shang's face was pale as he stared daggers at the toad, his heart having a strong urge to just snatch the goo away. But he couldn't. He knew he couldn't, for if he really did that, it would be asking for trouble. This was not his family's village, but it was the Guyue clan's territory. Maybe I should have paid a bit more primeval stones. Maybe he might have given it to me. That's right, he's just a student. If I offered 100 stones, there's no way he'd not have been moved. Why didn't I do that? Jia Jin Sheng was full of regret. No, maybe this young lad doesn't know his stuff. Even though he opened a Mudskin Toad, I should be able to suppress the price and buy it off him. Jia Jin Shang's heart had renewed hope, but at the next moment, his hint of hope was mercilessly smashed by Feng Yuan's words. Feng Yuan plainly looked at the Mudskin Toad in his hands, ignoring the surrounding people's praises in shock. He used an extremely calm tone and said to Jia Jin Sheng, Mudskin Toad, rank 2 goo worm, requires 500 grams of yellow soil every meal. The more fertile the soil, the better. Its species is few in number, and it's the necessary main goo in refining the treasure brass toad. The market price is 500 primeval stones. Jia Jin Shang, did you want to buy this? You actually know so clearly? Gu Zhen mumbled. After such a shock, he couldn't say a word. Feng Yuan laughed lightly and continued, "Well, if you're unwilling, that's fine. I'll sell it to someone else. I'm sure someone here will be interested." "Hold it! Wait. I'll buy it, I'll buy it. But can't this price be cheaper?" Jia Jinsheng's smile turned bitter. Feng Yuan turned around and walked away. Jia Jingsheng hurriedly chased after him. Don't go! I'll buy it. Feng Yuan had no plans to nurture this mudskin toad. It was a rank 2 goo, but Feng Yuan was still rank 1 initial stage. Although it ate yellow soil, King Mao Mountain was full of green soil, hence finding food for it would be troublesome. Moreover, if he didn't sell this goo worm, Feng Yuan would have to feed 3 worms himself. Putting aside the increased primeval stone expenditure, even the current amount of stones in his possession, he wouldn't have enough to feed them. Thus, Feng Yuan's plan was to immediately sell away the mudskin toad, get the 500 primeval stones, and earn a fortune. To a small rank 1 initial stage like Feng Yuan, 500 primeval stones was considered a large amount already. The transaction was quickly completed. Feng Yuan transferred the mudskin toad to Jia Jinsheng in front of the crowd, at the same time accepting 5 heavy money bags. Each bag held 100 primeval stones. Feng Yuan originally had 98 primeval stones, and after spending 60 on gambling rocks, he had 38 left. But now, his fortune had multiplied many times, and he owned 538 primeval stones. Upon seeing this, many Goo Masters turned green with envy. Feng Yuan put the 5 bags in his bosom before taking the last piece of purple gold fossil and walking out of the tent. "Young master, you're not going to open that fossil?" The female Goo Master blinked rapidly and stared at Feng Yuan's back, loudly reminding him. Feng Yuan paid no heed and left the gambling den without turning back, leaving behind a gang of stunned Goo Masters staring at each other silently. Reverend Insanity Chapter 43. The final 6th Purple Gold Rock. The green copper primeval sea had tides rising and falling, ebbing and flowing. Above the sea level, the liquor worm curled into a ball, emitting a wine vapor that gradually developed into a wine mist. A surge of primeval essence with a swoosh rushed against the tide and into the wine mist. When the tide receded, there was already half left, and the color was even darker. From initial stage jade green, it had converted into middle stage pale green. Middle stage primeval essence fell into the sea, but it did not mix with the initial stage primeval essence. As if it was denser, it sank to the bottom. Thus, the situation became that the upper layer of the sea was filled with initial stage essence, while the lower half was middle stage essence. As time flowed, the wine mist circulated within the aperture. Under the refinement of the liquor worm, eventually the initial stage primeval essence continued to decrease, while the middle stage primeval essence gradually increased. It could be seen with the naked eye, where the lower layer middle stage primeval essence gradually rose, while the upper layer initial stage primeval essence continued to decrease, but also rose in sea level. As Feng Yuan refined his primeval essence, he extracted the natural essence from the stones at the same time, quickly replenishing the dwindling primeval essence in his aperture. Finally, the 44% of his primeval sea in his aperture was fully refined into middle stage primeval essence. Much thanks to this middle stage essence, or else I wouldn't have been able to open the rocks 5 times in the gambling den. Sitting in the lotus position on his bed, Feng Yuan gradually opened his eyes. It was currently late at night. After he walked out of the gambling den, he did not tour around any of the other shops, but instead headed back to the academy. Although it was at the fringe of the Guyue Mountain village, as a rank 1 initial stage Goo Master, owning 538 primeval stones is still too much. This is not only because the primeval stones were heavy and a hassle to bring around, it also attracted other people's coveting. In another sense, it would endanger his life. If there was a rank 1 upper stage or even rank 2 who coveted his assets, with Feng Yuan's current ability, he wouldn't be able to contend. Wealth comes and goes, but humans die because of wealth. It's pathetic. What's laughable is that many people in this world can't comprehend that. The boat of benefits carries many people, but has also sunk many others. Feng Yuan's lips curled into a cold smirk as he looked at the gray-white primeval stones in his hands. A complete primeval stone was around the size of a duck egg, but the stone in his hand had been extracted to around half of its essence, and it was an entire circle smaller. Feng Yuan did not regret it. Everything has its gains and losses. Feng Yuan was only a C-grade talent, yet he was using the liquor worm to refine his primeval essence, and his primeval stone expenditure was multiple times that of people his age. Yet it was because of that he was able to overcome his lack of talent. If the real cultivation pace could be counted, he'd be able to rank first three. Feng Yuan put the primeval stones back into his money bag and took out the final purple gold fossil. He bought a total of 6 fossils at the gambling den and opened 5 of them on the spot, bringing the last one back with him. His eyes shone as he activated the moonlight goo, grinding with his 5 fingers, slowly dissecting the rock. The purple gold fossil gradually shrunk under the blue ripples and finally was grinded into nothingness, leaving behind a pale pile of powder on the ground. Feng Yuan wasn't surprised, because in rock gambling you lose 9 out of 10 times. Even with his 500 years of experience, he could only manage 8 losses out of 10 tries, and in the remaining 2 tries it depended on whether it was a live or dead goo. Dead goo had basically no value. As for live goo, they may not be a rare type of goo worm, and even if it was tremendously precious, it may attract a life-threatening crisis because of it. Feng Yuan's current cultivation level was still very low. It was at the bottom tier of the goo masters. The mudskid toad he obtained earlier, if it weren't for the fact that this was the Guyue mountain village, it may very well have been forcefully snatched away by that Jin Shang. Gambling was never the way of developing wealth. In fact, it was a bigger cause of bankruptcy and debt. This was not the development path that Feng Yuan wanted to take. Although the final purple gold fossil didn't have a goo worm, Feng Yuan wasn't disappointed. In fact, he looked at the pile of rock powder and gradually broke into a smile. Indeed, his ultimate motive for entering the gambling den was all for this pile of powder. That mudskin toad was only something he'd gotten out of convenience. He'd privately opened this fossil, and other than him, nobody knew the truth of this result. From that day forth, he could claim that his liquor worm was awakened and subdued from this purple gold fossil. This idea was fabulous. Firstly, no one could confirm what goo worms really existed in these fossils. Who would dare say that the liquor worm could not hibernate within the purple gold fossil? That's completely possible. Secondly, he had several eyewitnesses. He'd opened the mudskin toad, which left a strong impression on the goo masters in the gambling den. Thirdly, even if someone relentlessly questioned him, he could push everything onto his own luck. Luck was something entirely unfathomable. Even if someone suspected that this was the flower wine monk's liquor worm, against an excuse like luck, they'd have no idea how to argue against Feng Yuan. Within the dark room, Feng Yuan's expression was ominous. One-sided covering up was akin to covering fire with paper. There would become a day when he would be exposed. To get rid of a hidden threat like the liquor worm, he'd have to strike first. This is Feng Yuan's style. Moreover, he'd thought about it carefully, and in the cultivation process that was to follow, he'd need to expose the liquor worm. For a rank 1 goo like the liquor worm, it's extremely precious to a rank 1 goo master, but rank 2 goo masters, it's no longer compatible to them. Thus, even if it were exposed, all I get is some attention, but it wouldn't affect the overall situation, thus becoming nothing to be concerned over. It isn't like the spring-autumn cicada. If that were exposed, I might die a horrible death at the very next moment. 500 years of experience in handling problems had already made Feng Yuan extremely familiar with human mentality. Their every thought was clear as day to him. The flower wine traveler's legacy and the mudskin toad. Among my memories, these are the only 2 treasures here, and now they've been obtained by me. What I can do next is only gradual and steadfast cultivation. Feng Yuan sighed a deep breath, relaxing his body, feeling a strong sense of fatigue engulfing him. A goo master's primeval sea cultivation could not replace sleep. Feng Yuan pulled his blanket and lay down on his bed, his eyes still half open. Although there were 500 primeval stones under his bed as well as many pots of green bamboo wine, he still felt a sense of urgency and danger. These 500 over primeval stones were already a form of limit. From flourish to decline, Feng Yuan was clear that henceforth his expenditure would only get bigger. But his income was mostly from extorting his classmates. He'd been increasingly feeling the growth and improvement of his classmates, especially in recent extortions. Guyue Mo Bei, Qi Chang, and his brother Guyue Feng Zhan had greatly improved their kicks and punches. Previously, he only needed 1 or 2 strikes to take them down, but now he needed 5 to 6. Another 3 or 4 plunders, and those punches and kicks will be fully polished. If they challenge me one-on-one, with my current stamina, I can't endure that kind of round-robin battle. 500 primeval stones might seem like a lot, but with my current expenditure of 4 stones a day, it's actually not all that much. Kingmao Mountain already has no treasures left, but nearby on the Baigu Mountain, there's a secretly built strength inheritance of a rank 4 Gu Master on the righteous path. Oh, it still boils down to that flower wine monk's treasure being just too little, only giving me a liquor worm. There's still that film image wall. Maybe I can sell it to a certain merchant in the caravan. Feng Yuan thought as his eyelids grew heavier until he finally fell asleep. Reverend Insanity Chapter 44. Monkey Wine, not yielding the opportunity of the liquor worm. On the second day in the afternoon, during lunch break, Feng Yuan went to the shopping district outside the mountain village once again. As many of them had work in the day, there was not many villagers in the tentage area. Feng Yuan walked to the area where the vendor was selling intimate grass last night, according to his memory. He reached the spot only to see an empty cart still on the spot, an ostrich dragging the cart along. It stood there on the spot proudly, its body the size of a large ostrich on earth, but it had the appearance of a chicken. The back of the creature bulged into a curved angle. A pair of wide wings were collected at its side, the feathers splendidly bright in all 7 colors. The chicken head was raised tall, its huge red coxswain-like agate crown flashing with the luster of a gem under the sunlight. Seems I was still too late. The intimate grass was sold out. What a pity. If I were able to buy a few caddy of intimate grass, I'd be able to save quite a bit on primeval stones. Feng Yuan's footsteps came to a halt. Then he walked away and continued to venture deeper into the area. Come, have a taste of this delicious wine from all different villages. There's more than 100 types of wine here, like lantern grass wine, the 9-tune wine with a strong aftertaste, the light and elegant ancient dragon well, the sweet and sour flower rock tune, the mouth-watering 100 spring old cellar, the rich and heavy fragrant intoxication of the 3 autumns. In front of a blue, round bucket before the tent, a shop assistant was hawking with gusto. A light flashed through Feng Yuan's gaze as he immediately grew interested. With a turn, he entered the wine shop. The decor in the wine shop was very unique. At the most inner part of the tent, there was a long counter. A Gu Master was stationed there with tens of crystal ladybugs the size of wicker baskets behind him, sticking onto the tent's cloth walls. On the floor there was no carpet, but rather the uncovered mountain rock and soil. Among the soil, vibrant colored mushrooms grew. These mushrooms had all sorts of colors, looking round and slightly cute. Some were large as tables, where others were short like benches. These were often distributed where a large table mushroom would be, surrounded by a few shorter bench mushrooms. This is the innocent mushroom, purposely grown by a Gu Master. It has the ability to absorb dust and particles in the air, to purify it. It's a type of grass goo. Feng Yuan could recognize the mushroom's origins immediately upon seeing them. He chose one of the short mushrooms and sat down. The mushroom's surface immediately sank down a little, making Feng Yuan feel as if he was sitting on a sofa like those on Earth. Young master, this is the wine catalog. Would you like to take a look? A shop assistant walked over. Feng Yuan glanced at the wine catalog and realized that the wine here was more expensive than the green bamboo wine. I'll have a cup of monkey wine. Feng Yuan put down the catalog. A cup of monkey wine! The shop assistant turned around and shouted. At the counter, the rank 1 Gu master heard and immediately bent down to take out a bamboo wine cup. Next, he took the wine cup and turned around, facing the tentage. On the blue tent walls, there were tens of crystal ladybugs, head facing downwards and tail facing upwards, quietly latched onto the walls as if they were mere decorations for the tent. These crystal ladybugs were also a type of goo. Their stomachs were empty, and they were often used by goo masters to carry precious liquids. Their bodies were transparent, as if they were made of crystal. From the outside, one could see within the ladybug's stomach. Different kinds of liquor could be found. The Goo Master quickly found the crystal ladybug that contained the monkey wine among them. He placed the bamboo wine cup at the mouthpiece of the ladybug and gently stroked the exoskeleton of the bug with his other hand. A small amount of primeval essence entered the crystal ladybug's body, and afterwards it opened its mouth, and a gush of liquor flowed into the bamboo wine cup. The liquor splattered around into the cup until it was full. The Goo Master placed the bamboo wine cup, which was filled with monkey wine, on the counter. The shop assistant, who'd already been waiting for quite a while, quickly held up the cup meticulously and walked a few steps to deliver it to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan only took a little sip. The monkey wine was indeed a fruit liquor, being sweet and refreshing and delicate on the palate. He stopped drinking, but instead, with a thought, Feng Yuan summoned the liquor worm. The white and fat liquor worm turned into a flash of white light and curved an arc in the air. With a plop, it landed in the wine cup. The wine splattered everywhere, sprinkling onto the mushroom table. The liquor worm joyously beat around in the wine cup, and the monkey wine could be seen decreasing with the naked eye. In a few breaths' time, the cup had dried out with not a single drop left. Is that a liquor worm? The Goo Master at the counter shouted, his eyes sparkling. He was a rank 1 Goo Master with D-grade talent, only able to follow the merchant caravan and work in this wine shop. His objective was to sightsee while finding his chances. The liquor worm can refine primeval essence and raise it by an entire realm. To a rank 1 Goo Master, it could be said to be extremely precious. Isn't this the chance he's been painstakingly searching for? Young master, do you have any plans to sell this liquor worm? He excitingly approached, a look of sincerity in his eyes. Feng Yuan shook his head, rejecting him with a determined attitude, getting up to leave after that. His motive this time was to reveal the liquor worm in his possession. He had never thought of selling it. Young master, please hold on. I'm really sincere about this. Maybe we can sit down and have a discussion. The Goo Master reluctantly followed Feng Yuan to the tentage entrance, but Feng Yuan didn't show him any response. In the end, he could only stand on the spot, his expression extremely regretful, as he watched Feng Yuan's rear view turn around the corner and disappear into the midst of the horizon. Unconsciously, the sun gradually set, as the crescent moon took its place. In the night, the moonlight shone brightly, but it was overpowered by the numerous street lights in the merchant shops. The merchant shops tonight were swarming with business. Feng Yuan was squeezed left and right as he entered, hearing all sorts of conversations inadvertently. The store is normally open for 3 days and 3 nights. Tonight is already the second night. By the morning of the day after, the merchant caravan would have left on their journey already. Thus, we have to hurry if we want to buy anything. I saw a golden belgoo yesterday. Oh, it was so expensive though, and after haggling with the shopkeeper for a long time, it didn't get any cheaper. I guess I'll go and take a look tonight. Did you guys hear? Last night a young man opened a mudskin tote and earned a profit of 500 primeval stones. Feng Yuan listened attentively, feeling disappointment in his heart, as he didn't hear anything about the liquor worm. The liquor worm is only a rank 1 goo worm, but it's extremely meaningful to a rank 1 goo master, yet it's completely useless to a rank 2 or rank 3 goo master, as they are unable to refine their primeval essence any further with it. Thus, it's normal that no one paid attention to this. However, taking the initiative to expose the matter of the liquor worm cannot be rushed for a period of time. If I overdo it, it might end up letting the cat out of the bag. As Feng Yuan walked, he pondered slightly in his heart. At this point, there was a hustle in front of him. Next, Feng Yuan heard someone shout, "Quickly, come and see! There's a dishonest merchant here selling fake goo to our clansmen!" Anger stirred around the crowd. "Oh, there's something like that happening? Go and see quickly. Which shop dares to cheat our clansmen?" Feng Yuan followed the crowd and moved towards the commotion as well. What met his eyes were a group of people surrounding the mouth of a large red tent, the massive crowd swarming in. Some were curiously watching, while others stared coldly, but most of the people were enshrouded with a sense of anger. Outside the tent stood two people. One of them, a young rank 2 Gu master, whose attire showed that he was obviously from the Gu Yue clan. The other person had a familiar face. It was the owner of the gambling den, Gu Zhen Ren. The young Gu master held a black goo worm in his hands, raising it up and shouting to the crowd, "My clansmen! This person in front of me sold me a fake goo yesterday, lying to me that it was a black boar goo and sold it to me for 250 primeval stones. To think that when I got home to refine it, I realized that it wasn't a black boar goo, but simply an ordinary stinky fat worm." Jia Jin Shang laughed coldly. "Ha! Don't accuse me falsely. Since when did I tell you it was a black boar goo? What proof do you have?" The young Gu master, on seeing Jia Jin Shang's denial, fell into a rage and grabbed his wrist. "You cunning merchant! You dare to deny it? You actually dare to lie to me in front of the Gu Yue clan on King Mao Mountain itself? Are you trying to look for death? Let go of me!" Jia Jin Shang was also furious as he flicked his wrist, slapping away the young Gu master's hand. "If you want to find trouble and extort money, you should find a better target. I'm not afraid of you. My brother is Jia Fu, a rank 4 Gu master. What can you do to me?" "You!" The young Gu master stared with his eyes wide. He didn't dare take an action. The name of a rank 4 Gu master was enough to intimidate him. "Pah!" Jia Jin Shang spat on the ground, raising his head and looking at the young Gu master, laughing in disdain. "It was you who wanted to take advantage of the cheap goo. Ha! Didn't you use your brain to think why a black boar goo, which can raise a Gu master's strength, such a rare goo worm, was sold even more cheaply than a liquor worm? It's normally sold at 600 primeval stones. Did you think that you could just buy one for 250 primeval stones? Dream on!" "Bastard!" The young Gu master gritted his teeth, his face flushed red as he trembled out of anger. His chest burned with the rage of humiliation. There were chatters among the people as they got restless, discussing furiously, but no one dared to step up, for the rank 4 Gu master status of Jia Fu was like a giant hill in front of them, stabilizing the crowd. "This lad's too vicious. What a cunning merchant. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant on King Mao Mountain. He's actually Jia Fu's little brother. I heard that they're just half-brothers, but even with just rank 1 cultivation, he's able to use this relationship to act unrestricted in the caravan. What is going on here exactly?" At this moment, a loud voice spoke out. "Jia Fu's here. The leader's here to settle the dispute. Everyone give way." The discussion came to a halt as everyone separated and formed a narrow path between them. A middle-aged Gu master, having a muscular, short body, coupled with a giant belly, walked in. He wore a large, sleeved yellow robe, being the leader of the merchant caravan, Jia Fu. "Sir Jia Fu, my regards." The young Gu master was furious but didn't dare say anything. He forced himself to endure the anger and paid respect to Jia Fu. Jia Jin Shang was frozen on the spot, not expecting his brother to arrive in person. His face suddenly pale as anger flashed across his eyes. This peculiar expression was captured by Feng Yuan, who was observing from afar as he pondered about the situation. Reverend Insanity Chapter 45. Clear of the schemes, unknowingly trapped in the urn. "Hello, young Gu master. What is the problem here?" Jia Fu walked to the middle of the crowd and asked amicably. The young Gu master was flattered, and he cupped his fists again. Looking at the surrounding clansmen, he bucked up his courage and explained the entire situation. "So that's what happened." Jia Fu nodded while listening. Next, he asked Jia Jin Shang, "Little brother, is this true?" Gu Zhen Ren shook his head away and snorted coldly, not looking at his brother. Jia Fu pondered solemnly. The surrounding people went silent, not daring to interrupt his thoughts. All awaited in anticipation of his verdict. This whole matter was in fact due to Jia Jin Sheng's scam, but the young Gu Master was also at fault for being greedy and not being vigilant himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten cheated. If Jia Fu wanted to defend his brother with his rank 4 cultivation, even the Gu Yue clan leader couldn't do anything. Jia Fu thought for a long while before finally speaking. I've understood the situation. My brother is at fault for this, causing this young man to suffer a loss and buy fake products. I'm truly sorry. Saying so, he cupped his fist towards the young Gu Master. Sir Jia Fu! The young Gu Master was largely surprised and quickly said modestly, You're a rank 4 Gu Master. I'm merely a rank 2. This is too much for me, too much. Jia Fu waved his hand. Oh, this has nothing to do with cultivation levels. I act impartially regardless of ability. A wrong is a wrong. I apologize to you on behalf of my merchant caravan. As for compensation, how about this? You lost 250 primeval stones, so I will compensate you double that amount on behalf of the Jia family. He executed his promise immediately, as a follower took out 5 money bags and handed them to the young Gu Master in public. Every money bag was filled to the brim, each containing 100 primeval stones. The young Gu Master took over the money bag, so overwhelmed that he couldn't say a thing. However, I have a word of advice for you, Jia Fu continued and reminded. A black boar Gu is very rare, and it is able to raise a Gu Master's strength permanently. Although it's only rank 1, it's very hard to find one on the market. Every time one appears on the market, it would be bought immediately. The pricing is around 600 primeval stones. Trying to get one with 250 is simply impractical. Junior has learnt this lesson. The young Gu Master bowed deeply to Jia Fu in gratitude. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Sir Jia Fu is brilliant! Magnificent as expected of Sir Jia Fu. As a rank 4 Gu Master, he didn't make use of his status to bully the weaker party. Sir Jia Fu really is the role model of the righteous path. Oh, no, no, Jia Fu smiled, cupping his fist towards the crowd, modestly saying, Our Jia family business bases our principles on trust and honesty. My brother is young and foolish, liking to the part of playing pranks on others. He is actually very kind. I hope everyone can be more bearing on him, and please don't take it to heart. The crowd's cheers became even louder. Jia Jin Shang's expression was ugly as he stomped on the ground and walked into the tent. Next, he walked out the back of the tent. Feng Yuan looked at this silently, thinking in his heart, It seems that the image wall on the Flower Wine Monk's place can be sold. The Flower Wine Monk had used a photo audio Gu to record the ugly acts of the 4th generation Gu Yue clan leader. Before he died with indignance in his heart, he used the photo audio Gu and slapped it on the wall, creating an image wall. The wall's images continued to play on loop, showing the truth to the people. With the intention of maximizing profits, Feng Yuan had wanted to sell this image wall long ago. He believed that the other 2 clan families on King Mao Mountain, the Bai family and the Zhang family, would be very interested in this image wall. But to sell this personally would be very inappropriate. His cultivation was too weak, and if he brought this image wall to the other villages, he could easily be silenced. And even if the transaction was successful, and he managed to return safely, there was no guarantee that this would stay a secret forever, and once it was revealed to the Gu Yue's higher-ups, he'd be kicked out of the clan family at best. In accordance to Feng Yuan's plans, he still needed to make use of the Gu Yue clan. Thus, the safest way was to sell this to a certain merchant in the caravan. All of them were outsiders and were not involved in the disputes among the villages. Thus, this was the best choice for him. In just one day, this caravan would leave the Gu Yue mountain village and lead towards either the Zhang family or the Bai family. Feng Yuan could reduce his risks to a minimum by selling to them. It was the safest method. One more cup. Wine Where's the wine? Quickly, get me the wine. Are you afraid I'm unable to pay? Gu Zhen Ren slammed the mushroom table as he howled. Young Master Jia, here's your wine. The clerk quickly brought him his wine. Gu Zhen Ren grabbed the bamboo cup and tilted his head, gulping down the liquor. Good wine! He laughed loudly, sounding coarse and bleak. With a bang, he placed the cup on the table and howled again. Give me another glass! I want as many as you can supply! The clerks didn't dare to offend him and could only do as he said. Luckily, this wine house was already full of people. Not only were there mushroom tables packed with people, even the surrounding streets were packed with people. Jia Jinsheng's drunkard temperament was not very peculiar in the bustling street. Jia Jinsheng drank cup by cup, wanting to drown his sorrows. With his back facing the crowd, no one observed that as he drank, 2 clear lines of tears flowed down his cheeks. Who would know of his pain, his sorrow? A hateful person has to have his pitiful side. Conversely, everyone had their own stories. Amongst his brothers he was the youngest, being the most handsome and resembling his father the most, thus being the most doted on by his father. But heaven made fun of him, giving him only D-grade talent. As he grew up, he lived under the pressure of his brothers. He was indignant and wanted to resist, but with that talent, there was nothing he could do. His father felt death approaching and wanted to split his assets. 2 people were to lead a merchant caravan. They pledged to break up the family property in accordance to the results. Jia Jin Shang wanted to rely on his own method to acquire the family assets and the recognition of his clan, but to think that he just became his brother's stepping stone once again. When Jia Fu appeared, he knew he'd fallen into a trap. This was a scheme right from the beginning, but what could he do? Once he entered this caravan, he was doomed to be Jia Fu's fodder. Rank 4 and Rank 1 was such a huge gap that he was powerless to fight against. Jia Fu! He forced the name out of his mouth. His eyes burned with the flames of hatred. He was unable to take this lying down. Do you wish to deal with your brother? I can help you. At this time he heard a voice. Jia Jin Shang was stunned, but when he turned around he saw, for quite a while, there was someone sitting beside him. He shook his head and blinked a few times, finally seeing who it was. Who else but Feng Yuan? It's you! He stared at Feng Yuan, slightly angry. I remember you! Lucky lad, getting a mudskin toad from my gambling den! You're here to mock me! Feng Yuan looked at Jia Jin Shang, his eyes cold as water. I have a huge business, so if you want to acquire better results and get more assets, why not listen to me? Jia Jin Shang was suspicious, his back straightened and he sat up. How do you know about the matter of the assets? This secret was not easily known to outsiders, but Feng Yuan was easily able to guess it. Your Jia family business isn't top secret. It can't evade people who wish to know. Feng Yuan laughed coldly and thought of a memory from his previous life. The Jia family head was a legendary figure who started from scratch. He made his fortune through the merchant caravans and revived the Jia family's village. He gradually got old, and when he could feel that his time was up, he got his children to form a caravan in twos. And according to the results, he split the family assets. The better they did, the more family assets they got. But his eldest son, Jia Fu, and his second son, Jia Gui, were extremely talented. After competing for 6 to 7 years, they still couldn't come to a conclusion, and even after the family head died, there was no clear victor. After the Jia family head died, there was an enormous amount of assets. While competing for the assets, the 2 brothers' conflict escalated, and both called in external help, causing a large-scale Gu competition. Finally, the both of them died. The Jia family that had prospered quickly also failed quickly, causing people to talk about it in amazement. Jia Jin Shang squinted his eyes, for Feng Yuan's explanation was irrefutable. He thought from the time his father declared the asset distribution, it had already been 2 years. There are no impenetrable walls in the world, so even if someone found out about it, it's nothing strange. His real worry was whether or not this was another trap laid by Jia Fu. But no matter what, there was no harm in listening. Feng Yuan didn't speak immediately. He surveyed the surroundings. This was the same wine cellar he came into the afternoon. The shopkeeper operated independently, and at night the shop was bustling with business. Discussing here was a far safer place than a quiet environment, as it could avoid the eavesdropping of certain goo worms. He hooked his fingers at Jia Jin Shang. "Lend me your ear." Jia Jin Shang unhappily snorted, but still slanted his head forward. After hearing Feng Yuan's description, he frowned and looked at Feng Yuan coldly. "This business involves the three families on King Mao Mountain, and we merchants detest getting involved in other people's disputes. You were sent here by Jia Fu to harm me, right?" Feng Yuan had long expected him to be suspicious. He did not bother to explain, but got up and left. "In that case, I'll go talk to your brother." Jia Jin Shang squinted his eyes, staring at Feng Yuan. Only until Feng Yuan had left the wine shop did he lose his patience. He chased out of the tent and caught up with Feng Yuan. "Don't go! We can have a talk." Feng Yuan placed both his hands behind his back, staring at him from the side, coldly saying, "I know you're suspicious of me, but now that your brother has you firmly caught, you're almost close to finished. If you choose to believe in me, there may still be hope. If not, you're doomed. Are you daring enough to take this bet?" Jia Jin Shang's expression changed as he corrected and said, "Jia Fu is only a little older. I've never acknowledged him as my brother, but you're right. I'm taking this bet." Feng Yuan said solemnly, 2,000 primeval stones. No haggling." Jia Jin Shang laughed bitterly. "Ha, too expensive. This trade involves too high risk." "The greater the risk, the greater the rewards." Feng Yuan shook his head, his attitude firm. "If you sell it to those two families, you'll only earn much, much more." Jia Jin Shang nodded, showing a hint of seriousness. "This I believe. For these years, the Bai family has been growing fast, and an A-grade talent called Bai Ning Bing has appeared recently. He's a great future ahead of him. King Mao Mountain's situation is gradually changing. Your Gu Yue family's dominance is wavering, and if I sell this to the Bai family, I can earn at least twice as much." Hearing Jia Jin Shang's understanding of King Mao Mountain's situation, Feng Yuan couldn't help but evaluate him again, thinking, "This Jia Jin Shang, he's still a merchant family member after all, not those useless second generations." Jia Jin Shang sighed. "Regardless of whether this is a trap, I'm jumping in. I promise you, 2,000 primeval stones. However, I want to see the merchandise first." "Of course, come with me." Feng Yuan laughed as he led the way. Jia Jin Shang was already trapped in the urn, and the situation was fully in Feng Yuan's grasp. Reverend Insanity Chapter 46. Don't think too much when killing people. Following his memories, Feng Yuan brought Jia Jin Shang to the cavern in the mountain. The two entered the crack in the stone, and the path became more narrow as their vision was dyed in darkness. Jia Jin Shang grew more vigilant as he was in an unfamiliar environment. Finally, he couldn't hold it in any further. "I have a question. Jia Fu always treats people with honesty and is amicable, with a good reputation. On the other hand, I lied and cheated and forced transactions through coercion. Why'd you choose to deal with me and not him?" Feng Yuan's voice traveled through the stone crack. "Because his cultivation's too high. So if he sees the image wall, he could just choose to deal with me, or abandon the deal altogether and give the image wall to the Guyue clan head. I don't like giving the decision-making to others. Furthermore, I don't believe in integrity. The so-called prestigious reputation is just because the profits are small and unable to incur his greed. More importantly, it was because Jia Jin Shang's position was special, for his cultivation was weak and he was easy to manipulate. Feng Yuan was naturally not going to mention this, of course." Jia Jin Shang laughed dryly, his suspicions mostly gone immediately. That last sentence really resonated with me. The two finally got into the secret cave. Jia Jin Shang saw the image wall at once and couldn't help but laugh loudly. Oh, I guess you're right. You didn't lie to me after all. Feng Yuan stood behind him, laughing lightly, not saying a thing. Jia Jin Shang looked at the wall, seeing the changing image and the animosity between the flower wine monk and the fourth generation clan leader. He looked it over once, retracting his gaze, looking at Feng Yuan, he mocked. Your fourth generation ancestor doesn't look that strong, huh? Feng Yuan replied. This is nothing. The Gu clan needed a hero, thus, the fourth generation became a hero. Not long after, the Bai family needs a despicable scum, so the fourth generation will become a degenerate. Hero, scum, all these are just people's opinions. Well said, Jia Jin Shang laughed as he surveyed the cave. His sight was set on the corpse of the flower wine monk, and he stopped for a while before saying, What a pity, a rank 5 powerhouse. You've gotten much benefits from him, huh? A rank 5 Gu Master's inheritance was significant. Jia Jin Shang's heart beat faster upon thinking of this, and he couldn't help but ask. Feng Yuan shook his head. It's been so long. Most of the Gu are dead. I only got the liquor worm. Jia Jin Shang didn't believe him. Don't lie to me, brother. As long as this deal goes through, we're both accomplices. I won't reveal any information. Tell me honestly, what did you gain from this? Feng Yuan laughed coldly and didn't bother replying. Jia Jin Shang's response was anticipated, and this was also why Feng Yuan chose him over Jia Fu. Jia Jin Shang continued saying, At the very least, I know the Flower Wine Monk had a 1,000-Li Earthwolf spider. This is a rank 5 speed type Gu with a large body, and it's proficient in burrowing underground. The Flower Wine Monk was a demonic cultivator, and his ability to get around freely was mostly due to this 1,000-Li Earthwolf spider allowing him to escape from the righteous cultivators. Oh, there's something like that? Feng Yuan frowned. Regarding the Flower Wine Monk, he didn't actually have much information. Jia Jin Shang smugly said, I came to your village last year and heard this legend. I found it interesting, so I went home and researched about it. The 1,000-Li Earthwolf spider and the Flower Wine Monk were inseparable, and in my opinion, this cave should have been dug out by the spider. Otherwise, with that Kingmao Mountain's rich and heavy soil, how can a cave like this form? Brother, you don't have to conceal it anymore. The Flower Wine Monk died here, so there's definitely his 1,000-Li Earthwolf spider here. Feng Yuan frowned even more deeply, feeling a sense of discomfort, his gaze grim. Yes, there are no other exits here. The 1,000-Li Earthwolf spider is massive. He wouldn't have been able to squeeze through from the crack we just walked through. However, there is a possibility that the 1,000-Li Earthwolf spider was plotted against and killed by the fourth generation. Seeing that image wall, even when the Flower Wine Monk was fighting, he didn't summon the 1,000-Li Earthwolf spider. This makes the situation even more peculiar. This cave isn't formed naturally, thus, it has to be created by the Flower Wine Monk. Without the 1,000-Li Earthwolf spider, could there be any other methods? Jia Jin Shang looked at Feng Yuan suspiciously. Feng Yuan's frown swelled into a knot. As he felt more and more uncertain, from Jia Jin Shang's information, he found out something. It appears that there was a crucial point that he had missed out upon. He couldn't help but fall into deep thoughts. Jia Jin Shang was thinking too. The image wall was no longer enough for him. Once he confirmed that the situation was real, he wanted to dig out the Flower Wine Monk's inheritance from Feng Yuan. But at this time, something completely unexpected to the two of them happened. The image wall, which was playing endlessly, suddenly changed its image. A gravely injured, pale, bald Gu Master replaced the original video and appeared on the wall. He weakly sprawled on the ground, his back facing the wall, his chest and limbs were deeply cut. But the strange thing was, his wounds didn't bleed, as if his entire body's blood had been drained out. I'm the Flower Wine Monk! The bald Gu Master laughed, his expression distorted with madness. Future person, no matter who you are, to endure this video and let it play for nearly 100 days, it proves that you have no goodwill towards the Gu family. Very well. You shall be my successor. My entire inheritance is yours, but I have one condition. You must exterminate the Gu clan for me. Murder the entire clan and leave no one alive. Jia Jinsheng was stunned on the spot, his face frozen with shock. A rank 5 powerhouse, the Flower Wine Monk's inheritance. He was stunned, and for a moment his brains were churning and thinking. Oh my god. A rank 5 powerhouse? What does that mean? Rank 3 is a family elder, rank 4 a village lord, and rank 5? A mountain lord able to rule over an entire mountain and do as he pleases. To think that in this tiny place there's a rank 5 Gu Master's power inheritance? Wait, Flower Wine Monk is a demonic cultivator, so if I inherit his powers, is it inappropriate? No, strength has nothing to do with good or evil. The Flower Wine Monk wants his inheritor to destroy the Gu clan. But do I really have to? He's already dead. I just have to take his inheritance and ignore those issues. This is a godsend opportunity. Even with my D-grade talent, if I inherit the Flower Wine Monk's inheritance, I might be able to improve my talent. Those very rare talent-raising Gus, they might be part of the inheritance. If I inherit this fortune and become a rank 4 or rank 5 Gu Master, I'll be able to contest with Jia Fu. Wait, I almost forgot. There's an outsider. What should I do? Should I split the inheritance with him? No, I gotta kill him. Only by killing him can I protect this secret. Yeah, I should calm him down first and lie. I should say we're gonna split the treasure. Get rid of his guard, then, by assaulting him and killing him here. This place is so hidden. It's great. Even if I kill him, no one would know. Although he thought all of these, it was merely a moment in real life. Having a plan, he squinted and revealed a fake smile. He slowly turned around and faced Feng Yuan, but just as he was about to speak, 2 moonblades flew towards him. His pupils dilated into the size of a pin. The distance was too small. He couldn't respond in time. You! His voice came to a halt. The moonblade aimed accurately for his neck, and in an instant, his skull flew into the air, fresh blood pouring out like a fountain. After 2 seconds, his corpse plopped on the ground. The scalding blood poured onto the mountain walls, dyeing the withered veins red. Don't think about it too much when killing people. Feng Yuan looked at the corpse plainly, then he shifted his gaze towards the image wall. To think there was such a twist here. How interesting, he muttered as his eyes emitted an eerie glow. Reverend Insanity Chapter 47. Jia Jinsheng, I actually didn't want to kill you. The rain crashed down heavily, gray clouds covered the sky, and the continuous mountains far away blended into a mass of black ink. The rain curtain interwove the heavens and earth together. The sky flashed bright abruptly. A bolt of lightning cut across the sky like a silver snake. Then, in an instant, it was gone. Summer seemed to be approaching, and the end of spring's heavy rain seemed to bring about a trace of the warmth of summer. On Kingmao Mountain, huge expanses of jade-green spear bamboo stood tall and straight, resisting the winds and rain. The bodies of the bamboo straight like a spear as ever, the tips of the bamboo pointing towards the blue sky dome. In the Gu village, row upon row of innumerable tall-pillared houses endured the great rain's washing. Outside the village, the caravan had already set out on their journey once again. This rain's heavy! Take note of the pavement! Don't fall behind! Gu Masters, pull your goo properly, especially that fat beetle! Don't block the mountain road anymore! You bunch of mortal martial fighters! Better open your eyes wide and pay careful attention! You lose a single thing and you'll be paying for that! There was an endless stream of shouts rising and falling in succession from the merchant caravans. After stopping over at the Gu village for 3 days, it was time for this merchant caravan to leave this place and follow the mountain path through Kingmao Mountain and head for their next destination. The heavy rain cleansed the heaven and earth, and the roads surrounding the village were paved with cobblestone. This was all right, however, after around 500 meters, the road would turn into a muddy and narrow mountain path. The head of the once proud ostrich chicken was drooping, its colorful rainbow feathers soaking wet under the rain, sticking into clumps, becoming the example of a drenched and bedraggled chicken. The fat beetleworm moved its fat, huge body, walking extremely slow forward. The rainwater beat upon its black armor, forming streams of water flow sliding down both sides of its body onto the earth. The shaggy mountain spider was also drenched. Its green-black colored fur were adhered together. On the contrary, the toad goo were happily calling out, carrying out the load and the goo masters, hopping forward on the mountain path. And the winged snake had already put away its wings, the thick snake's body cheerfully traveling along the muddy water. To protect the goods and prevent them from getting drenched wet by the rainwater, the goo masters were all showing their magical abilities at the moment. On a few enormous fat beetles stood goo masters in the middle, their two hands raised high, each of them having a one-stretch golden lightworm floating in midair 1 inch away from their palms. Their green copper primeval essence was like a stream evaporating as it concentrated into the one-stretch golden lightworm's bodies. The entire goo flashed like a golden bean, acting as the heart supporting a tremendously faint gold-colored bubble dome. This hemisphere-shaped bubble dome had a rather huge scope. It was able to completely cover one fat beetleworm and still have some leftover space. As the rain smashed upon the bubble dome, it would bounce away just like hitting an umbrella. However, this sort of one-stretch golden lightworm continuously consumed primeval essence, and in the long run, the rank 1 goo masters would not be able to take it anymore. As expected, after a while, a goo master shouted, "No more! My primeval essence is almost exhausted. Anyone can take over?" "I can!" Almost simultaneously, a goo master rushed forward and replaced his position. A few goo masters pulling the carriages or riding on the mountain spiders activated their green silk goo in their bodies. Under its influence, their hair started to grow furiously. A normal person's hair had at least 100,000 strands. 100,000 strands of hair, each being 5 to 6 meters, intertwining and covering the goo master's body along with the steed, formed an impenetrable hair raincoat. The green silk goo was a rank 1 goo worm, often used for defense. It uses 30% of green copper primeval essence to activate, and was not a continuous expenditure type like the one-stretch golden lightworm. This green silk goo can be combined with the rank 1 black boar goo to become the rank 2 black mane goo. The black mane goo, when activated, would not only involve hair on the head, but also hair on the pores. Within a few seconds, the goo master's body would gain a black mane protective armor. This black mane goo's advancement path was the rank 3 famous goo, steel mane goo. Other than the one-stretch golden lightworm and the green silk goo, many of the caravan goo masters also chose the water spider goo. It can be seen that there was a thin layer of blue raincoat on their bodies. On the raincoat's surface, the water circulated randomly. As the raindrops hit onto the raincoat, it would immediately become part of the raincoat. Since the goo masters were continuously soaked under the raincoat on their bodies would grow thicker. Every now and then, the goo masters would have to urge the water spider goo to discharge away the excess water. At this moment, the thick raincoats would be reduced to the original thin layer. As for those mortal warriors, they were constantly on the move, watching over the goods on the muddy road. Most of them wore raincoats made of straw, but in their rush and confusion, the straw raincoats had limited effect from avoiding the rain, so they were already drenched wet by the rainwater. "This accursed weather!" the warriors cursed in their hearts. In this rainy weather, the mountain trail becomes even harder to walk on. Under this weather, martial artists may be strong physically, but they're still mortals. Once their bodies are drenched by rain and coupled with intensive labor, they would easily catch a cold. Getting a serious illness was the lightest consequence. Perhaps they may catch repercussions if they caught a certain tough disease. It might cause them to get gravely ill and abandoned on the trip itself. If they encountered slippery roads on the mountain trails or encountered wild beasts and goo worm attacks, they may lose their lives. The caravan may be big and have many goo masters, but every time they went on a journey, there would always be a great decrease in numbers. Mortal martial artists die the most, while goo masters also have injuries and casualties. If the caravan was unlucky enough to encounter large-scale migrating beasts, they may even get wiped out completely. Other than natural disasters, there was also human-caused problems among the villages. There might be those who did not welcome the caravan. Some villages liked to rob the outsiders. "We're leaving! See you next year!" Some of the Gu masters sat on the Gu worms and turned their bodies to bid farewell. At the entrance of the village, many people gathered as they sent the caravan off with their gazes. "You must come again next year!" Reluctant to see them depart, the children shouted loudly. The adults had more complicated emotions. The road ahead is unforeseen, and these hard times, for those who are able to come to the village next year, how many would still be familiar faces? But at the merchant caravan or at the village, it's not easy to earn a living. As the caravan left, further and further as the crowd dispersed, the cheerful and light-hearted market atmosphere had also subsequently disappeared. The original spot that had erected tents and shops was left now with a huge mess. The grassy turf had been walked upon continuously by the crowd, grass roots and mud soil trampled out. The rainwater hit on its surface, immediately forming mud and numerous little potholes that collected muddy water. In addition to that, there was a lot of garbage that was left over. Feng Yuan stood on a secluded hillside, watching the merchant caravan from far away, alone. The merchant caravan was like a fat and colorful flower python, snaking through the narrow mountain road under the gray, heavy rain, slowly entering the dense mountain forest. Ah, the heavens are sending their blessings. Feng Yuan sighed lightly. He held a butter-yellow paper umbrella quietly standing in the rain. Feng Yuan wore the most plain flax cloth garment, his skin bringing out the pale whiteness of a 15-year-old teenager. A settling clump of clean and short black hair atop his head, the ends of his hair trembling slightly in the wind under his umbrella. While the others cursed the weather, he was lamenting the timely appearance of the rain. He killed Gu Zhen Ren last night and cleaned up the scene, but because it happened so unexpectedly, there were bound to be areas of neglect, especially with the body smell. Because the cave isn't ventilated, the smell couldn't easily disperse. But with this rain, it cleaned up the air, and the environment greatly reduced the chances of getting exposed by smell tracking methods. The crack was bound to have a small cascade of water flowing down, and once the fresh water vapor diluted the air, it would not be exposed for a short time. Of course, once time passes, the chance of getting exposed increases. In this world, there were all sorts of goo worms and investigative methods. Even Feng Yuan only knew a portion of all of them. The rain produced pitter-patter sounds as it hit onto the yellow umbrella. Then, following the shape of the umbrella, streams of water flowed onto the limestone beneath Feng Yuan's feet, hitting the ground and creating splashes. Although Jia Jinsheng's cultivation was weak and had little talent, he had a special status. The caravan's people are all busy with business, thus, no one found out that he's missing, but once some time passes, it'll definitely be found out. By then, Jia Fu will return to investigate, and that's when the real challenge will begin. The Jia family head intentionally arranged Jia Jinsheng and Jia Fu to be on the same caravan. He had deep intentions. In terms of cultivation, they're worlds apart. In terms of cunningness, they're also incomparable. Such an arrangement is to inflict a blow on Jia Jinsheng and let him be clear of reality and live life peacefully. At the same time, though, he's testing Jia Fu's nature. For if he's too overbearing on Jia Jinsheng, then how can he hand the position of clan head to him? Jia Jinsheng never truly understood his father's intentions. Although he had some intelligence, he only managed to scratch the surface of a merchant's wit. What a pity. A pity of such a good pawn piece. Feng Yuan felt regrettable in his heart. With 500 years of experience, he could easily see past the surface and understand the true nature of the situation. When he saw the dispute between the two that night, he could tell the complicated relationship between Jia Jinsheng and Jia Fu, and thus, he had a vague plan formed in his heart from then on. In his plan, Jia Jinsheng was a very suitable pawn. His cultivation was weak, but he held a high position in the caravan, and although he had some wits, he had little experience, thus, Feng Yuan could have easily manipulated him. Once controlled, this pawn would have been extremely useful. For one, he could have built a strong network of smuggling through his relationship, preparing up for usurping treasure from future killings. Secondly, Feng Yuan could have easily hid in the background and used the image wall to stir up conflict among the Qingmao Mountain's three families, causing a civil war and enabling him to easily reap the rewards. Thirdly, Feng Yuan could rely on him to make his way into the Jia family interior. The future Jia family dispute caused a large-scale Gu fighting competition. It will be a huge affair with lots of benefits to gain. Feng Yuan could make use of this to acquire the greatest reward for himself. My cultivation's still too low, restraining me greatly in doing things. If there was a pawn for me to use, I could do some things that I cannot attempt myself. It's not only convenient, but it also lowers the risk of doing so. If I get exposed, I can simply discard the pawn and stay safe myself. The surrounding people know the situation well and are loyal to the family, thus, they're no good to manipulate. Only an outsider like Gu Zhen Ren could be used most efficiently to execute my plans. Unfortunately, I didn't expect the Flower Wine Monk to leave behind his power inheritance. The Flower Wine Monk's a rank 5 Gu Master. His inheritance is definitely more valuable than this pawn. Of course, it'd be good if I could get the best of both worlds, but in the face of such a treasure, Jia Jin Shang could no longer be controlled, and thus, he had to be discarded. Nothing will go smoothly forever in this world. Feng Yuan sighed and shook his head. The Flower Wine Monk's inheritance appeared and disrupted Feng Yuan's original plans. In addition, after the changes to the image wall, the videos and images were all gone, only showing a line written in blood, telling Feng Yuan to destroy the image wall and reveal a cavern entrance. Following the trail, he'd be able to get the inheritance. The bloody writing only appeared for a few breaths before vanishing, and the image wall also turned back into the most ordinary mountain wall. Feng Yuan spent the entire night cleaning up the murder scene and had no time to break the wall. Killing Jia Jingsheng in a hurry, this'll leave many problems for me in the future. I'm only temporarily safe. Although I succeeded in getting rid of the evidence, there's bound to be trouble a-comin' for me in the future. In this case, I'm gonna have to change my way of exposing the liquor worm. I can't go behind the secret cave wall either. I have to stay in the mountain village for quite some time to anticipate investigations in the near future. Feng Yuan turned around and held his umbrella, walking into the rain towards the village. But this is fine too. I can spend a large amount of primeval stones during this period to refine a middle stage essence. Using that, I can nurture my aperture and break through into the middle stage. Once I reach the middle stage, my power will double, allowing me to get the inheritance more easily and with greater confidence. A demonic cultivator's inheritance was not as mild and gentle as a righteous cultivator's. There were often dangerous tests and tasks, and if one can't get through, they'd have to pay with their life. This world is hard to predict, but it's precisely that makes it interesting. Feng Yuan smiled coldly. The green mountain beneath the heavy rain extended continuously and unending, its green mixed with gray, appearing stifling and heavy. The gust of wind blew, and the raindrops inclined a little, hitting onto Feng Yuan's shoulder and attacking him with a burst of chilliness. He thought about Jia Jin Shang again. Sighing in his heart, he thought, Jia Jin Shang, actually, I didn't want to kill you. What a waste of a good pawn. Reverend Insanity Chapter 48. A little cute. It rained for 4 days before stopping. The sun rose high into the sky, tearing away the rain curtain, seemingly like it was unveiling summer itself. The breath of summer had faintly started to come around, the weather becoming increasingly sunny and cloudless, sweeping away the sentimental breath of spring, and the temperature slowly rose. In the night of spring, the lively dragonpill crickets had retreated, cowering away into the deep ground to lay eggs. The green spear bamboo, specially found in King Mao Mountain, had started to grow wildly, and nearly every day it would show an obvious increase in height. The grass and trees began to change from emerald green into a dark green color. The never-ending green mountains started to look even more verdant and lush. The weather was clear for thousands of miles, blue like crystal. Bang, bang, bang! At the training grounds in the academy, sounds of punches and kicks could be heard. After exchanging over 10 blows, Gu Yue Mo Bei was kicked in the abdomen by Feng Yuan, taking 5 to 6 steps backwards, leaving the designated circle drawn in the arena. The martial arts instructor stood before the stage and evaluated the situation. Seeing this, he immediately declared, Gu Yue Mo Bei has exited the stage. Gu Yue Feng Yuan wins for the 33rd consecutive time. I lost to you again. Gu Mo Bei gritted his teeth, his eyes staring right at Feng Yuan. But don't feel arrogant. One day I'll defeat you. I already feel it. That day's nearing. Feng Yuan looked at him expressionlessly, then his eyelids drooped downwards. That kick earlier caused you to have internal bleeding. I'd advise you to treat that injury first. This small injury is nothing, Gu Mo Bei was retorting halfway when suddenly his expression changed and his throat gulped, vomiting a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. This was the first time he'd suffered this level of injury. His eyes couldn't help but show signs of fear. The martial arts instructor hurried over and pacified him. Don't worry about this level of injury. You just need to rest a few days. Just stop practicing your punches and don't do such vigorous exercises during this period. The moment he finished saying so, two healing Gu masters who were waiting outside rushed over and meticulously helped Gu Mo Bei out. Gu Mo Bei didn't dare say anything else, but he looked at Feng Yuan deeply, his eyes filled with anger, hatred, regret, and indignance. Mo Bei has good martial techniques, but he couldn't beat Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's just too good. Basically, no one can beat him. Mo Bei actually vomited blood. How scary. I don't want to fight a guy like this. Oh, but the instructor said today is practice combat up in the arena. Each of us needs to go up and fight once. The students stood outside the arena, some looking towards Feng Yuan in fear, some sighing nonstop, some were pale, others felt trepidation. Among them, some were injured, a few held their bruised faces, some held their limbs, gasping for breath, others laid on the ground, rubbing their thighs. Next! Seeing that there were no challengers coming up, the instructor yelled. However, no one answered. Usually those who were courageous to challenge Feng Yuan were only Gu Mo Bei, Gu Qi Cheng, and Gu Feng Zhan, but these three were already beaten. Silence swept across the students, as others even retracted their steps slightly. The instructor frowned on seeing their fearful expressions. He couldn't help but think of the Academy Elder's words. These days, Feng Yuan's gotten too dominant. We have to suppress him. The other students, they can't even raise their heads under his pressure, and if this goes on, the courage in their hearts will be simmered. Our academy nurtures courageous tigers and wolves to fight our enemies, not fearful sheeps and lambs. What's wrong with all of you? No matter how strong he is, Feng Yuan's only 15 years old. He's one of your peers. He's the same age as you, eats the same food, same drinks, same water. He doesn't have 3 heads or 6 arms. He's not a monster. Pick up your courage and show me the pride of the Gu clan within you, the instructor yelled, trying his best to motivate the students. But he's too strong. We can't beat him. The classmates who fought him are all in such pitiful state. Mo Bei got beaten until he vomited blood. Feng Yuan's just gotten more ruthless with his strikes, instructor. We don't want to fight him. The students spoke softly, weakly retorting. The instructor was stomping with anger. These ignorant youngsters! He was clear as a bystander. Feng Yuan had gone through 33 consecutive fights without any rest in the middle. Although he was constantly adjusting his breathing, his stamina had already depleted. Feng Yuan's attacks getting merciless proves this fact even further. He could no longer take it easy like before. He is losing control of his strength and the situation. If someone tries harder, his fatigue will be revealed. With just a few more people, he could be defeated on that stage. Once Feng Yuan was beaten, his dominating presence would be reduced sharply. The students' courage ignited, and the motive to suppress Feng Yuan achieved. But now, the students were deterred by Feng Yuan's tough front. At times, what defeats a person is not a strong enemy, but one's own heart. The instructor was anxious in his thoughts and continued to motivate them. But he was not good with his words. In the beginning, he said the same words to ignite the hot-bloodedness in the youngsters and stirred up some challengers, but now, he had said this so many times, the youngsters were all numb to it already. Feng Yuan folded his arms and stared at this coldly. Although he was standing in the center of the stage, he was acting like a complete bystander. The instructor encouraged for all ages, but the students were still looking at each other. No one had moved. The martial instructor couldn't help but be angry and helpless. He turned to Feng Yuan, unhappily chiding. Feng Yuan, you're also at fault. Your blows are getting more vicious among classmates. You should be more gentle and friendly. How can you deal such vicious blows? Be careful from now on and attack carefully. If you cause another classmate to vomit blood, I'll declare your loss and evict you from the stage. Instructor, you're wrong. Feng Yuan snorted, his gaze not showing any weakness. He looked right at the instructor. Practicing and fighting, we naturally have to give it our all. Otherwise, how can it achieve the aim of training? Don't tell me that when we're in battle, we also have to request our enemies to be more gentle and friendly. The instructor flew into a rage. Ha! Your attacks are vicious! You're harming your classmates, and you dare to use your twisted logic? Instructor, you're wrong again. Feng Yuan laughed coldly. You arranged this practice match and raised the winning prize to 20 primeval stones. Without your encouragement, would these people have gotten hurt? Bastard! The martial arts instructor was not good with words, and he pointed at Feng Yuan and scowled. Do you still want the prize or not? If you argue any further, even if you get first place, I'll declare you a loser. You're so uncooperative and antisocial, and you dare to argue with your teachers? You have no rights to claim the 20 primeval stones as reward. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. It's but a competition that merely gives 20 primeval stones. Do you think I give a damn? Saying so, he turned around and left. Under the class's distraught gaze, he walked out of the center of the arena. Although he did not manage to sell the image wall, Feng Yuan still had several hundred primeval stones in his possession. Furthermore, his aim this time was not stones. You! Seeing Feng Yuan really walking down the stage, the instructor was stunned without words, showing an expression of shock and confusion. A 15-year-old teenager, shouldn't he be competitive and full of vigor? Feng Yuan having such fighting talents, shouldn't his character be even more so? How could he just back out of a competition like this? Furthermore, Feng Yuan has no background. He should be tight on primeval stones. Why was the 20 primeval stones unable to attract him? At this point, the martial arts instructor stood on the spot, unsure of what to do. Feng Yuan did not step into the trap, but left the stage immediately. The instructor suddenly realized that there was nothing he could actually do to Feng Yuan. With his status, he couldn't find problems with Feng Yuan directly and force him onto the stage. The surrounding students retreated, maintaining a distance away from Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan stood on the grounds with no one around him. With him as the center, the radius of 5 steps around him became a vacuum. What a pity. If they were besides Feng Yuan, they would hear his panting sounds. My stamina's depleted, Feng Yuan sighed. Although he showed an energetic appearance, under his clothes his body was slightly shivering. After all, he was only 15 years old and had no relevant goo worm as support. After 33 matches, he was close to his limits. Although he had his rich fighting experience from his past life, during this time the other youngsters' combat abilities had improved significantly. Feng Yuan could already feel a strengthening sense of pressure. This kind of pressure reflected in Feng Yuan's attacks. His attacks got tougher as he gradually lost control of his strength. Compared to the past, when they were still too weak, he could easily defeat them. The youngsters would only end up with minor injuries, but now, his control over the arena was getting weaker, thus he had to strike harder to maintain his image. Experience is, after all, not omnipotent. Any thoughts or techniques require a body with significant foundation before the value can be apparent. Feng Yuan narrowed his eyes. In actuality, he'd long since seen through the martial instructor's thoughts. Feng Yuan wasn't surprised. He'd expected this from the start, the Academy Elder's pressure on him. After he killed Gao Wan, the people who dared to challenge him diminished. When he extorted them, even more people oppressed by Feng Yuan's dominance didn't dare resist, and they obediently handed over their primeval stones. After a long period, Feng Yuan's unbeatable image would be formed. This would leave some psychological trauma in the youngsters and make them unconfident in their martial arts techniques. This was what the Academy Elder did not want to see. He needed Feng Yuan to motivate and force the students to improve, not to completely extinguish their passion for battle. He wanted to see Feng Yuan's defeat. Once Feng Yuan was defeated, the image of invincibility that he directed would be instantly destroyed. At the same time, it would awaken the students' fighting spirit. After some setbacks, it would mold their wills to be indomitable. But to Feng Yuan, he needed this form of pressure so that he could extort primeval stones with greater ease. If he were defeated, the youngsters would realize his weakness and attack together all at once. Although Feng Yuan had ample primeval stones in his hands, extortion was his main source of income. Without this source, he would be digging into his reserves. Thus, Feng Yuan's appearance in the arena and 33 consecutive victories was merely to maintain his deterrence towards the students, and not for the 20 primeval stone reward. If he avoided combat from the start, it would show his weakness, and if he raged on, it would expose his weakness even more. What are you all waiting for? Why is no one getting up on stage? Go on, the first prize is 20 primeval stones. You all don't want to do it anymore? The instructor yelled after snapping out of his thoughts. The rest of the students began to get motivated. Feng Yuan had already left the stage, and to them, it was a huge rock off their minds. I'll go, I'll come. 2 youngsters squeezed their way up on the stage and began to spar. Oh, if I'd known this, I would have waited and not rushed up on stage. Then I wouldn't have been thrown off the stage by Feng Yuan. What a pity. To think Feng Yuan left? He's really daring. See, even the instructor's at a loss for what to do with him. Hearing the whispers, the instructor felt his reputation crumbling. He was extremely agitated in his heart and wanted to punish Feng Yuan thoroughly. However, Feng Yuan had done nothing wrong, and leaving the stage on his own accord was allowed. The instructor was both helpless and moody. Finally, he looked at Feng Yuan and stared angrily at the latter. Feng Yuan's lips slightly curled into an angle as he thought, such boorish methods. This instructor's a little cute. Reverend Insanity Chapter 49. Not afraid of Feng Yuan breaking out of their grasp. A pair of solemn eyes were staring at the faraway training grounds. The Academy Elder stood at the window of the 3rd story, looking at everything that had transpired at the arena. He frowned deeply. The instant Feng Yuan left the stage, he felt a sense of peculiarity in his heart, not expecting Feng Yuan to do this. This lad, he's rather hard to catch. He's proficient in the Academy's rules and normally will not commit any wrongdoings. Although he sleeps in class, once he's asked a question, he can answer properly, leaving others with no flaws to pick on. Trying to get a hold of a weakness of his, to suppress his dominance, is going to be difficult. The Academy Elder could not help but develop a faint sense of loathing towards Feng Yuan. As a teacher, he naturally liked obedient and smart students and hated those naughty students who didn't obey the rules. But being the Academy Elder for so many years, his experience was extremely rich. He'd seen many different types of students. Along with them, he'd seen many extremely obedient ones who followed orders without question. There were also those who caused problems day and night, constantly breaking the rules. His heart had already become still as water, impartial to all at the same time. He carved the phrase, "As a teacher, one must treat all students fairly," into the right corner of his desk, treating it as his motto. He had never felt such disgust for a student. Feeling that sense of detest in his heart, the Academy Elder was also slightly shocked. In previous years, even towards the most naughty students, he was able to handle it with a big heart, tolerating their actions, but when it came to Feng Yuan, why did he lose his sense of impartialness? He thought about it again and again and finally realized the reason. This lad called Feng Yuan had a form of arrogance in his blood. It seemed from the fundamentals that Feng Yuan did not respect his teachers for their status. Towards the martial arts instructor earlier, not only had he disobeyed him, but even rebuked him in public. Such cases of retorting against teachers were commonly seen in previous years. However, those kids had an agitated state of mind. They were either rebellious, furious, or stubborn, etc. The Academy Elder was clear that the more agitated the youngsters were, the more it implied that they were fearful in their hearts. But this Feng Yuan was not. He had no fear in his heart at all, as if he'd seen through the tricks of the Academy. His expression was aloof, and even after he'd left the stage, his expression showed no signs of changing, as if he had done something insignificant. In simple terms, he was not afraid. It was just this point that caused the Academy Elder to feel so unhappy, developing a sense of disgust for him. The Academy Elder could endure a student more rebellious than Feng Yuan, or a teenager 10 times naughtier than him, but this was because these students knew fear and were moving based on their agitated emotions. As long as they were fearful, as long as they were impulsive, they would be easily manipulated and would not go out of control. But Feng Yuan was not. He was calm and uncaring, not treating his teachers with reverence. He was not respectful. Someone who has no reverence for the clan, even if they're nurtured, how can they be useful to the clan? Once they appear, this sort of person, they have to be suppressed. They must be suppressed. Otherwise, his existence will create a sort of irresistibility to the students in the long run. It will affect the others, causing them to lose their reverence for their teachers. And as the Academy, how else are we going to manage the students? The Academy Elder squinted his eyes, making up the decision in his mind, but then his face showed a troubled expression very quickly. How was he going to suppress Feng Yuan? Feng Yuan had done nothing wrong. There was no weakness that he could exploit. Feng Yuan's cunning demeanor gave him a sense of helplessness. He'd never met a student like this, one who was so familiar with the Academy's rules and regulations. As the Academy Elder, he was always impartial to all students. He couldn't be like some slum gangster and purposefully find trouble with a youngster like Feng Yuan. He'd placed his hopes on the martial arts instructor, but now he was deeply disappointed. It seems that to suppress Feng Yuan's domination, we can only wait until all the other students advance to rank 1 middle stage. A Gu Master's advancement is mostly influenced by their talent. With his rich experience as the Academy Elder, he'd calculated before in his heart the ones who had the greatest chance to advance first. Gu Yue Feng Zhen, Qi Cheng, and Mo Bei. They were an A grade, 2 B grades, respectively, and with their elders' help behind them, they had no lack of primeval stones. No matter which one of the three, they were the most likely to be the first to advance to rank 1 middle stage cultivation. Gu Yue Fengzhen, Qi Cheng, and Mo Bei. These three are our hopeful seeds this season. The Academy Elder looked at the arena and sighed. With his experienced gaze, he could tell in the arena, although the students seemed to be standing casually, they had all subtly already split into 3 factions. In one circle was Gu Yue Qi Cheng and a bunch of similarly aged clansmen, all crowding around him. The second circle was Gu Yue Feng Zhen. The clan leader's faction's younger generation were all subtly supporting this A-grade talent genius. The third circle was led by Gu Yue Mo Bei. He'd already been treated of his internal injury and stood on the arena with a pale face. The classmates beside him were asking him about his condition. This is the meaning of letting them compete with each other. Seeing the 3 factions, the Academy Elder was overjoyed and laughed. Allowing the students free rein to compete, this was not just to nurture their battle senses, but also to prematurely choose their leader-type characters. In past seasons, they had to wait until the end of the year to have the capacity to develop their own circles. But in this year, because of Feng Yuan's appearance, his extortion had brought forth the divergence much faster. Against Feng Yuan, the only ones who dared to compete against him were Feng Zhen, Mo Bei, and Qi Cheng. After a long time, under imperceptible influence, the other youngsters would automatically regard these 3 as the leaders. As long as there were no mishaps, these 3 social circles would be the layout of the future families higher-ups. But these 3 factions are still not stable. Within them, there are still students moving about. Once the 3 take the lead and advance to the middle stage first, I will give them the positions of clan chairman and vice chairman. With that differentiation, they would gain authority, and this will strengthen their social circles, the Academy Elder thought. Of course, there was someone not within any faction. Just one person. That was Feng Yuan. Getting close to stronger people is human nature. In fact, although Feng Yuan extorted the students and acted against them, there were a number of youngsters who wanted to attach themselves to him. However, they were rejected by Feng Yuan. To him, only those who were useful were pawns. and these youngsters had too little value. This was another reason the Academy Elder hated Feng Yuan. He was just too antisocial, not willing to integrate into the team. To such people like him, the clan's control over them was not as much as to the other youngsters. The Academy Elder's gaze once again shot towards Feng Yuan in the arena. Feng Yuan stood alone at one corner, his hands behind his back, his eyelids slightly closed, allowing the students to fight for their prize. Even with the heated competition, his expression did not change in the slightest. His surrounding was vacant. No youngster was willing to stand with him. Very evidently, he also didn't wish for these people to be near him. Feng Yuan stood there, alone, shrouded in loneliness, floating outside the factions. But I don't have to be worried. This Feng Yuan is still young. He can be changed, slowly. The Academy Elder's gaze shone as he thought deeply. Next up will be the establishment of the class chairman and vice chairman. A year later, we'll split into groups, creating team leaders and assistant leaders. Every academic year also has all sorts of honor and rewards, like the small Red Flower Award, Blue Neckcloth Prize, and 5 Outstanding Student Prize. He wants to cultivate, so he needs resources. Thus, he has no choice but to compete for these positions and prizes. As time passes, with integration among the students, he is bound to have kinship, friendship, and love as his restraints. I don't have to worry about him going beyond the clan's control. These years, the Academy Elder had gradually understood something. When a new clan member is born, they'd be brainwashed by the clan. First, they'd be taught the clan's utmost value system. Next, they would go into moral education and learn about the beauty and importance of kinship, friendship, and love. After that, they'd be taught honor, and in the process of growing up, many resources such as prizes would be used to attract them. Using the family's assigned roles, they would choose and recruit the most loyal clansmen into their factions. Do not look down on the small roles like chairman or vice chairman, for once they become these roles, they'd be part of the clan's administration. Under such a system, with constant influence on one hand, it brings about the benefits of having authority and the sweetness of power, while on the other hand, it brings about the problem of detaching from the system. A carrot in one hand and the stick in the other. Who can break away from this system? Even the wildest of people, or the most lonesome ones, would gradually become part of the family. One without loyalty would also be nurtured into one with loyalty. Without kinship, friendship, or love, they would still be developed. This is the power of the system. This is the power of rules. This is the clan's way of survival. Reverend Insanity Chapter 50. Middle Stage. Nightfall arrived. The moon was like a silver plate appearing among the clouds. The thinly spread stars decorated the surroundings. Gu Zhen Ren stood in the courtyard, raising his head up, his eyes glistening under the reflection of the moon. Little brother, I heard you got injured today. Behind him, his sister Gu Zhen Ren's voice resounded. Sister, you're worried that after being beaten till I vomited blood today, I'll have lasting trauma? Mo Bei turned around and curled his lips. Seeing her brother laughing, Mo Yan's heart felt at ease. Although she had truly worried, she said instead, No way. Big Sis here understands you best. Good brother, you have an indomitable will. You're future head of our Mo family. How can you be frightened off by such a small injury? I knew Sister doted on me the most. Mo Bei scratched the back of his head as he laughed sheepishly. You know what, Sister? Under the glow of the moonlight, this 15-year-old teenager's eyes radiated brightly. Although I failed this time, I heard Feng Yuan panting during the match. Back then, he'd easily beat me in 2 or 3 strikes with a calm and composed manner, but this time, he was gasping for air, revealing his weakness. He's definitely not as strong as everyone thinks he is, and one day, I'll defeat him fair and square. Good, as expected of a good man of my Mo bloodline. Mo Yan laughed, patting her brother's head, showing concern on her face. However, you suffered internal injuries, so please don't practice your martial arts these few days. Don't touch my head, sister. I'm already old enough. Mo Bei shrugged his head, using an unhappy tone. I understand what you're saying, and I have a plan. These few days, I'm gonna nurture my aperture walls to completely break through from initial stage to middle stage and obtain the position of class chairman. Suppressing Feng Yuan's dominance, I'll let him know what truly matters to a Gu Master's cultivation is still talent. I'm glad you can think this way. I was only vice chairman last time. If you manage to become chairman, I will fulfill my regrets too. Don't worry, sister. The position of chairman, I certainly must obtain it. At the same time, in the Chi family, inside the secret room, there was only one torch attached to an opening in the limestone walls. The flame burned on, illuminating this small room. One of the two elders in power, Gu Chi Lian, was sitting, facing his grandson, Gu Chi Cheng. The two sat on a prayer mat, with their shadows projecting onto the wall, wavering with the flickering of the flame. Gu Chi Lian stretched out his hand, using his palm to touch Chi Cheng's abdomen area. Gu Chi Cheng's face was full of anxiety, his mind entering his aperture, suppressing the ripples in his primeval sea with all his concentration. In this world, there are no two identical tree leaves. Similar to Gu Masters, there are no two identical primeval essences as well. Once primeval essence from an external source enters the aperture, it will result in the natural resistance of the original primeval essence in the aperture. If Gu Chi Cheng does not suppress it and instead allows his primeval essence to resist, it will result in a clash between the essences. Such intensive reaction can cause great damage to the aperture. The aperture's primeval sea is the foundation and roots of a Gu Master's cultivation, and is of utmost importance. Once the aperture is damaged, at the very least, one's cultivation may lower, but if it's severe, their latent talent may be lowered as well. Once the aperture is completely shattered, the Gu Master would die immediately. After a while, Gu Chi Lian gradually stopped transmitting his primeval essence, slowly taking back his hand. Gu Chi Cheng took a deep breath of relief, his tense body relaxing. Thank you, grandfather, for nurturing my aperture and transferring primeval essence to me every 3 days. It's been hard on you. Gu Chi Lian's forehead was full of sweat, and he sighed and said, This is inevitable. Your talent's only C grade, so if we rely on your ability alone to rise to middle stage, it'll take a long time. Your time would usually be twice of a B grade and 4 times of an A grade. In such a situation, your talent would be exposed. Thus, even if this method is dangerous, we still have to use it. Grandson understands grandfather's intentions. As long as you understand, the old man sighed. This method also has another squela. After your aperture has been nurtured by my silver primeval essence, although the essence has a greater effect, it's still an external source of primeval essence. To you, henceforth, even if your aperture walls change from light wall to water wall, it will still be mixed with my energy. The more external energy there is, the more impure your aperture will be, and this will stifle your talent, limiting your development in the future. Gu Chi Cheng bit his lip. Grandfather, for the future of the Chi family, I'm willing to sacrifice my future prospects. Gu Chi Lian was pleased, stroking his beard. It's good that you have such thoughts, but the heavens always leave a glimmer of hope for you. For you're not hopeless yet. If you can find the cleansing water goo, it will be able to cleanse your aperture walls and flush out all the external energies in your aperture C, removing the squela. In addition, I also have used my relationships to search for a liquor worm for you. This worm is able to help a rank 1 Gu Master refine their primeval essence and raise it by 1 small realm. In this way, the primeval essence that is refined will be your body's own primeval essence and not an external one. Using this way to nurture your aperture leaves no repercussions and risks. It's a much better nurturing effect. Gu Chi Cheng was overjoyed. Thank you, grandfather. However, the liquor worm is hard to find. Among the rank 1 goo worms, the liquor worm, boar goo, and bookworm goo are all extremely rare goo. Once they appear in the market, they'd be easily snatched up immediately, of course. There are some goo in this world that are rumored to change a goo master's talent, but at this age, grandfather has never seen one, only hearing occasional rumors about them, the old man explained. The night winds blew in gently from the window and into the room. Gui Feng Zhen sat on his bed, his eyes shut, holding a primeval stone in both hands. The green copper primeval sea was raging without any winds, the waves crashing towards the white aperture walls. He's an A-grade talent, and his primeval essence occupied 80% of the aperture. His natural rate of recovery was twice of Feng Yuan. With such god-blessed advantage, he'd already closed in on rank 1 middle stage. Phew! A while later, Guyue Fengzhen puffed out a breath of air and opened his eyes. The moon was bright, the stars sparse outside the window, the bluish-green bamboo houses arranged in a line. A scene of peace and harmony. Time always flies when cultivating. In the blink of an eye, it's already late into the night. Feng Zhen muttered softly. He slowly opened his hands, and 2 piles of rock powder fell onto the floor in front of his bed. After a primeval stone's essence had been fully retrieved, it would turn into a pile of powder. Looking at the powder pile, Feng Zhen frowned. He took out his money bag. It was already close to empty. Opening it, he saw 3 primeval stones left inside. Feng Zhen would retrieve 3 pieces every 7 days from the academy as resources, but since Feng Yuan would snatch a piece from him, he only had 2 left every week. Aunt and uncle would also give him living expenses, but it was only 3 stones every 7 days. Just with these primeval stones, how is it enough? Feng Zhen was determined to surpass his brother Feng Yuan, thus, he took the initiative to approach his aunt and uncle multiple times to beg for some stones. After many times, his aunt would look at him to have a heart-to-heart chat, telling him about how poor the family was and how they had cash flow difficulties, having no spare money left. Since then, Feng Zhen did not have the desire to continue asking. Father and mother are already doing all they can to support my cultivation. I can't make things more difficult for them and ask for more primeval stones. I only have 3 left. I can only be more thrifty. If I use 1 piece a day, I'll have enough for 3 days. I have a feeling that in 3 or 4 days, I'll definitely advance to the middle stage. The only thing is that, what's Big Brother's progress now? Thinking so, Feng Zhen unconsciously looked towards the Academy's living quarters. I have A-grade talent, while Big Brother only has C-grade. His speed is definitely slower than me. Big Brother's not my match this time. I'll let you know the true power of an A-grade talent, Big Brother. Thinking of this, Feng Zhen clenched his fists. Inside the academy dormitory, Feng Yuan's door was shut tight. In the darkness, he was not asleep, but sitting on his bed. A Gu Master's cultivation can't replace sleep. Normally at this time, Feng Yuan would have already fallen asleep, but in cultivating earlier today, he'd already felt that he was just 1 step away from the middle stage. Might as well not sleep tonight. I'll rush straight for middle stage. His eyes shone with determination. Soon after he shut them, his mind went into his aperture. 44% of green copper primeval sea. Just a moment ago, they were all refined into pale green-colored middle-stage essence by the liquor worm. Rise. With a thought, the peaceful green copper primeval sea began to stir. The commotion got larger and larger until waves were formed. The tides raced against each other, rushing towards the surrounding aperture walls. Like crashing on a reef, most of the primeval essence would break into emerald ripples and fuse back into the sea. A small amount of essence was expended, turning into a small hint of invisible energy, penetrating into the white-colored light aperture wall. Rise again! Feng Yuan thought as the emerald ripples became larger in scale. The waves earlier were like rabbits and dogs, but now they were like troops of horses marching towards the aperture walls. A horse-like dragon, the waves like the heavens. The primeval essence was expended quickly, and the water level fell sharply. The waves struck relentlessly, finally resulting in a change. The white-colored wall shook suddenly, the originally mild white color radiating an eye-piercing brilliance. Seeing this scene, Feng Yuan was overjoyed as he knew that the crucial part had arrived. He'd quickly activated all of his primeval essence to rush at the walls. The white light grew brighter, the light rays distorted and tangling together, giving a feeling of thickness. After more than 10 breaths, white strips of light bands appeared in the light wall, and the strips collided with each other like water flowing non-stop. In the process of collision, they continued to combine and merge, forming a flowing white light. Finally, the flowing light gathered into one piece and completely covered the light wall. The white light dimmed, and the original white light wall of the aperture was gone, replaced by a layer of spherical shaped white water wall. The light wall's surface had been smooth with no impurities. This water wall, however, was thicker than the light wall, the ripples of light flowing and flickering on it. The primeval sea regained its peace, the aperture still having 20% of primeval essence left. I advanced to middle stage, Feng Yuan laughed heartedly, opening his eyes. The bright sunlight crept in through the openings in the curtains. Unknowingly, the night had passed, and it was already morning. And that was chapter 25 to chapter 50 of Reverend Insanity. I've been moving mic a lot and trying to actually get it in a good position, and it keeps popping and you can hear my lips move. I apologize for that. I'm still figuring things out. After all, it's very amateur. I apologize, but hey, if you stuck through it, cool. Anyway, this was a good read. I'm actually enjoying this. Feng Yuan is eternally up his own ass, but I really like reading him. He's rather enjoyable. But hey, thanks for tuning in. Should have the rest out soon enough. Another be 50 through 75 should be next. So, tune in till next time. Have a nice day.